13 And he shall put the incense on the fire before Jehovah, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is on the testimony, so that he will not die. 14 He shall take some of the blood of the bull, and sprinkle it with his finger on the mercy seat on the east, and before the mercy seat he shall sprinkle some of the blood with his finger 7 times. 15 Then he shall kill the goat of the sin offering, that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with his blood as he did with the blood of the bull, and sprinkle it on the mercy seat, and before the mercy seat. 16 He shall make atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of their transgressions, even all their sins. And so he shall do for the tent of meeting, that dwells with them in the middle of their uncleanness. 17 No one shall be in the tent of meeting when he enters to make atonement in the holy place, until he comes out, and has made atonement for himself and for his household, and for all the assembly of Israel. 18 He shall go out to the altar that is before Jehovah and make atonement for it, and shall take some of the bull's blood, and some of the goat's blood, and put it around on the horns of the altar. 19 He shall sprinkle some of the blood on it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it, and make it holy from the uncleanness of the children of Israel. 20 When he has finished atoning for the holy place, the tent of meeting, and the altar, he shall present the live goat. 21 Aaron shall lay both his hands on the head of the live goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions, even all their sins, and he shall put them on the head of the goat, and shall send him away into the wilderness by the hand of a man who is in readiness. 22 The goat shall carry all their iniquities on himself to a solitary land, and he shall let the goat go in the wilderness. 23 Aaron shall come into the tent of meeting, and shall take off the linen garments, which he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. 24 Then he shall bathe himself in water in a holy place, and put on his garments, and come out and offer his burnt offering and the burnt offering of the people, and make atonement for himself and for the people. 25 The fat of the sin offering he shall burn on the altar. 26 He who lets the goat go for the scapegoat shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp. 27 The bull for the sin offering, and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought in to make atonement in the holy place, shall be carried outside the camp, and they shall burn their skins, their flesh, and their dung with fire. 28 He who burns them shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp. 29 It shall be a statute to you forever, in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall afflict your souls, and shall do no kind of work, the native born, or the stranger who lives as a foreigner among you. 34 On this day shall atonement be made for you, to cleanse you from all your sins. You shall be clean before Jehovah. 31 It is a Sabbath of solemn rest to you, and you shall afflict your souls. It is a statute forever. 32 The priest, who is anointed and who is consecrated to be priest in his father's place, shall make the atonement, and shall put on the linen garments, even the holy garments. 33 Then he shall make atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make atonement for the tent of meeting and for the altar, and he shall make atonement for the priests and for all the people of the assembly. 34 This shall be an everlasting statute for you, to make atonement for the children of Israel once in the year because of all their sins. It was done as Jehovah commanded Moses. Leviticus 80. Chapter 17. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Speak to Aaron, and to his sons, and to all the children of Israel, and say to them, This is the thing which Jehovah has commanded. 3 Whatever man there is of the house of Israel, who kills a bull, or lamb, or goat, in the camp, or who kills it outside the camp, 4 And hasn't brought it to the door of the tent of meeting, to offer it as an offering to Jehovah before Jehovah's tabernacle, blood shall be imputed to that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. 5 This is to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they sacrifice in the open field, that they may bring them to Jehovah, to the door of the tent of meeting, to the priest, and sacrifice them for sacrifices of peace, offerings to Jehovah. 6 The priest shall sprinkle the blood on the altar of Jehovah at the door of the tent of meeting, and burn the fat for a pleasant aroma to Jehovah. 7 They shall no more sacrifice their sacrifices to the goat idols, after which they play the prostitute. This shall be a statute forever to them throughout their generations. 8 You shall say to them, Any man there is of the house of Israel, or of the strangers who live as foreigners among them, who offers a burnt offering or sacrifice, 9 And doesn't bring it to the door of the tent of meeting, to sacrifice it to Jehovah, that man shall be cut off from his people. 10 Any man of the house of Israel, or of the strangers who live as foreigners among them, who eats any kind of blood, I will set my face against that soul who eats blood, and will cut him off from among his people. 11 For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you on the altar to make atonement for your souls, for it is the blood that makes atonement by reason of the life. 12 Therefore I have said to the children of Israel, No person among you may eat blood, nor may any stranger who lives as a foreigner among you eat blood. 13 Whatever man there is of the children of Israel, or of the strangers who live as foreigners among them, who takes in hunting any animal or bird that may be eaten, he shall pour out its blood, and cover it with dust. 14 For as to the life of all flesh, its blood is with its life, therefore I said to the children of Israel, You shall not eat the blood of any kind of flesh, for the life of all flesh is its blood. Whoever eats it shall be cut off. 15 Every person that eats what dies of itself, or that which is torn by animals, whether he is native born or a foreigner, he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening, then he shall be clean. 16 But if he doesn't wash them, or bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity. Chapter 18. 1 Jehovah said to Moses, 2 Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, I am Jehovah, your God. 3 You shall not do as they do in the land of Egypt, where you lived, and you shall not do as they do in the land of Canaan, where I am bringing you. You shall not follow their statutes. 4 You shall do my ordinances, and you shall keep my statutes, and walk in them, I am Jehovah your God. 5 You shall therefore keep my statutes and my ordinances, which if a man does, he shall live in them. I am Jehovah. 6 None of you shall approach anyone who are his close relatives, to uncover their nakedness, I am Jehovah. 7. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, nor the nakedness of your mother, she is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. 8. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is your father's nakedness. 9. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your sister, the daughter of your father, or the daughter of your mother, whether born at home, or born abroad. 10. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter, or of your daughter's daughter, even their nakedness, for theirs is your own nakedness. 11. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife's daughter, conceived by your father, since she is your sister. 12. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister, she is your father's near kinswoman. 13. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's near kinswoman. 14. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother, you shall not approach his wife. She is your aunt. 15. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law, she is your son's wife. You shall not uncover her nakedness. 16. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. It is your brother's nakedness. 17. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. You shall not take her son's daughter, or her daughter's daughter, to uncover her nakedness, they are near kinswomen. It is wickedness. 18. You shall not take a wife to her sister, to be a rival, to uncover her nakedness, while her sister is yet alive. 19. You shall not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is impure by her uncleanness. 20. You shall not lie carnally with your neighbor's wife, and defile yourself with her. 21. You shall not give any of your children to sacrifice to Molech. You shall not profane the name of your God. I am Jehovah. 22. You shall not lie with a man, as with a woman. That is detestable. 23. You shall not lie with any animal to defile yourself with it. No woman may give herself to an animal, to lie down with it, it is a perversion. 24. Don't defile yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations which I am 81 Leviticus casting out before you were defiled. 25. The land was defiled, therefore I punished its iniquity, and the land vomited out her inhabitants. 26. You therefore shall keep my statutes and my ordinances, and shall not do any of these abominations, neither the native born, nor the stranger who lives as a foreigner among you. 27. For the men of the land that were before you had done all these abominations, and the land became defiled. 28. That the land not vomit you out also, when you defile it, as it vomited out the nation that was before you. 29. For whoever shall do any of these abominations, even the souls that do them shall be cut off from among their people. 30. Therefore you shall keep my requirements, that you do not practice any of these abominable customs, which were practiced before you, and that you do not defile yourselves with them. I am Jehovah your God. Chapter 19. 1. Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2. Speak to all the congregation of the children of Israel, and tell them, you shall be holy, for I, Jehovah your God, am holy. 3. Each one of you shall respect his mother and his father. You shall keep my Sabbaths. I am Jehovah your God. 4. Don't turn to idols, nor make molten gods for yourselves. I am Jehovah your God. 5. When you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings to Jehovah, you shall offer it so that you may be accepted. 6. It shall be eaten the same day you offer it, and on the next day, and if anything remains until the third day, it shall be burned with fire. 7. If it is eaten at all on the third day, it is an abomination. It will not be accepted. 8. But everyone who eats it shall bear his iniquity, because he has profaned the holy thing of Jehovah, and that soul shall be cut off from his people. 9. When you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not wholly reap the corners of your field, neither shall you gather the gleanings of your harvest. 10. You shall not glean your vineyard, neither shall you gather the fallen grapes of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the poor and for the foreigner. I am Jehovah your God. 11. You shall not steal. You shall not lie. You shall not deceive one another. 12. You shall not swear by my name falsely, and profane the name of your God. I am Jehovah. 13. You shall not oppress your neighbor, nor rob him. The wages of a hired servant shall not remain with you all night until the morning. 14. You shall not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but you shall fear your God. I am Jehovah. 15. You shall do no injustice in judgment. You shall not be partial to the poor, nor show favoritism to the great, but you shall judge your neighbor in righteousness. 16. You shall not go up and down as a slanderer among your people. You shall not endanger the life of your neighbor. I am Jehovah. 17. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You shall surely rebuke your neighbor, and not bear sin because of him. 18. You shall not take vengeance, nor bear any grudge against the children of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am Jehovah. 19. You shall keep my statutes. You shall not crossbreed different kinds of animals. You shall not sow your field with two kinds of seed. Don't wear a garment made of two kinds of material. 20. If a man lies carnally with a woman who is a slave girl, pledged to be married to another man, and not ransomed, or given her freedom, they shall be punished. They shall not be put to death, because she was not free. 21. He shall bring his trespass offering to Jehovah, to the door of the tent of meeting, even a ram for a trespass offering. 22. The priest shall make atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before Jehovah for his sin which he has committed, and the sin which he has committed shall be forgiven him. 23. When you come into the land, and have planted all kinds of trees for food, then you shall count their fruit as forbidden. 3 years they shall be forbidden to you. It shall not be eaten. 24. But in the 4th year all its fruit shall be holy, for giving praise to Jehovah. 25. In the 5th year you shall eat its fruit, that it may yield its increase to you. I am Jehovah your God. 26. You shall not eat any meat with the blood still in it. You shall not use enchantments, nor practice sorcery. 27. You shall not cut the hair on the sides of your head or clip off the edge of your beard. 28. You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor tattoo any marks on you. I am Jehovah. 29. Don't profane your daughter, to make her a prostitute, lest the land fall to prostitution, and the land become full of wickedness. 30. You shall keep my Sabbaths, and reverence my sanctuary. I am Jehovah. 31. Don't turn to those who are mediums, nor to the wizards. Don't seek them out, to be defiled by them. I am Jehovah your God. 32 You shall rise up before the gray head, and honor the face of an old man, and you shall fear your God. I am Jehovah. 33 If a stranger lives as a foreigner with you in your land, you shall not do him wrong. 34 The stranger who lives as a foreigner with you shall be to you as the native born among you, and you shall love him as yourself, for you lived as foreigners in the land of Egypt. I am Jehovah your God. 35 You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in measures of length, of weight, or of Leviticus 82. Quantity. 36 You shall have just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin. I am Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt. 37 You shall observe all my statutes, and all my ordinances, and do them. I am Jehovah. Chapter 20. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Moreover, you shall tell the children of Israel, anyone of the children of Israel, or of the strangers who live as foreigners in Israel, who gives any of his offspring to Molech, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. 3 I also will set my face against that person, and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given of his offspring to Molech, to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my holy name. For if the people of the land all hide their eyes from that person, when he gives of his offspring to Molech, and don't put him to death, 5 Then I will set my face against that man, and against his family, and will cut him off. And all who play the prostitute after him, to play the prostitute with Molech, from among their people. 6 The person that turns to those who are mediums, and to the wizards, to play the prostitute after them, I will even set my face against that person, and will cut him off from among his people. 7 Sanctify yourselves therefore, and be holy, for I am Jehovah your God. 8 You shall keep my statutes, and do them. I am Jehovah who sanctifies you. 9 For everyone who curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. He has cursed his father or his mother, his blood shall be upon him. 10 The man who commits adultery with another man's wife, even he who commits adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. 11 The man who lies with his father's wife has uncovered his father's nakedness, both of them shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. 12 If a man lies with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death, they have committed a perversion, their blood shall be upon them. 13 If a man lies with a male, as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination, they shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. 14 If a man takes a wife and her mother, it is wickedness, they shall be burned with fire, both he and they, that there may be no wickedness among you. 15 If a man lies with an animal, he shall surely be put to death, and you shall kill the animal. 16 If a woman approaches any animal, and lies down with it, you shall kill the woman and the animal. They shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. 17 If a man takes his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and sees her nakedness, and she sees his nakedness, it is a shameful thing. they shall be cut off in the sight of the children of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness. He shall bear his iniquity. 18. If a man lies with a woman having her monthly period, and uncovers her nakedness, he has made naked her fountain, and she has uncovered the fountain of her blood. Both of them shall be cut off from among their people. 19. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, nor of your father's sister, for he has made his close relative naked. They shall bear their iniquity. 20. If a man lies with his uncle's wife, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin. They shall die childless. 21. If a man takes his brother's wife, it is an impurity. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless. 22. You shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my ordinances, and do them, that the land where I am bringing you to dwell may not vomit you out. 23. You shall not walk in the customs of the nation which I am casting out before you, for they did all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. 24. But I have said to you, you shall inherit their land, and I will give it to you to possess it, a land flowing with milk and honey. I am Jehovah, your God, who has separated you from the peoples. 25. You shall therefore make a distinction between the clean animal and the unclean, and between the unclean fowl and the clean, and you shall not make yourselves abominable by animal, or by bird, or by anything with which the ground teems, which I have separated from you as unclean for you. 26. You shall be holy to me, for I, Jehovah, am holy, and have set you apart from the peoples, that you should be mine. 27. A man or a woman that is a medium, or is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be upon them. Chapter 21. 1. Jehovah said to Moses, Speak to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, A priest shall not defile himself for the dead among his people. 2. Except for his relatives that are near to him, for his mother, for his father, for his son, for his daughter, for his brother. 3. And for his virgin sister, who is near to him, who has had no husband, for her he may defile himself. 4. He shall not defile himself, being a chief man among his people, to profane himself. 5. They shall not shave their heads or shave off the corners of their beards or make any cuttings in their flesh. 6. They shall be holy to their God, and not profane the name of their God, for they offer the offerings of Jehovah made by fire, the bread of their God, therefore they shall be holy. 7. They shall not marry a woman who is a prostitute, or profane. They shall not marry a woman divorced from her husband, for he is holy. 83. Leviticus. To his God. 8. You shall sanctify him therefore, for he offers the bread of your God. He shall be holy to you, for I Jehovah, who sanctify you, am holy. 9. The daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by playing the prostitute, she profanes her father. She shall be burned with fire. 10. He who is the high priest among his brothers, upon whose head the anointing oil is poured, and that is consecrated to put on the garments, shall not let the hair of his head hang loose, or tear his clothes. 11. He must not go into any dead body, or defile himself for his father, or for his mother. 12. He shall not go out of the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his God. For the crown of the anointing oil of his God is upon him. I am Jehovah. 13. He shall take a wife in her virginity. 14. A widow, or one divorced, or a woman who has been defiled, or a prostitute, these he shall not marry, but a virgin of his own people shall he take as a wife. 15. He shall not profane his offspring among his people, for I am Jehovah, who sanctifies him. 16. Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 17. Say to Aaron, none of your offspring throughout their generations who has a defect may approach to offer the bread of his God. 18. For whatever man he is that has a defect, he shall not draw near, a blind man, or a lame, or he who has a flat nose, or any deformity. 19. Or a man who has an injured foot, or an injured hand. 20. Or hunchbacked, or a dwarf, or one who has a defect in his eye, or an itching disease, or scabs, or who has damaged testicles. 21. No man of the offspring of Aaron the priest who has a defect shall come near to offer the offerings of Jehovah made by fire. Since he has a defect, he shall not come near to offer the bread of his God. 22. He shall eat the bread of his God, both of the most holy, and of the holy. 23. He shall not come near to the veil, nor come near to the altar, because he has a defect, that he may not profane my sanctuaries, for I am Jehovah, who sanctifies them. 24. So Moses spoke to Aaron, and to his sons, and to all the children of Israel. Chapter 22. 1. Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2. Tell Aaron and his sons to separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Israel, which they make holy to me, and that they not profane my holy name. I am Jehovah. 3. Tell them, if anyone of all your offspring throughout your generations approaches the holy things, which the children of Israel make holy to Jehovah, having his uncleanness on him, that soul shall be cut off from before me. I am Jehovah. 4. Whoever of the offspring of Aaron is a leper or has an issue, he shall not eat of the holy things, until he is clean. Whoever touches anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goes from him. 5. Or whoever touches any creeping thing, whereby he may be made unclean, or a man of whom he may take uncleanness, whatever uncleanness he has. 6. The person that touches any such shall be unclean until the evening, and shall not eat of the holy things, unless he bathe his body in water. 7. When the sun is down, he shall be clean, and afterward he shall eat of the holy things, because it is his bread. 8. That which dies of itself, or is torn by animals, he shall not eat, defiling himself by it. I am Jehovah. 9. They shall therefore follow my requirements, lest they bear sin for it, and die therein, if they profane it. I am Jehovah who sanctifies them. 10. No stranger shall eat of the holy thing, a foreigner living with the priests, or a hired servant shall not eat of the holy thing. 11. But if a priest buys a slave, purchased by his money, he shall eat of it, and such as are born in his house, they shall eat of his bread. 12. If a priest's daughter is married to an outsider, she shall not eat of the heave offering of the holy things. 13. But if a priest's daughter is a widow, or divorced, and has no child, and has returned to her father's house, as in her youth, she may eat of her father's bread, but no stranger shall eat any of it. 14. If a man eats something holy unwittingly, then he shall add the fifth part of its value to it, and shall give the holy thing to the priest. 15. The Priests shall not profane the holy things of the children of Israel, which they offer to Jehovah. 16 And so cause them to bear the iniquity that brings guilt, when they eat their holy things, for I am Jehovah who sanctifies them. 17 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 18 Speak to Aaron, and to his sons, and to all the children of Israel, and say to them, whoever is of the house of Israel, or of the foreigners in Israel, who offers his offering, whether it is any of their vows, or any of their freewill offerings, which they offer to Jehovah for a burnt offering, 19 That you may be accepted, you shall offer a male without defect, of the bulls, of the sheep, or of the goats. 20 But whatever has a defect, that you shall not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you. 21 Whoever offers a sacrifice of peace offerings to Jehovah to accomplish a vow, or for a freewill offering, of the herd or of the flock, it shall be perfect to be accepted. It shall have no defect. 22 Blind, injured, maimed, having a wart, festering, or having a running sore, you shall not offer these to Jehovah, nor make an offering by fire of them on the altar to Jehovah. 23 Either a bull or a lamb that has any deformity or lacking in his parts, that you may offer for a freewill offering, but for a vow it shall not be accepted. 24 You must not offer to Jehovah that which has its testicles bruised, crushed, broken, or cut. You must not do this in your land. 25 You must not offer the bread of your God from the hand of a foreigner as any of these, because their corruption is in them. There is a defect in them. They shall not be accepted for you. 26 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 27 When a bull, or a sheep, or a goat, is born, then it shall remain 7 days with its mother, and from the 8th day and thenceforth it shall be accepted for the offering of an offering made by fire to Jehovah. 28 Whether it is a cow or you shall not kill it. Leviticus 84. And its young both in 1 day. 29 When you sacrifice a sacrifice of thanksgiving to Jehovah, you shall sacrifice it so that you may be accepted. 30 It shall be eaten on the same day, you shall leave none of it until the morning. I am Jehovah. 31 Therefore you shall keep my commandments, and do them. I am Jehovah. 32 You shall not profane my holy name, but I will be made holy among the children of Israel. I am Jehovah who makes you holy. 33 Who brought you out of the land of Egypt, to be your God. I am Jehovah. Chapter 23. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, the set feasts of Jehovah, which you shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my set feasts. 3 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day is a Sabbath of solemn rest, a holy convocation, you shall do no kind of work. It is a Sabbath to Jehovah in all your dwellings. 4 These are the set feasts of Jehovah, even holy convocations, which you shall proclaim in their appointed season. 5 In the first month, on the 14th day of the month in the evening, is Jehovah's Passover. 6 On the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread to Jehovah. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. 7 On the first day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work. 8 But you shall offer an offering made by fire to Jehovah 7 days. On the 7th day is a holy convocation, you shall do no regular work. 9 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 10 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, when you have come into the land which I give to you, and shall reap its harvest, then you shall bring the sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest. 11 And he shall wave the sheaf before Jehovah, to be accepted for you. On the next day after the Sabbath the priest shall wave it. 12 On the day when you wave the sheaf, you shall offer a male lamb without defect a year old for a burnt offering to Jehovah. 13 The meal offering with it shall be 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour, mingled with oil, an offering made by fire to Jehovah for a pleasant aroma, and the drink offering with it shall be of wine, the fourth part of a hin. 14 You must not eat bread, or roasted grain, or fresh grain, until this same day, until you have brought the offering of your God. This is a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. 15 You shall count from the next day after the Sabbath, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering, 7 Sabbaths shall be completed. 16 Even to the next day after the 7th Sabbath you shall number 50 days, and you shall offer a new meal offering to Jehovah. 17 You shall bring out of your habitations 2 loaves of bread for a wave offering made of 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour. They shall be baked with yeast, for first fruits to Jehovah. 18 You shall present with the bread 7 lambs without defect a year old, 1 young bull, and 2 rams. They shall be a burnt offering to Jehovah, with their meal offering, and their drink offerings, even an offering made by fire, of a sweet aroma to Jehovah. 19 You shall offer 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 male lambs a year old for a sacrifice of peace offerings. 20 The priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering before Jehovah, with the 2 lambs. They shall be holy to Jehovah for the priest. 21 You shall make proclamation on the same day. There shall be a holy convocation to you, you shall do no regular work. This is a statute forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. 22 When you reap the harvest of your land, you must not wholly reap into the corners of your field, and you must not gather the gleanings of your harvest. You must leave them for the poor and for the foreigner. I am Jehovah your God. 23 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 24 Speak to the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, shall be a solemn rest to you, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, a holy convocation. 25 You shall do no regular work, and you shall offer an offering made by fire to Jehovah. 26 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 27 However on the 10th day of this 7th month is the day of atonement, it shall be a holy convocation to you, and you shall afflict yourselves, and you shall offer an offering made by fire to Jehovah. 28 You shall do no kind of work on that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make atonement for you before Jehovah your God. 29 For whoever it is who shall not deny himself on that same day, shall be cut off from his people. 30 Whoever it is who does any kind of work on that same day, that person I will destroy from among his people. 31 You shall do no kind of work. It is a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. 32 It shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for you, and you shall deny yourselves. On the 9th day of the month at evening, from evening to evening, you shall keep your Sabbath. 33 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 34 Speak to the children of Israel, and say, on the 15th day of this 7th month is the Feast of Tents for 7 days to Jehovah. 35 On the first day shall be a holy convocation, you shall do no regular work. 36 7 days you shall offer an offering made by fire to Jehovah. On the 8th day shall be a holy convocation to you, and you shall offer an offering made by fire to Jehovah. It is a solemn assembly. You shall do no regular work. 37 These are the appointed feasts of Jehovah, which you shall proclaim to be holy convocations. To offer an offering made by fire to Jehovah, a burnt offering, and a meal offering, a sacrifice, and drink offerings, each on its own day. 38 Besides the Sabbaths of Jehovah, and besides your gifts, and besides all your vows, and besides all your free will offerings, which you give to Jehovah. 85 Leviticus 39 So on the 15th day of the 7th month, when you have gathered in the fruits of the land, you shall keep the feast of Jehovah. 7 days, on the first day shall be a solemn rest, and on the 8th day shall be a solemn rest. 40 You shall take on the first day the fruit of beautiful trees, branches of palm trees, and boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook. And you shall rejoice before Jehovah your God 7 days. 41 You shall keep it a feast to Jehovah 7 days in the year. It is a statute forever throughout your generations. You shall keep it in the 7th month. 42 You shall dwell in booths 7 days. All who are native born in Israel shall dwell in booths. 43 That your generations may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths, when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am Jehovah your God. 44 Moses declared to the children of Israel the appointed feasts of Jehovah. Chapter 24 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Command the children of Israel, that they bring to you pure olive oil beaten for the light, to cause a lamp to burn continually. 3 Outside of the veil of the testimony, in the tent of meeting, Aaron shall keep it in order from evening to morning before Jehovah continually. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. 4 He shall keep in order the lamps on the pure gold lampstand before Jehovah continually. 5 You shall take fine flour, and bake 12 cakes of it. 2/10 of an ephah shall be in one cake. 6 You shall set them in 2 rows, 6 in a row, on the pure gold table before Jehovah. 7 You shall put pure frankincense on each row, that it may be to the bread for a memorial, even an offering made by fire to Jehovah. 8 Every Sabbath day he shall set it in order before Jehovah continually. It is on the behalf of the children of Israel an everlasting covenant. 9 It shall be for Aaron and his sons, and they shall eat it in a holy place, for it is most holy to him. Of the offerings of Jehovah made by fire by a perpetual statute. 10 The son of an Israelite woman, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the children of Israel, and the son of the Israelite woman and a man of Israel strove together in the camp. 11 The son of the Israelite woman blasphemed the name and cursed, and they brought him to Moses. His mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Debri, of the tribe of Dan. 12 They put him in custody, until Jehovah's will should be declared to them. 13 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 14 Bring out of the camp him who cursed, and let all who heard him lay their hands on his head. and let all the congregation stone him. 15 You shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, whoever curses his God shall bear his sin. 16 He who blasphemes Jehovah's name, he shall surely be put to death. All the congregation shall certainly stone him, the foreigner as well as the native born, when he blasphemes the name, shall be put to death. 17 He who strikes any man mortally shall surely be put to death. 18 He who strikes an animal mortally shall make it good, life for life. 19 If anyone injures his neighbor, as he has done, so shall it be done to him. 20 Fracture for fracture, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, as he has injured someone, so shall it be done to him. 21 He who kills an animal shall make it good, and he who kills a man shall be put to death. 22 You shall have one kind of law for the foreigner as well as the native born, for I am Jehovah your God. 23 Moses spoke to the children of Israel, and they brought out him who had cursed out of the camp, and stoned him with stones. The children of Israel did as Jehovah commanded Moses. Chapter 25 1 Jehovah said to Moses in Mount Sinai. 2 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, when you come into the land which I give you, then the land shall keep a Sabbath to Jehovah. 3 You shall sow your field 6 years, and you shall prune your vineyard 6 years, and gather in its fruits. 4 But in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land, a Sabbath to Jehovah. You shall not sow your field or prune your vineyard. 5 What grows of itself in your harvest you shall not reap, and you shall not gather the grapes of your undressed vine. It shall be a year of solemn rest for the land. 6 The Sabbath of the land shall be for food for you, for yourself, for your servant, for your maid, for your hired servant, and for your stranger, who lives as a foreigner with you. 7 For your livestock also, and for the animals that are in your land, shall all its increase be for food. 8 You shall count off 7 Sabbaths of years, 7 times 7 years, and there shall be to you the days of 7 Sabbaths of years, even 49 years. 9 Then you shall sound the loud trumpet on the 10th day of the 7th month. On the day of atonement you shall sound the trumpet throughout all your land. 10 You shall make the 50th year holy, and proclaim liberty throughout the land to all its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee to you, and each of you shall return to his own property, and each of you shall return to his family. 11 That 50th year shall be a jubilee to you. In it you shall not sow, neither reap that which grows of itself, nor gather from the undressed vines. 12 For it is a jubilee, it shall be holy to you. You shall eat of its increase out of the field. 13 In this year of jubilee each of you shall return to his property. 14 If you sell anything to your neighbor, or buy from your neighbor, you shall not wrong one another. 15 According to the number of years after the jubilee you shall buy from your neighbor, according to the number of years of the crops he shall sell to you. 16 According to the length of the years you shall increase its price, and according to the shortness of the years you shall diminish its price, for he is selling the number of the crops to you. 17 You shall not wrong one another, but you, Leviticus 86, shall fear your God, for I am Jehovah your God. 18 Therefore you shall do my statutes, and keep my ordinances, and do them, and you shall dwell in the land in safety. 19 The land shall yield its fruit, and you shall eat your fill, and dwell therein in safety. 20 If you said, what shall we eat the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow, nor gather in our increase. 21 Then I will command my blessing on you in the 6th year, and it shall bear fruit for the 3 years. 22 You shall sow the 8th year, and eat of the fruits, the old store, until the 9th year, until its fruits come in, you shall eat the old store. 23 The land shall not be sold in perpetuity. For the land is mine, for you are strangers and live as foreigners with me. 24 Indiana All the land of your possession you shall grant a redemption for the land. 25 If your brother becomes poor, and sells some of his possessions, then his kinsman who is next to him shall come, and redeem that which his brother has sold. 26 If a man has no one to redeem it, and he becomes prosperous, and finds sufficient means to redeem it. 27 Then let him reckon the years since its sale, and restore the surplus to the man to whom he sold it, and he shall return to his property. 28 But if he isn't able to get it back for himself, then what he has sold shall remain in the hand of him who has bought it until the year of Jubilee, and in the Jubilee it shall be released, and he shall return to his property. 29 If a man sells a dwelling house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it has been sold. For a full year he shall have the right of redemption. 30 If it isn't redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be made sure in perpetuity to him who bought it, throughout his generations. It shall not be released in the Jubilee. 31 But the houses of the villages which have no wall around them shall be accounted for with the fields of the country, they may be redeemed, and they shall be released in the Jubilee. 32 Nevertheless the cities of the Levites, the houses in the cities of their possession, the Levites may redeem at any time. 33 The Levites may redeem the house that was sold, and the city of his possession, and it shall be released in the Jubilee, for the houses of the cities of the Levites are their possession among the children of Israel. 34 But the field of the suburbs of their cities may not be sold, for it is their perpetual possession. 35 If your brother has become poor, and his hand can't support himself among you, then you shall uphold him. He shall live with you like an alien and a temporary resident. 36 Take no interest from him or profit, but fear your God, that your brother may live among you. 37 You shall not lend him your money at interest, nor give him your food for profit. 38 I am Jehovah, your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your God. 39 If your brother has grown poor among you, and sells himself to you, you shall not make him to serve as a slave. 40 As a hired servant, and as a temporary resident, he shall be with you, he shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. 41 Then he shall go out from you, he and his children with him, and shall return to his own family, and to the possession of his fathers. 42 For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves. 43 You shall not rule over him with harshness, but shall fear your God. 44 As for your male and your female slaves, whom you may have, of the nations that are around you, from them you may buy male and female slaves. 45 Moreover of the children of the aliens who live among you, of them you may buy, and of their families who are with you, which they have conceived in your land, and they will be your property. 46 You may make them an inheritance for your children after you, to hold for a possession. Of them may you take your slaves forever, but over your brothers the children of Israel you shall not rule, one over another, with harshness. 47 If an alien or temporary resident with you becomes rich, and your brother beside him has grown poor, and sells himself to the stranger or foreigner living among you, or to a member of the stranger's family, 48 After he is sold he may be redeemed. One of his brothers may redeem him. 49 Or his uncle, or his uncle's son, may redeem him, or any who is a close relative to him of his family may redeem him, or if he has grown rich, he may redeem himself. 50 He shall reckon with him who bought him from the year that he sold himself to him to the year of Jubilee. The price of his sale shall be according to the number of years, he shall be with him according to the time of a hired servant. 51 If there are yet many years, according to them he shall give back the price of his redemption out of the money that he was bought for. 52 If there remain but a few years to the year of Jubilee, then he shall reckon with him, according to his years of service he shall give back the price of his redemption. 53 As a servant hired year by year shall he be with him. He shall not rule with harshness over him in your sight. 54 If he isn't redeemed by these means, then he shall be released in the year of Jubilee, he, and his children with him. 55 For to me the children of Israel are servants, they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. I am Jehovah your God. Chapter 26 1 You shall make for yourselves no idols, and you shall not raise up an engraved image or a pillar, and you shall not place any figured stone in your land, to bow down to it, for I am Jehovah your God. 2 You shall keep my Sabbaths, and have reverence for my sanctuary. I am Jehovah. 3 If you walk in my statutes, and keep my commandments, and do them, for then I will give you your rains in their season, and the land shall 87 Leviticus yield its increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. 5 Your threshing shall reach to the vintage, and the vintage shall reach to the sowing time. You shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land safely. 6 I will give peace in the land, and you shall lie down, and no one will make you afraid. I will remove evil animals out of the land, neither shall the sword go through your land. 7 You shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. 8 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall chase 10,000, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. 9 I will have respect for you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and will establish my covenant with you. 10 You shall eat old store, long kept, and you shall move out the old because of the new. 11 I will set my tent among you, and my soul won't abhor you. 12 I will walk among you, and will be your God, and you will be my people. 13 I am Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that you should not be their slaves. I have broken the bars of your yoke, and made you go upright. 14 But if you will not listen to me, and will not do all these commandments. 15 And if you shall reject my statutes, and if your soul abhors my ordinances, so that you will not do all my commandments, but break my covenant. 16 I also will do this to you, I will appoint terror over you. Even consumption and fever, that shall consume the eyes, and make the soul to pine away. You will sow your seed in vain, for your enemies will eat it. 17 I will set my face against you, and you will be struck before your enemies. Those who hate you will rule over you, and you will flee when no one pursues you. 18 If you, in spite of these things, will not listen to me, then I will chastise you 7 times more for your sins. 19 I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your sky like iron, and your soil like brass. 20 Your strength will be spent in vain, for your land won't yield its increase, neither will the trees of the land yield their fruit. 21 If you walk contrary to me, and won't listen to me, then I will bring 7 times more plagues on you according to your sins. 22 I will send the wild animals among you, which will rob you of your children, destroy your livestock, and make you few in number. Your roads will become desolate. 23 If by these things you won't be reformed to me, but will walk contrary to me. 24 Then I will also walk contrary to you, and I will strike you, even I, 7 times for your sins. 25 I will bring a sword upon you that will execute the vengeance of the covenant. You will be gathered together within your cities, and I will send the pestilence among you. You will be delivered into the hand of the enemy. 26 When I break your staff of bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver your bread again by weight. You shall eat, and not be satisfied. 27 If you, in spite of this, won't listen to me, but walk contrary to me. 28 Then I will walk contrary to you in wrath. I will also chastise you 7 times for your sins. 29 You will eat the flesh of your sons, and you will eat the flesh of your daughters. 30 I will destroy your high places, and cut down your incense altars, and cast your dead bodies upon the bodies of your idols, and my soul will abhor you. 31 I will lay your cities waste, and will bring your sanctuaries to desolation. I will not take delight in the sweet fragrance of your offerings. 32 I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies that dwell therein will be astonished at it. 33 I will scatter you among the nations, and I will draw out the sword after you. Your land will be a desolation, and your cities shall be a waste. 34 Then the land will enjoy its Sabbaths as long as it lies desolate and you are in your enemy's land. Even then the land will rest and enjoy its Sabbaths. 35 As long as it lies desolate it shall have rest, even the rest which it didn't have in your Sabbaths, when you lived on it. 36 As for those of you who are left, I will send a faintness into their hearts in the lands of their enemies. The sound of a driven leaf will put them to flight, and they shall flee, as one flees from the sword. They will fall when no one pursues. 37 They will stumble over one another, as it were, before the sword, when no one pursues. You will have no power to stand before your enemies. 38 You will perish among the nations. The land of your enemies will eat you up. 39 Those of you who are left will pine away in their iniquity in your enemies' lands, and also in the iniquities of their fathers they shall pine away with them. 40 If they confess their iniquity, and the iniquity of their fathers, in their trespass which they trespassed against me, and also that, because they walked contrary to me. 41 I also walked contrary to them, and brought them into the land of their enemies, if then their uncircumcised heart is humbled, and they then accept the punishment of their iniquity. 42 Then I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham, and I will remember the land. 43 The land also will be left by them, and will enjoy its Sabbaths while it lies desolate without them, and they will accept the punishment of their iniquity, even because they rejected my ordinances, and their soul abhorred my statutes. 44 Yet for all that, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them, neither will I abhor them, to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them, for I am Jehovah their God. 45 But I will for their sake remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the nations, that I might be their God. I am Jehovah. 46 These are the statutes, ordinances, and laws which Jehovah made between him and the children of Israel in Mount Sinai by Moses. Chapter 27 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Speak to Leviticus 88 the children of Israel, and say to them, when a man consecrates a person to Jehovah in a vow, according to your valuation, 3 Your valuation of a male from 20 years old even to 60 years old shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. 4 If she is a female, then your valuation shall be 30 shekels. 5 If the person is from 5 years old even to 20 years old, then your valuation shall be for a male 20 shekels, and for a female 10 shekels. 6 If the person is from a month old even to 5 years old, then your valuation shall be for a male 5 shekels of silver, and for a female your valuation shall be 3 shekels of silver. 7 If the person is from 60 years old and upward, if he is a male, then your valuation shall be 15 shekels, and for a female 10 shekels. 8 But if he is poorer than your valuation, then he shall be set before the priest, and the priest shall assign a value to him. The priest shall assign a value according to his ability to pay. 9 If it is an animal, of which men offer an offering to Jehovah, all that any man gives of such to Jehovah becomes holy. 10 He shall not alter it, nor change it, a good for a bad, or a bad for a good, and if he shall at all change animal for animal, then both it and that for which it is changed shall be holy. 11 If it is any unclean animal, of which they do not offer as an offering to Jehovah, then he shall set the animal before the priest. 12 And the priest shall value it, whether it is good or bad. As you the priest values it, so shall it be. 13 But if he will indeed redeem it, then he shall add the 5th part of it to its valuation. 14 When a man dedicates his house to be holy to Jehovah, then the priest shall evaluate it, whether it is good or bad, as the priest shall evaluate it, so shall it stand. 15 If he who dedicates it will redeem his house, then he shall add the 5th part of the money of your valuation to it, and it shall be his. 16 If a man dedicates to Jehovah part of the field of his possession, then your valuation shall be according to the seed for it. The sowing of a homer of barley shall be valued at 50 shekels of silver. 17 If he dedicates his field from the year of Jubilee, according to your valuation it shall stand. 18 But if he dedicates his field after the Jubilee, then the priest shall reckon to him the money according to the years that remain to the year of Jubilee, and an abatement shall be made from your valuation. 19 If he who dedicated the field will indeed redeem it, then he shall add the fifth part of the money of your valuation to it, and it shall remain his. 20 If he will not redeem the field, or if he has sold the field to another man, it shall not be redeemed any more. 21 But the field, when it goes out in the Jubilee, shall be holy to Jehovah, as a devoted field. It shall be owned by the priests. 22 If he dedicates a field to Jehovah which he has bought, which is not of the field of his possession, 23 Then the priest shall reckon to him the worth of your valuation up to the year of Jubilee, and he shall give your valuation on that day, as a holy thing to Jehovah. 24 In the year of Jubilee the field shall return to him from whom it was bought, even to him to whom the possession of the land belongs. 25 All your valuations shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary, 20 gerahs to the shekel. 26 Only the firstborn among animals, which is made a firstborn to Jehovah, no man may dedicate it, whether an ox or sheep. It is Jehovah's. 27 If it is an unclean animal, then he shall buy it back according to your valuation, and shall add to it the fifth part of it, or if it isn't redeemed, then it shall be sold according to your valuation. 28 Notwithstanding, no devoted thing, that a man shall devote to Jehovah of all that he has, whether of man or animal, or of the field of his possession, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to Jehovah. 29 No one devoted, who shall be devoted from among men, shall be ransomed, he shall surely be put to death. 30 All the tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the trees, is Jehovah's. It is holy to Jehovah. 31 If a man redeems anything of his tithe, he shall add a fifth part to it. 32 All the tithe of the herds or the flocks, whatever passes under the rod, the tenth shall be holy to Jehovah. 33 He shall not search whether it is good or bad, neither shall he change it. If he changes it at all, then both it and that for which it is changed shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed. 34 These are the commandments which Jehovah commanded Moses for the children of Israel on Mount Sinai. Underscore 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 un. Numbers. Chapter 1. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tent of meeting, on the first day of the second month, in the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, 2 Take a census of all the congregation of the children of Israel, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, every male, one by one, 3 from 20 years old and upward, all who are able to go out to war in Israel. You and Aaron shall number them by their divisions. For with you there shall be a man of every tribe, every one head of his father's house. 5 These are the names of the men who shall stand with you. Of Reuben, Elizur the son of Shadur. 6 Of Simeon, Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai. 7 Of Judah, Nahshon the son of Amminadab. 8 Of Issachar, Nethanel the son of Zeuar. 9 Of Zebulun, Eliab the son of Helon. 89 Numbers. 10 Of the children of Joseph. Of Ephraim, Elishama the son of Ammihud. Of Manasseh, Gamaliel the son of Pedahzur. 11 Of Benjamin, Abidan the son of Gideoni. 12 of Dan, Aezer the son of Ammishaddai. 13 of Asher, Pagiel the son of Akran. 14 of Gad, Eliasaph the son of Duel. 15 of Naphtali, Ahira the son of Anan. 16 These are those who were called of the congregation, the princes of the tribes of their fathers, they were the heads of the thousands of Israel. 17 Moses and Aaron took these men who are mentioned by name. 18 They assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their ancestry by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, one by one. 19 As Jehovah commanded Moses, so he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai. 20 The children of Reuben, Israel's firstborn. Their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, one by one, every male from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 21 Those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Reuben, were 46,500. 22 Of the children of Simeon, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, those who were numbered of it, according to the number of the names, one by one, every male from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 23 Those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Simeon, were 59,300. 24 Of the children of Gad, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 25 Those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Gad, were 45,650. 26 Of the children of Judah, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 27 Those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Judah, were 74,600. 28 Of the children of Issachar, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 29 Those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Issachar, were 54,400. 30 Of the children of Zebulun, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 31 Those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Zebulun, were 57,400. 32 Of the children of Joseph, of the children of Ephraim, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 33 Those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Ephraim, were 40,500. 34 Of the children of Manasseh, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 35 Those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Manasseh, were 32,200. 36 Of the children of Benjamin, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 37 Those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Benjamin, were 35,400. 38 of the children of Dan, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 39 those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Dan, were 62,700. 40 of the children of Asher, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 41 those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Asher, were 41,500. 42 of the children of Naphtali, their generations, by their families, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war. 43 those who were numbered of them, of the tribe of Naphtali, were 53,400. 44 these are those who were numbered, whom Moses and Aaron numbered, and the princes of Israel, being 12 men, they were each one for his father's house. 45 so all those who were numbered of the children of Israel by their fathers' houses, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go out to war in Israel, 46 even all those who were numbered were 603,550. 47 but the Levites, after the tribe of their fathers, were not numbered among them. 48 for Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 49 only the tribe of Levi you shall not number, neither shall you take a census of them among the children of Israel. 50 but appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of the testimony, and over all its furnishings, and over all that belongs to it. They shall carry the tabernacle, and all its furnishings, and they shall take care of it, and shall encamp around it. 51 when the tabernacle is to move, the Levites shall take it down, and when the tabernacle is to be set up, the Levites shall set it up. The stranger who comes near shall be put to death. 52 the children of Israel shall pitch their tents, every man by his own camp, and every man by his Numbers 90 own standard, according to their divisions. 53 but the Levites shall encamp around the tabernacle of the testimony, that there may be no wrath on the congregation of the children of Israel, and the Levites shall be responsible for the tabernacle of the testimony. 54 thus the children of Israel did, according to all that Jehovah commanded Moses, so they did. Chapter 2 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, 2 The children of Israel shall encamp, every man by his own standard, with the banners of their fathers' houses, at a distance from the tent of meeting shall they encamp around it. 3 Those who encamp on the east side toward the sunrise shall be of the standard of the camp of Judah, according to their divisions, and the prince of the children of Judah shall be Nahshon the son of Amminadab. 4 His division and those who were numbered of them, were 74,600. 5 Those who encamp next to him shall be the tribe of Issachar, and the prince of the children of Issachar shall be Nethanel the son of Zeuar. 6 His division, and those who were numbered of it, were 54,400. 7 The tribe of Zebulun, and the prince of the children of Zebulun shall be Eliab the son of Helon. 8 His division, and those who were numbered of it, were 57,400. 9 All who were numbered of the camp of Judah were 186,400, according to their divisions. They shall set out first. 10 On the south side shall be the standard of The camp of Reuben according to their divisions. The prince of the children of Reuben shall be Elizur the son of Shedeur. 11. His division, and those who were numbered of it, were 46,500. 12. Those who encamp next to him shall be the tribe of Simeon. The prince of the children of Simeon shall be Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai. 13. His division, and those who were numbered of them, were 59,300. 14. The tribe of Gad, and the prince of the children of Gad shall be Eliasaph the son of Ruel. 15. His division, and those who were numbered of them, were 45,650. 16. All who were numbered of the camp of Reuben were 151,450, according to their armies. They shall set out second. 17. Then the tent of meeting shall set out, with the camp of the Levites in the middle of the camps. As they encamp, so shall they set out, every man in his place, by their standards. 18. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim according to their divisions. And the prince of the children of Ephraim shall be Elishama the son of Ammihud. 19. His division, and those who were numbered of them, were 40,500. 20. Next to him shall be the tribe of Manasseh, and the prince of the children of Manasseh shall be Gamaliel the son of Pedahzur. 21. His division, and those who were numbered of them, were 32,200. 22. The tribe of Benjamin, and the prince of the children of Benjamin shall be Abidan the son of Gideoni. 23. His army, and those who were numbered of them, were 35,400. 24. All who were numbered of the camp of Ephraim were 108,100, according to their divisions. They shall set out third. 25. On the north side shall be the standard of the camp of Dan according to their divisions, and the prince of the children of Dan shall be Ahiezer the son of Ammishaddai. 26. His division, and those who were numbered of them, were 62,700. 27. Those who encamp next to him shall be the tribe of Asher, and the prince of the children of Asher shall be Pagiel the son of Ochran. 28. His division, and those who were numbered of them, were 41,500. 29. The tribe of Naphtali, and the prince of the children of Naphtali shall be Ahira the son of Enan. 30. His division, and those who were numbered of them, were 53,400. 31. All who were numbered of the camp of Dan were 157,600. They shall set out last by their standards. 32. These are those who were numbered of the children of Israel by their fathers' houses. All who were numbered of the camps according to their armies were 603,550. 33. But the Levites were not numbered among the children of Israel, as Jehovah commanded Moses. 34. Thus the children of Israel did according to all that Jehovah commanded Moses, so they encamped by their standards, and so they set out, everyone by their families, according to their fathers' houses. Chapter 3. 1. Now this is the history of the generations of Aaron and Moses in the day that Jehovah spoke with Moses in Mount Sinai. 2. These are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab the firstborn, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. 3. These are the names of the sons of Aaron, the priests who were anointed, whom he consecrated to minister in the priest's office. 4. Nadab and Abihu died before Jehovah, when they offered strange fire before Jehovah, in the wilderness of Sinai, and they had no children. Eleazar and Ithamar ministered in the priest's office in the presence of Aaron their father. 5. Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 6. Bring the tribe of Levi near, and set them before Aaron the priest, that they may minister to him. 7. They shall 91 Numbers. Keep his requirements, and the requirements of the whole congregation before the tent of meeting, to do the service of the tabernacle. 8. They shall keep all the furnishings of the tent of meeting, and the obligations of the children of Israel, to do the service of the tabernacle. 9. You shall give the Levites to Aaron and to his sons. They are wholly given to him on the behalf of the children of Israel. 10. You shall appoint Aaron and his sons, and they shall keep their priesthood. The stranger who comes near shall be put to death. 11. Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 12. Behold, I have taken the Levites from among the children of Israel instead of all the firstborn who opened the womb among the children of Israel. And the Levites shall be mine. 13. For all the firstborn are mine. On the day that I struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt I made holy to me all the firstborn in Israel, both man and animal. They shall be mine. I am Jehovah. 14. Jehovah spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, 15. Count the children of Levi by their fathers' houses, by their families. You shall count every male from a month old and upward. 16. Moses numbered them according to Jehovah's word, as he was commanded. 17. These were the sons of Levi by their names: Gershon, and Kohat, and Merari. 18. These are the names of the sons of Gershon by their families: Libni and Shimei. 19. The sons of Kohat by their families: Amram, and Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. 20. The sons of Merari by their families: Mali and Mushi. These are the families of the Levites according to their fathers' houses. 21. Of Gershon was the family of the Libnites, and the family of the Shimeites. These are the families of the Gershonites. 22. Those who were numbered of them, according to the number of all the males, from a month old and upward, even those who were numbered of them were 7,500. 23. The families of the Gershonites shall encamp behind the tabernacle westward. 24. The prince of the fathers' house of the Gershonites shall be Eliasaph the son of Lael. 25. The duty of the sons of Gershon in the tent of meeting shall be the tabernacle, and the tent, its covering, and the screen for the door of the tent of meeting. 26. And the hangings of the court, and the screen for the door of the court, which is by the tabernacle, and around the altar, and its cords, for all of its service. 27. Of Kohat was the family of the Amramites, and the family of the Izharites, and the family of the Hebronites, and the family of the Uzzielites. These are the families of the Kohathites. 28. According to the number of all the males, from a month old and upward, there were 8,600, keeping the requirements of the sanctuary. 29. The families of the sons of Kohat shall encamp on the south side of the tabernacle. 30. The prince of the fathers' house of the families of the Kohathites shall be Elizaphan the son of Uzziel. 31. Their duty shall be the ark, the table, the lamp stand, the altars, the vessels of the sanctuary with which they minister, and the screen, and all its service. 32. Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest shall be prince of the princes of the Levites, with the oversight of those who keep the requirements of The sanctuary. 33 of Merari was the family of the Malites, and the family of the Mushites. These are the families of Merari. 34 Those who were numbered of them, according to the number of all the males, from a month old and upward, were 6,200. 35 The prince of the father's house of the families of Merari was Zuriel the son of Abihail. They shall encamp on the north side of the tabernacle. 36 The appointed duty of the sons of Merari shall be the tabernacle's boards, its bars, its pillars, its sockets, all its instruments, all its service. 37 The pillars of the court around it, their sockets, their pins, and their cords. 38 Those who encamp before the tabernacle eastward, in front of the tent of meeting toward the sunrise, shall be Moses and Aaron and his sons, keeping the requirements of the sanctuary for the duty of the children of Israel. The stranger who comes near shall be put to death. 39 All who were numbered of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron numbered at the commandment of Jehovah, by their families, all the males from a month old and upward, were 22,000. 40 Jehovah said to Moses, Number all the firstborn males of the children of Israel from a month old and upward, and take the number of their names. 41 You shall take the Levites for me, I am Jehovah, instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel, and the livestock of the Levites, instead of all the firstborn among the livestock of the children of Israel. 42 Moses numbered, as Jehovah commanded him, all the firstborn among the children of Israel. 43 All the firstborn males according to the number of names, from a month old and upward, of those who were numbered of them, were 22,273. 44 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 45 Take the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel, and the livestock of the Levites instead of their livestock, and the Levites shall be mine. I am Jehovah. 46 For the redemption of the 273 of the firstborn of the children of Israel, who exceed the number of the Levites. 47 You shall take 5 shekels apiece for each one, after the shekel of the sanctuary you shall take them, the shekel is 20 gerahs. 48 And you shall give the money, with which their remainder is redeemed, to Aaron and to his sons. 49 Moses took the redemption money from those who exceeded the number of those who were redeemed by the Levites, 50 from the firstborn of Numbers 92. The children of Israel he took the money, 1,365 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, 51 And Moses gave the redemption money to Aaron and to his sons, according to Jehovah's word, as Jehovah commanded Moses. Chapter 4. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, 2 Take a census of the sons of Kohat, from among the sons of Levi, by their families, by their fathers' houses, 3 from 30 years old and upward, even until 50 years old, all who enter into the service, to do the work in the tent of meeting. 4 This is the service of the sons of Kohat in the tent of meeting, the most holy things. 5 When the camp moves forward, Aaron shall go in, and his sons, and they shall take down the veil of the screen, and cover the ark of the testimony with it. 6 And shall put a covering of sealskin on it, and shall spread over it a cloth all of blue, and shall put in its poles. 7 On the table of showbread they shall spread a blue cloth, and put on it the dishes, the spoons, the bowls, and the cups with which to pour out and the continual bread shall be on it. 8 They shall spread on them a scarlet cloth, and cover the same with a covering of sealskin, and shall put in its poles. 9 They shall take a blue cloth, and cover the lampstand of the light, and its lamps, and its snuffers, and its snuff dishes, and all its oil vessels, with which they minister to it. 10 They shall put it and all its vessels within a covering of sealskin, and shall put it on the frame. 11 On the golden altar they shall spread a blue cloth, and cover it with a covering of sealskin, and shall put in its poles. 12 They shall take all the vessels of ministry, with which they minister in the sanctuary, and put them in a blue cloth, and cover them with a covering of sealskin, and shall put them on the frame. 13 They shall take away the ashes from the altar, and spread a purple cloth on it. 14 They shall put on it all its vessels, with which they minister about it, the fire pans, the flesh hooks, the shovels, and the basins, all the vessels of the altar, and they shall spread on it a covering of sealskin, and put in its poles. 15 When Aaron and his sons have finished covering the sanctuary, and all the furniture of the sanctuary, as the camp moves forward, after that the sons of Kohat shall come to carry it, but they shall not touch the sanctuary, lest they die. These things are the burden of the sons of Kohat in the tent of meeting. 16 The duty of Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest shall be the oil for the light, the sweet incense, the continual meal offering, and the anointing oil, the requirements of all the tabernacle, and of all that is in it, the sanctuary, and its furnishings. 17 Jehovah spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, 18 Don't cut off the tribe of the families of the Kohathites from among the Levites. 19 But thus do to them, that they may live, and not die. When they approach to the most holy things, Aaron and his sons shall go in, and appoint them, everyone to his service and to his burden. 20 But they shall not go in to see the sanctuary even for a moment, lest they die. 21 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 22 Take a census of the sons of Gershon also, by their fathers' houses, by their families. 23 You shall count them from 30 years old and upward until 50 years old, all who enter in to wait on the service, to do the work in the tent of meeting. 24 This is the service of the families of the Gershonites, in serving and in bearing burdens. 25 They shall carry the curtains of the tabernacle, and the tent of meeting, its covering, and the covering of sealskin that is above on it, and the screen for the door of the tent of meeting. 26 And the hangings of the court, and the screen for the door of the gate of the court, which is by the tabernacle and around the altar, and their cords, and all the instruments of their service, and whatever shall be done with them, they shall serve in these. 27 At the commandment of Aaron and his sons shall be all the service of the sons of the Gershonites, in all their burden, and in all their service, and you shall appoint their duty to them in all their responsibilities. 28 This is the service of the families of the sons of the Gershonites in the tent of meeting, and their duty shall be under the hand of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. 29 As for the sons of Merari, you shall number them by their families, by their fathers' houses. 30 You shall count them from 30 years old and upward even to 50 years old, everyone who enters on the service, to do the work of the tent of meeting. 31 This is the duty of their burden, according to all their service in the tent of meeting, the tabernacle's boards, its bars, its pillars, its sockets, 32, and the pillars of the court around it, and their sockets, and their pins, and their cords, with all their instruments, and with all their service, and by name you shall appoint the instruments of the duty of their burden. 33. This is the service of the families of the sons of Merari, according to all their service, in the tent of meeting, under the hand of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. 34. Moses and Aaron and the princes of the congregation numbered the sons of the Kohathites by their families, and by their fathers' houses. 35. From 30 years old and upward even to 50 years old, everyone who entered into the service for work in the tent of meeting. 36. Those who were numbered of them by their families were 2,750. 37. These are those who were numbered of the families of the Kohathites, all who served in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the commandment of Jehovah by Moses. 38. Those who were numbered of the sons of Gershon, their families, and by their fathers. 93. Numbers. Houses, 39. From 30 years old and upward even to 50 years old, everyone who entered into the service for work in the tent of meeting. 40. Even those who were numbered of them by their families, by their fathers' houses, were 2,630. 41. These are those who were numbered of the families of the sons of Gershon, all who served in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the commandment of Jehovah. 42. Those who were numbered of the families of the sons of Merari, by their families, by their fathers' houses. 43. From 30 years old and upward even to 50 years old, everyone who entered into the service for work in the tent of meeting. 44. Even those who were numbered of them by their families were 3,200. 45. These are those who were numbered of the families of the sons of Merari, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the commandment of Jehovah by Moses. 46. All those who were numbered of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron and the princes of Israel numbered, by their families, and by their fathers' houses. 47. From 30 years old and upward even to 50 years old, everyone who entered in to do the work of service, and the work of bearing burdens in the tent of meeting. 48. Even those who were numbered of them were 8,580. 49. According to the commandment of Jehovah they were numbered by Moses, everyone according to his service, and according to his burden. Thus were they numbered by him, as Jehovah commanded Moses. Chapter 5. 1. Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2. Command the children of Israel that they put out of the camp every leper, and everyone who has an issue, and whoever is unclean by the dead. 3. Both male and female you shall put outside of the camp, that they not defile their camp, in the middle of which I dwell. For the children of Israel did so, and put them outside of the camp, as Jehovah spoke to Moses. So did the children of Israel. 5. Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 6. Speak to the children of Israel, when a man or woman commits any sin that men commit, so as to trespass against Jehovah, and that soul is guilty. 7. Then he shall confess his sin which he has done, and he shall make restitution for his guilt in full, and add to it the fifth part of it, and give it to him in respect of whom he has been guilty. 8. But if the man has no kinsman to whom restitution may be made for the guilt, the restitution for guilt which is made to Jehovah shall be the priest's, besides the ram of the atonement, by which atonement shall be made for him. 9 Every heave offering of all the holy things of the children of Israel, which they present to the priest, shall be his. 10 Every man's holy things shall be his. Whatever any man gives the priest, it shall be his. 11 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 12 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, if any man's wife goes astray, and is unfaithful to him. 13 And a man lies with her carnally, and it is hidden from the eyes of her husband, and is kept close, and she is defiled, and there is no witness against her, and she isn't taken in the act. 14 And the spirit of jealousy comes on him, and he is jealous of his wife, and she is defiled, or if the spirit of jealousy comes on him, and he is jealous of his wife, and she isn't defiled. 15 Then the man shall bring his wife to the priest, and shall bring her offering for her, 1/10 of an ephah of barley meal. He shall pour no oil on it, nor put frankincense on it, for it is a meal offering of jealousy, a meal offering of memorial, bringing iniquity to memory. 16 The priest shall bring her near, and set her before Jehovah. 17 And the priest shall take holy water in an earthen vessel, and some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle the priest shall take, and put it into the water. 18 The priest shall set the woman before Jehovah, and let the hair of the woman's head go loose, and put the meal offering of memorial in her hands, which is the meal offering of jealousy. The priest shall have in his hand the water of bitterness that brings a curse. 19 The priest shall cause her to swear, and shall tell the woman, if no man has lain with you, and if you haven't gone aside to uncleanness, being under your husband, be free from this water of bitterness that brings a curse. 20 But if you have gone astray, being under your husband, and if you are defiled, and some man has lain with you besides your husband. 21 Then the priest shall cause the woman to swear with the oath of cursing, and the priest shall tell the woman, Jehovah make you a curse and an oath among your people, when Jehovah allows your thigh to fall away, and your body to swell. 22 And this water that brings a curse will go into your bowels, and make your body swell, and your thigh fall away. The woman shall say, Amen, Amen. 23 The priest shall write these curses in a book, and he shall blot them out into the water of bitterness. 24 He shall make the woman drink the water of bitterness that causes the curse, and the water that causes the curse shall enter into her and become bitter. 25 The priest shall take the meal offering of jealousy out of the woman's hand, and shall wave the meal offering before Jehovah, and bring it to the altar. 26 The priest shall take a handful of the meal offering, as its memorial, and burn it on the altar, and afterward shall make the woman drink the water. 27 When he has made her drink the water, then it shall happen, if she is defiled, and has committed a trespass against her husband, that the water that causes the curse will enter into her and become bitter, and her body will swell, and her thigh will fall away, and the woman will be a curse among her people. 28 If the woman isn't defiled, but is clean, then she shall be free, and shall conceive offspring. 29 This is the law of jealousy, when a wife, being under her husband, goes astray, and is Numbers 94 defiled. 30 Or when the spirit of jealousy comes on a man, and he is jealous of his wife, then he shall set the woman before Jehovah, and the priest shall execute on her all this law. 31 The man shall be free from iniquity, and that woman shall bear her iniquity. Chapter 6. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, when either man or woman shall make a special vow, the vow of a Nazirite, to separate himself to Jehovah, 3 He shall separate himself from wine and strong drink. He shall drink no vinegar of wine, or vinegar of fermented drink, neither shall he drink any juice of grapes, nor eat fresh grapes or dried. For all the days of his separation he shall eat nothing that is made of the grapevine, from the seeds even to the skins. 5 All the days of his vow of separation no razor shall come on his head, until the days are fulfilled, in which he separates himself to Jehovah. He shall be holy. He shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow long. 6 All the days that he separates himself to Jehovah he shall not go near a dead body. 7 He shall not make himself unclean for his father, or for his mother, for his brother, or for his sister, when they die, because his separation to God is on his head. 8 All the days of his separation he is holy to Jehovah. 9 If any man dies very suddenly beside him, and he defiles the head of his separation, then he shall shave his head in the day of his cleansing. On the 7th day he shall shave it. 10 On the 8th day he shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons to the priest, to the door of the tent of meeting. 11 The priest shall offer one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, and make atonement for him, because he sinned by reason of the dead, and shall make his head holy that same day. 12 He shall separate to Jehovah the days of his separation, and shall bring a male lamb a year old for a trespass offering, but the former days shall be void, because his separation was defiled. 13 This is the law of the Nazirite, when the days of his separation are fulfilled, he shall be brought to the door of the tent of meeting. 14 And he shall offer his offering to Jehovah, 1 male lamb a year old without defect for a burnt offering, and 1 ewe lamb a year old without defect for a sin offering, and 1 ram without defect for peace offerings. 15 And a basket of unleavened bread, cakes of fine flour mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil, and their meal offering, and their drink offerings. 16 The priest shall present them before Jehovah, and shall offer his sin offering, and his burnt offering. 17 He shall offer the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings to Jehovah, with the basket of unleavened bread. The priest shall offer also its meal offering, and its drink offering. 18 The Nazirite shall shave the head of his separation at the door of the tent of meeting, and shall take the hair of the head of his separation, and put it on the fire which is under the sacrifice of peace offerings. 19 The priest shall take the boiled shoulder of the ram, and 1 unleavened cake out of the basket, and 1 unleavened wafer, and shall put them on the hands of the Nazirite, after he has shaved the head of his separation. 20 And the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before Jehovah. This is holy for the priest, together with the breast that is waved and the thigh that is offered. After that the Nazirite may drink wine. 21 This is the law of the Nazirite who vows, and of his offering to Jehovah for his separation, besides that which he is able to get, according to his vow which he vows, so he must do after the law of his separation. 22 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 23 Speak to Aaron and to his sons, saying, This is how you shall bless the children of Israel. You shall tell them. 24 Jehovah bless you, and keep you. 25 Jehovah make his face to shine on you, and be gracious to you. 26 Jehovah lift up his face toward you, and give you peace. 27 So they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I will bless them. Chapter 7. 1 On the day that Moses had finished setting up the tabernacle, and had anointed it and sanctified it, with all its furniture, and the altar with all its vessels, and had anointed and sanctified them. To the princes of Israel, the heads of their fathers' houses, offered. These were the princes of the tribes. These are they who were over those who were numbered, 3 And they brought their offering before Jehovah, 6 covered wagons, and 12 oxen, a wagon for every 2 of the princes, and for each one an ox, and they presented them before the tabernacle. For Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 5 Accept these from them, that they may be used in doing the service of the tent of meeting, and you shall give them to the Levites, to every man according to his service. 6 Moses took the wagons and the oxen, and gave them to the Levites. 7 He gave 2 wagons and 4 oxen to the sons of Gershon, according to their service. 8 And he gave 4 wagons and 8 oxen to the sons of Merari, according to their service, under the direction of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. 9 But to the sons of Kohath he gave none, because the service of the sanctuary belonged to them, they carried it on their shoulders. 10 The princes gave offerings for the dedication of the altar in the day that it was anointed, even the princes gave their offerings before the altar. 11 Jehovah said to Moses, They shall offer their offering, each prince on his day, for the dedication of the altar. 12 He who offered his offering the first day was Nahshon the son of Amminadab, of the tribe of Judah. 13 And his offering was 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 195 Numbers 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 14 1 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 15 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 16 1 male goat for a sin offering. 17 And for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Nahshon the son of Amminadab. 18 On the second day Nethanel the son of Zeuar, prince of Issachar, gave his offering. 19 He offered for his offering 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 21 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 21 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 22 1 male goat for a sin offering. 23 And for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Nethanel the son of Zeuar. 24 On the third day Eliab the son of Helon, prince of the children of Zebulun 25 gave his offering. 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 26 1 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 27 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 28 1 male goat for a sin offering. 29 and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Eliab the son of Helon. 30 on the fourth day Elizur the son of Shedeur, prince of the children of Reuben 31 gave his offering. 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 30 to 1 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 33 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 34 1 male goat for a sin offering. 35 and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elizur the son of Shedeur. 36 on the fifth day Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai, prince of the children of Simeon. 37 gave his offering. 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 38 1 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 39 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 41 male goat for a sin offering. 41 and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai. 42 on the sixth day, Eliasaph the son of Duel, prince of the children of Gad 43 gave his offering. 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 44 1 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 45 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 46 1 male goat for a sin offering. 47 and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Eliasaph the son of Duel. 48 on the seventh day Elishama the son of Ammihud, prince of the children of Ephraim. 49 gave his offering. 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 51 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 51 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 52 1 male goat for a sin offering. 53 and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elishama the son of Ammihud. 54 on the eighth day Gamaliel the son of Pedahzur, prince of the children of Manasseh. 55 gave his offering. 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine. Numbers 96. Flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 56 1 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 57 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 58 1 male goat for a sin offering. 59 and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Gamaliel the son of Pedashur. 60 on the 9th day Abidan the son of Gideoni, prince of the children of Benjamin. 61 gave his offering. 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 60 to 1 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 63 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 64 1 male goat for a sin offering. 65 and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Abidan the son of Gideoni. 66 on the 10th day Aezer the son of Ammishaddai, prince of the children of Dan. 67 gave his offering. 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 68 1 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 69 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 71 male goat for a sin offering. 71 and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Aezer the son of Ammishaddai. 72 on the 11th day Pagiel the son of Ochran, prince of the children of Asher. 73 gave his offering. 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 74 1 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 75 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 76 1 male goat for a sin offering. 77 and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Pagiel the son of Ochran. 78 on the 12th day Ahira the son of Anan, prince of the children of Naphtali. 79 gave his offering. 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering. 81 golden ladle of 10 shekels, full of incense. 81 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old, for a burnt offering. 82 1 male goat for a sin offering. 83 and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 head of cattle, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Ahira the son of Anan. 84 This was the dedication of the altar, on the day when it was anointed, by the princes of Israel. 12 silver platters, 12 silver bowls, 12 golden ladles, 85 each silver platter weighing 130 shekels, and each bowl 70, all. The silver of the vessels 2,400 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, 86 the 12 golden ladles, full of incense, weighing 10 shekels apiece, after the shekel of the sanctuary, all. The gold of the ladles weighed 120 shekels, 87 all the cattle for the burnt offering. 12 bulls, the rams 12, the male lambs a year-old 12, and their meal offering, and the male goats for a sin offering 12, 88 and all the cattle for the sacrifice of peace offerings 20. 4 bulls, the rams 60, the male goats 60, the male lambs a year-old 60. This was the dedication of the altar, after it was anointed. 89 When Moses went into the tent of meeting to speak with Jehovah, he heard his voice speaking to him from above the mercy seat that was on the ark of the testimony, from between the two cherubim. And he spoke to him. Chapter 8. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Speak to Aaron, and tell him, when you light the lamps, the 7 lamps shall give light in front of the lamp stand. 3 Aaron did so. He lit its lamps to light the area in front of the lampstand, as Jehovah commanded Moses. For this was the workmanship of the lamp stand, beaten work of gold. From its base to its flowers, it was beaten work, according to the pattern which Jehovah had shown Moses, so he made the lamp stand. 5 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 6 Take the Levites from among the children of Israel, and cleanse them. 7 You shall do this to them, to cleanse them, sprinkle the water of cleansing on them, let them shave their whole bodies with a razor, and let them wash their clothes, and cleanse themselves. 8 Then let them take a young bull, and its meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil, and another young bull you shall take for a sin offering. 9 You shall present the Levites before the tent of 97 Numbers meeting. You shall assemble the whole congregation of the children of Israel. 10 You shall present the Levites before Jehovah. The children of Israel shall lay their hands on the Levites. 11 And Aaron shall offer the Levites before Jehovah for a wave offering, on the behalf of the children of Israel, that it may be theirs to do the service of Jehovah. 12 The Levites shall lay their hands on the heads of the bulls, and you shall offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering to Jehovah, to make atonement for the Levites. 13 You shall set the Levites before Aaron, and before his sons, and offer them as a wave offering to Jehovah. 14 Thus you shall separate the Levites from among the children of Israel, and the Levites shall be mine. 15 After that, the Levites shall go in to do the service of the tent of meeting, and you shall cleanse them, and offer them as a wave offering. 16 For they are wholly given to me from among the children of Israel, instead of all who open the womb, even the firstborn of all the children of Israel, I have taken them to me. 17 For all the firstborn among the children of Israel are mine, both man and animal. On the day that I struck all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I sanctified them for myself. 18 I have taken the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel. 19 I have given the Levites as a gift to Aaron and to his sons from among the children of Israel, to do the service of the children of Israel in the tent of meeting, and to make atonement for the children of Israel, that there be no plague among the children of Israel, when the children of Israel come near to the sanctuary. 20 Moses and Aaron and all the congregation of the children of Israel did so to the Levites. according to all that Jehovah commanded Moses concerning the Levites, so the children of Israel did to them. 21 The Levites purified themselves from sin, and they washed their clothes, and Aaron offered them for a wave offering before Jehovah, and Aaron made atonement for them to cleanse them. 22 After that, the Levites went in to do their service in the tent of meeting before Aaron, and before his sons, as Jehovah had commanded Moses concerning the Levites, so they did to them. 23 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 24 This is that which belongs to the Levites, from 25 years old and upward they shall go in to wait on the service in the work of the tent of meeting. 25 And from the age of 50 years they shall cease waiting on the work, and shall serve no more. 26 But shall minister with their brothers in the tent of meeting, to perform the duty, and shall do no service. You shall do thus to the Levites concerning their duties. Chapter 9 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the first month of the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, 2 Moreover let the children of Israel keep the Passover in its appointed season. 3 On the 14th day of this month, at evening, you shall keep it in its appointed season according to all its statutes, and according to all its ordinances, you shall keep it. For Moses spoke to the children of Israel, that they should keep the Passover. 5 They kept the Passover in the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at evening, in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that Jehovah commanded Moses. So the children of Israel did. 6 There were certain men, who were unclean because of the dead body of a man, so that they could not keep the Passover on that day, and they came before Moses, and before Aaron on that day. 7 Those men said to him, We are unclean because of the dead body of a man. Why are we kept back, that we may not offer the offering of Jehovah in its appointed season among the children of Israel? 8 Moses answered them, Wait, that I may hear what Jehovah will command concerning you. 9 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 10 Say to the children of Israel, if any man of you or of your generations is unclean by reason of a dead body, or is on a journey far away, he shall still keep the Passover to Jehovah. 11 In the second month, on the 14th day at evening they shall keep it. They shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. 12 They shall leave none of it until the morning, nor break a bone of it. According to all the statute of the Passover they shall keep it. 13 But the man who is clean, and is not on a journey, and fails to keep the Passover, that soul shall be cut off from his people, because he didn't offer the offering of Jehovah in its appointed season, that man shall bear his sin. 14 If a foreigner lives among you, and desires to keep the Passover to Jehovah, according to the statute of the Passover, and according to its ordinance, so shall he do. You shall have one statute, both for the foreigner, and for him who is born in the land. 15 On the day that the tabernacle was raised up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, even the tent of the testimony, and at evening it was over the tabernacle as it were the appearance of fire, until morning. 16 So it was continually. The cloud covered it, and the appearance of fire by night. 17 Whenever the cloud was taken up from over the tent, then after that the children of Israel traveled. And in the place where the cloud remained, there the children of Israel encamped. 18 At the commandment of Jehovah, the children of Israel traveled, and at the commandment of Jehovah they encamped. As long as the cloud remained on the tabernacle they remained encamped. 19 When the cloud stayed on the tabernacle many days, then the children of Israel kept Jehovah's command, and didn't travel. 20 Sometimes the cloud was a few days on the tabernacle, then according to the commandment of Jehovah they remained encamped, and according to the commandment of Jehovah they traveled. 21 Sometimes the cloud was from evening until morning, and when the Numbers 98 cloud was taken up in the morning, they traveled. Or by day and by night, when the cloud was taken up, they traveled. 22 Whether it was 2 days, or a month, or a year that the cloud stayed on the tabernacle, remaining on it, the children of Israel remained encamped, and didn't travel, but when it was taken up, they traveled. 23 At the commandment of Jehovah they encamped, and at the commandment of Jehovah they traveled. They kept Jehovah's command, at the commandment of Jehovah by Moses. Chapter 10 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Make 2 trumpets of silver. You shall make them of beaten work. You shall use them for the calling of the congregation, and for the journeying of the camps. 3 When they blow them, all the congregation shall gather themselves to you at the door of the tent of meeting. 4 If they blow just 1, then the princes, the heads of the thousands of Israel, shall gather themselves to you. 5 When you blow an alarm, the camps that lie on the east side shall go forward. 6 When you blow an alarm the second time, the camps that lie on the south side shall go forward. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. 7 But when the assembly is to be gathered together, you shall blow, but you shall not sound an alarm. 8 The sons of Aaron, the priests, shall blow the trumpets. This shall be to you for a statute forever throughout your generations. 9 When you go to war in your land against the adversary who oppresses you, then you shall sound an alarm with the trumpets. Then you will be remembered before Jehovah your God, and you will be saved from your enemies. 10 Also in the day of your gladness, and in your set feasts, and in the beginnings of your months, you shall blow the trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, and they shall be to you for a memorial before your God. I am Jehovah your God. 11 In the second year, in the second month, on the 20th day of the month, the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle of the testimony. 12 The children of Israel went forward according to their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai, and the cloud stayed in the wilderness of Paran. 13 They first went forward according to the commandment of Jehovah by Moses. 14 First, the standard of the camp of the children of Judah went forward according to their armies. Nahshon the son of Amminadab was over his army. 15 Nethanel the son of Zeuar was over the army of the tribe of the children of Issachar. 16 Eliab the son of Helon was over the army of the tribe of the children of Zebulun. 17 The tabernacle was taken down, and the sons of Gershon and the sons of Merari, who bore the tabernacle, went forward. 18 The standard of the camp of Reuben went forward according to their armies. Elizur the son of Shedeur was over his army. 19 Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai was over the army of the tribe of the children of Simeon. 20 Eliasaph the son of Duel was over the army of the tribe of the children of Gad. 21 The Kohathites set forward, bearing the sanctuary. The others set up the tabernacle before they arrived. 22 The standard of the camp of the children of Ephraim set forward according to their armies. Elishama the son of Ammihud was over his army. 23 Gamaliel the son of Pedahzur was over the army of the tribe of the children of Manasseh. 24 Abidan the son of Gideoni was over the army of the tribe of the children of Benjamin. 25 The standard of the camp of the children of Dan, which was the rear guard of all the camps, set forward according to their armies. Aezer the son of Ammishaddai was over his army. 26 Pagiel the son of Achran was over the army of the tribe of the children of Asher. 27 Ahira the son of Enan was over the army of the tribe of the children of Naphtali. 28 Thus were the travels of the children of Israel according to their armies, and they went forward. 29 Moses said to Hobab, the son of Ruel the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, we are journeying to the place of which Jehovah said, I will give it to you. Come with us, and we will treat you well, for Jehovah has spoken good concerning Israel. 30 He said to him, I will not go, but I will depart to my own land, and to my relatives. 31 He said, don't leave us, please, because you know how we are to encamp in the wilderness, and you can be our eyes. 32 It shall be, if you go with us, yes, it shall be, that whatever good Jehovah does to us, we will do the same to you. 33 They set forward from the mount of Jehovah. 3 days' journey. The ark of Jehovah's covenant went before them 3 days' journey, to seek out a resting place for them. 34 The cloud of Jehovah was over them by day, when they set forward from the camp. 35 When the ark went forward, Moses said, Rise up, Jehovah, and let your enemies be scattered. Let those who hate you flee before you. 36 When it rested, he said, Return, Jehovah, to the 10,000s of the thousands of Israel. Chapter 11. 1 The people were complaining in the ears of Jehovah. When Jehovah heard it, his anger burned. And Jehovah's fire burned among them, and consumed some of the outskirts of the camp. 2 The people cried to Moses, and Moses prayed to Jehovah, and the fire abated. 3 The name of that place was called Taberah, because Jehovah's fire burned among them. 4 The mixed multitude that was among them lusted exceedingly, and the children of Israel also wept again, and said, Who will give us flesh to eat? 5 We remember the fish, which we ate in Egypt for nothing, the cucumbers, and the melons, and the leeks, and the onions, and the garlic. 6 But now we have lost our appetite. There is nothing at all except this manna to look at. 7 The manna was like coriander seed, and its appearance like the 99 numbers appearance of bdellium. 8 The people went around, gathered it, and ground it in mills, or beat it in mortars, and boiled it in pots, and made cakes of it. Its taste was like the taste of fresh oil. 9 When the dew fell on the camp in the night, the manna fell on it. 10 Moses heard the people weeping throughout their families, every man at the door of his tent. And Jehovah's anger burned greatly, and Moses was displeased. 11 Moses said to Jehovah, Why have you treated your servant so badly? Why haven't I found favor in your sight, that you lay the burden of all this people on me? 12 Have I conceived all this people? Have I brought them out, that you should tell me, carry them in your bosom, as a nurse carries a nursing infant, to the land which you swore to their fathers? 13 Where could I get meat to give to all this people? For they weep to me, saying, give us meat, that we may eat. 14 I am not able to bear all this people alone, because it is too heavy for me. 15 If you treat me this way, please kill me right now, if I have found favor in your sight, and don't let me see my wretchedness. 16 Jehovah said to Moses, gather to me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom you know to be the elders of the people, and officers over them, and bring them to the tent of meeting, that they may stand there with you. 17 I will come down and talk with you there. I will take up the spirit which is on you, and will put it on them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with you, that you not bear it yourself alone. 18 Say to the people, sanctify yourselves against tomorrow, and you will eat flesh, for you have wept in the ears of Jehovah, saying, who will give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore Jehovah will give you flesh, and you will eat. 19 You will not eat 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, neither 10 days, nor 20 days, 20 but a whole month, until it comes out at your nostrils, and it is loathsome to you, because that you have rejected Jehovah who is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why did we come out of Egypt? 21 Moses said, the people, among whom I am, are 600,000 men on foot, and you have said, I will give them flesh, that they may eat a whole month. 22 Shall flocks and herds be slaughtered for them, to be sufficient for them? Shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them, to be sufficient for them? 23 Jehovah said to Moses, has Jehovah's hand grown short? Now you will see whether my word will happen to you or not. 24 Moses went out, and told the people Jehovah's words, and he gathered 70 men of the elders of the people, and set them around the tent. 25 Jehovah came down in the cloud, and spoke to him, and took up the spirit that was on him, and put it on the 70 elders. When the spirit rested on them, they prophesied, but they did so no more. 26 But 2 men remained in the camp. The name of one was Eldad, and the name of the other Medad, and the spirit rested on them. And they were of those who were written, but had not gone out to the tent, and they prophesied in the camp. 27 A young man ran, and told Moses, and said, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp. 28 Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of Moses, one of his chosen men, answered, my lord Moses, forbid them. 29 Moses said to him, are you jealous for my sake? I wish that all Jehovah's people were prophets, that Jehovah would put his spirit on them. 30 Moses went into the camp, he and the elders of Israel. 31 A wind from Jehovah went out and brought quails from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, about a day's journey on this side, and a day's journey on the other side, around the camp, and about 2 cubits above the surface of the earth. 32 The people rose up all that day, and all of that night, and all the next day, and gathered the quails. He who gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them all out for themselves around the camp. 33 While the flesh was yet between their teeth, before it was chewed, Jehovah's anger burned against the people, and Jehovah struck the people with a very great plague. 34 The name of that place was called Kibroth Hattaavah, because there they buried the people who lusted. 35 From Kibroth Hattaavah the people traveled to Hazeroth, and they stayed at Hazeroth. Chapter 12 1 Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Cushite woman whom he had married, for he had married a Cushite woman. 2 They said, Has Jehovah indeed spoken only with Moses? Hasn't he spoken also with us? And Jehovah heard it. 3 Now the man Moses was very humble, more than all the men who were on the surface of the earth. 4 Jehovah spoke suddenly to Moses, to Aaron, and to Miriam, You three come out to the tent of meeting. The three of them came out. 5 Jehovah came down in a pillar of cloud, and stood at the door of the tent, and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forward. 6 He said, Now hear my words. If there is a prophet among you, I, Jehovah, will make myself known to him in a vision. I will speak with him in a dream. 7 My servant Moses is not so. He is faithful in all my house. 8 With him, I will speak mouth to mouth, even plainly, and not in riddles, and he shall see Jehovah's form. Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant, against Moses? 9 Jehovah's anger burned against them, and he departed. 10 The cloud departed from over the tent, and behold, Miriam was leprous, as white as snow. Aaron looked at Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. 11 Aaron said to Moses, Oh, my Lord, please don't count this sin against us, in which we have done foolishly, and in which we have sinned. Numbers 112 Let her not, I pray, be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he comes out of his mother's womb. 13 Moses cried to Jehovah, saying, Heal her. God, I beg you. 14 Jehovah said to Moses, If her father had but spit in her face, shouldn't she be ashamed? 7 days? Let her be shut up outside of the camp 7 days, and after that she shall be brought in again. 15 Miriam was shut up outside of the camp 7 days, and the people didn't travel until Miriam was brought in again. 16 Afterward the people traveled from Hazeroth, and encamped in the wilderness of Paran. Chapter 13 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Send men, that they may spy out the land of Canaan, which I give to the children of Israel. Of every tribe of their fathers, you shall send a man, every one a prince among them. 3 Moses sent them from the wilderness of Paran according to the commandment of Jehovah. All of them were men who were heads of the children of Israel. For these were their names. Of the tribe of Reuben, Shammua the son of Zachar. 5 Of the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat the son of Hori. 6 Of the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh. 7 Of the tribe of Issachar, Igal the son of Joseph. 8 Of the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea the son of Nun. 9 Of the tribe of Benjamin, Palti the son of Rapho. 10 Of the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel the son of Sodi. 11 Of the tribe of Joseph, of the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi the son of Susi. 12 Of the tribe of Dan, Amiel the son of Gemali. 13 Of the tribe of Asher, Sthor the son of Michael. 14 Of the tribe of Naphtali, Nabai the son of Vophsi. 15 of the tribe of Gad, Jeuel the son of Maki. 16 These are the names of the men who Moses sent to spy out the land. Moses called Hoshea the son of Nun Joshua. 17 Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said to them, Go up this way by the south, and go up into the hill country. 18 See the land what it is, and the people who dwell therein, whether they are strong or weak, whether they are few or many. 19 And what the land is that they dwell in, whether it is good or bad, and what cities they are that they dwell in, whether in camps, or in strongholds. 20 And what the land is, whether it is fat or lean, whether there is wood therein, or not. Be courageous, and bring some of the fruit of the land. Now the time was the time of the first ripe grapes. 21 So they went up, and spied out the land, from the wilderness of Zin to Rehob, to the entrance of Hamath. 22 They went up by the south, and came to Hebron, and Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmah, the children of Anak, were there. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Zon in Egypt. 23 They came to the valley of Eshcol, and cut down from there a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bore it on a staff between two. They also brought some of the pomegranates and figures. 24 That place was called the valley of Eshcol, because of the cluster which the children of Israel cut down from there. 25 They returned from spying out the land at the end of 40 days. 26 They went and came to Moses, to Aaron, and to all the congregation of the children of Israel, to the wilderness of Paran, to Kadesh, and brought back word to them and to all the congregation. They showed them the fruit of the land. 27 They told him, and said, We came to the land where you sent us. Surely it flows with milk and honey, and this is its fruit. 28 However the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are fortified, and very large. Moreover, we saw the children of Anak there. 29 Amalek dwells in the land of the south. The Hittite, the Jebusite, and the Amorite dwell in the hill country. The Canaanite dwells by the sea, and along the side of the Jordan. 30 Caleb stilled the people before Moses, and said, Let us go up at once, and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it. 31 But the men who went up with him said, We aren't able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we. 32 They brought up an evil report of the land which they had spied out to the children of Israel, saying, The land, through which we have gone to spy it out, is a land that eats up its inhabitants, and all the people who we saw in it are men of great stature. 33 There we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who come from the Nephilim. We were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. Chapter 14 1 All the congregation lifted up their voice, and cried, and the people wept that night. 2 All the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron. The whole congregation said to them, We wish that we had died in the land of Egypt, or that we had died in this wilderness. 3 Why does Jehovah bring us to this land, to fall by the sword? Our wives and our little ones will be captured or killed. Wouldn't it be better for us to return into Egypt? For they said to one another, Let us make a captain, and let us return into Egypt. 5 Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Israel. 6 Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, who were of those who spied out the land, tore their clothes. 7 They spoke to all the congregation of the children of Israel, saying, The land, which we passed through to spy it out, is an exceeding good land. 8 If Jehovah delights in us, then he will bring us into this land, and give it to 101 numbers. Us, a land which flows with milk and honey. 9 Only don't rebel against Jehovah, neither fear the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense is removed from over them, and Jehovah is with us. Don't fear them. 10 But all the congregation threatened to stone them with stones. Jehovah's glory appeared in the tent of meeting to all the children of Israel. 11 Jehovah said to Moses, How long will this people despise me? And how long will they not believe in me? For all the signs which I have worked among them. 12 I will strike them with the pestilence, and disinherit them, and will make of you a nation greater and mightier than they. 13 Moses said to Jehovah, Then the Egyptians will hear it, for you brought up this people in your might from among them. 14 They will tell it to the inhabitants of this land. They have heard that you Jehovah are in the middle of this people. For you Jehovah are seen face to face, and your cloud stands over them, and you go before them in a pillar of cloud by day, and in a pillar of fire by night. 15 Now if you killed this people as one man, then the nations which have heard the fame of you will speak, saying, 16 Because Jehovah was not able to bring this people into the land which he swore to them, therefore he has slain them in the wilderness. 17 Now please let the power of the Lord be great, according as you have spoken, saying, 18 Jehovah is slow to anger, and abundant in loving kindness, forgiving iniquity and disobedience, and will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, on the third and on the fourth generation. 19 Please pardon the iniquity of this people according to the greatness of your loving kindness, and according as you have forgiven this people, from Egypt even until now. 20 Jehovah said, I have pardoned according to your word. 21 But in very deed, as I live, and as all the earth shall be filled with Jehovah's glory. 22 Because all those men who have seen my glory, and my signs, which I worked in Egypt and in the wilderness, yet have tempted me these 10 times, and have not listened to my voice. 23 Surely they shall not see the land which I swore to their fathers, neither shall any of those who despised me see it. 24 But my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit with him, and has followed me fully, him I will bring into the land into which he went. His offspring shall possess it. 25 Since the Amalekite and the Canaanite dwell in the valley, tomorrow turn, and go into the wilderness by the way to the Red Sea. 26 Jehovah spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, 27 How long shall I bear with this evil congregation, that murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel, which they murmur against me. 28 Tell them, as I live, says Jehovah, surely as you have spoken in my ears, so will I do to you. 29 Your dead bodies shall fall in this wilderness, and all who were numbered of you, according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, who have murmured against me, 30 Surely you shall not come into the land, concerning which I swore that I would make you dwell therein, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua the son of Nun. 31 But your little ones, that you said should be captured or killed, them I will bring in, and they shall know the land which you have rejected. 32 But as for you, your dead bodies shall fall in this wilderness. 33 Your children shall be wanderers in the wilderness 40 years, and shall bear your prostitution, until your dead bodies are consumed in the wilderness. 34 After the number of the days in which you spied out the land, even 40 days, for every day a year, you will bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and you will know my alienation. 35 I, Jehovah, have spoken. I will surely do this to all this evil congregation, who are gathered together against me in this wilderness. They shall be consumed, and there they shall die. 36 The men, whom Moses sent to spy out the land, who returned, and made all the congregation to murmur against him, by bringing up an evil report against the land. 37 Even those men who brought up an evil report of the land, died by the plague before Jehovah. 38 But Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, remained alive of those men who went to spy out the land. 39 Moses told these words to all the children of Israel, and the people mourned greatly. 40 They rose up early in the morning, and went up to the top of the mountain, saying, Behold, we are here, and will go up to the place which Jehovah has promised, for we have sinned. 41 Moses said, Why now do you disobey the commandment of Jehovah, since it shall not prosper? 42 Don't go up, for Jehovah isn't among you, that you not be struck down before your enemies. 43 For there the Amalekite and the Canaanite are before you, and you shall fall by the sword, because you turned back from following Jehovah, therefore Jehovah will not be with you. 44 But they presumed to go up to the top of the mountain. Nevertheless, the ark of Jehovah's covenant and Moses didn't depart out of the camp. 45 Then the Amalekites came down, and the Canaanites who lived in that mountain, and struck them and beat them down, even to Hormah. Chapter 15 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, when you have come into the land of your habitations, which I give to you, 3 And will make an offering by fire to Jehovah, a burnt offering, or a sacrifice, to accomplish a vow, or as a freewill offering, or in your set feasts, to make a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, of the herd, or of the flock, for then he who offers his offering shall offer to Jehovah a meal offering of 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour, mixed with the 4th part of a hin of oil. 5 You shall prepare wine for the drink offering, the 4th part of a hin, with the burnt offering, or for the sacrifice, for each lamb. 6 Or for a ram, you shall prepare for a meal. Numbers 102. Offering 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour, mixed with the 3rd part of a hin of oil. 7 And for the drink offering you shall offer the 3rd part of a hin of wine, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah. 8 When you prepare a bull for a burnt offering, or for a sacrifice, to accomplish a vow, or for peace offerings to Jehovah. 9 Then shall he offer with the bull a meal offering of 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with half a hin of oil. 10 And you shall offer for the drink offering half a hin of wine, for an offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah. 11 Thus shall it be done for each bull, or for each ram, or for each of the male lambs, or of the young goats. 12 According to the number that you shall prepare, so you shall do to everyone according to their number. 13 All who are native born shall do these things in this way, in offering an offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah. 14 If a stranger lives as a foreigner with you, or whoever may be among you throughout your generations, and will offer an offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, as you do, so he shall do. 15 For the assembly, there shall be one statute for you and for the stranger who lives as a foreigner, a statute forever throughout your generations. As you are, so shall the foreigner be before Jehovah. 16 One law and one ordinance shall be for you, and for the stranger who lives as a foreigner with you. 17 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 18 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, when you come into the land where I bring you. 19 Then it shall be that when you eat of the bread of the land, you shall offer up a wave offering to Jehovah. 20 Of the first of your dough you shall offer up a cake for a wave offering, as the wave offering of the threshing floor, so you shall heave it. 21 Of the first of your dough, you shall give to Jehovah a wave offering throughout your generations. 22 When you err, and don't observe all these commandments, which Jehovah has spoken to Moses. 23 Even all that Jehovah has commanded you by Moses, from the day that Jehovah gave commandment, and onward throughout your generations. 24 Then it shall be, if it was done unwittingly, without the knowledge of the congregation, that all the congregation shall offer one young bull for a burnt offering, for a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, with its meal offering, and its drink offering, according to the ordinance, and one male goat for a sin offering. 25 The priest shall make atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and they shall be forgiven. For it was an error, and they have brought their offering, an offering made by fire to Jehovah, and their sin offering before Jehovah, for their error. 26 All the congregation of the children of Israel shall be forgiven, as well as the stranger who lives as a foreigner among them, for with regard to all the people, it was done unwittingly. 27 If one person sins unwittingly, then he shall offer a female goat a year old for a sin offering. 28 The priest shall make atonement for the soul who errs, when he sins unwittingly before Jehovah, to make atonement for him, and he shall be forgiven. 29 You shall have one law for him who does anything unwittingly, for him who is native born among the children of Israel, and for the stranger who lives as a foreigner among them. 30 But the soul who does anything with a high hand, whether he is native born or a foreigner, the same blasphemes Jehovah. That soul shall be cut off from among his people. 31 Because he has despised Jehovah's word, and has broken his commandment, that soul shall utterly be cut off. His iniquity shall be on him. 32 While the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. 33 Those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron, and to all the congregation. 34 They put him in custody, because it had not been declared what should be done to him. 35 Jehovah said to Moses, The man shall surely be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside of the camp. 36 All the congregation brought him outside of the camp, and stoned him to death with stones, as Jehovah commanded Moses. 37 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 38 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them that they should make themselves fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put on the fringe of each border a cord of blue. 39 And it shall be to you for a fringe, that you may look on it, and remember all Jehovah's commandments, and do them, and that you not follow after your own heart and your own eyes, after which you used to play the prostitute. 40 That you may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy to your God. 41 I am Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, to be your God. I am Jehovah your God. Chapter 16 1 Now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, with Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took some men. 2 They rose up before Moses, with some of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the congregation, called to the assembly, men of renown. 3 They assembled themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said to them, You take too much on yourself, since all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and Jehovah is among them. Why do you lift yourselves up above Jehovah's assembly? For when Moses heard it, he fell on his face. 5 He said to Korah and to all his company, In the morning, Jehovah will show who are his, and who is holy, and will cause him to come near to him. Even him whom he shall choose, he will cause to come near to him. 6 Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company. 7 And put fire in them, and put incense on them before Jehovah tomorrow. At 103 Numbers shall be that the man whom Jehovah chooses, he shall be holy. You have gone too far, you sons of Levi. 8 Moses said to Korah, Hear now, you sons of Levi. 9 Is it a small thing to you, that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel, to bring you near to himself, to do the service of Jehovah's tabernacle, and to stand before the congregation to minister to them? 10 And that he has brought you near, and all your brothers the sons of Levi with you? Do you seek the priesthood also? 11 Therefore you and all your company have gathered together against Jehovah. What is Aaron that you murmur against him? 12 Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and they said, We won't come up. 13 Is it a small thing that you have brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness, but you must also make yourself a prince over us? 14 Moreover you haven't brought us into a land flowing with milk and honey, nor given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men? We won't come up. 15 Moses was very angry, and said to Jehovah, Don't respect their offering. I have not taken one donkey from them, neither have I hurt one of them. 16 Moses said to Korah, You and all your company go before Jehovah, you, and they, and Aaron, tomorrow. 17 Each man take his censer, and put incense on them, and each man bring before Jehovah his censer, 250 censers, you also, and Aaron, each his censer. 18 They each took his censer, and put fire in them, and laid incense on it, and stood at the door of the tent of meeting with Moses and Aaron. 19 Korah assembled all the congregation opposite them to the door of the tent of meeting. Jehovah's glory appeared to all the congregation. 20 Jehovah spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, 21 Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. 22 They fell on their faces, and said, God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin? And will you be angry with all the congregation? 23 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 24 Speak to the congregation, saying, Get away from around the tent of Korah, Dathan and Abiram. 25 Moses rose up and went to Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. 26 He spoke to the congregation, saying, Depart, please, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest you be consumed in all their sins. 27 So they went away from the tent of Korah, Dathan and Abiram, on every side. Dathan and Abiram came out, and stood at the door of their tents, with their wives, their sons, and their little ones. 28 Moses said, Hereby you shall know that Jehovah has sent me to do all these works, for they are not from my own mind. 29 If these men die the common death of all men, or if they experience what all men experience, then Jehovah hasn't sent me. 30 But if Jehovah makes a new thing, and the ground opens its mouth, and swallows them up, with all that belong to them, and they go down alive into Sheol, then you shall understand that these men have despised Jehovah. 31 As he finished speaking all these words, the ground that was under them split apart. 32 The earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up, with their households, all of Korah's men, and all their goods. 33 So they, and all that belonged to them went down alive into Sheol. The earth closed on them, and they perished from among the assembly. 34 All Israel that were around them fled at their cry, for they said, Lest the earth swallow us up. 35 Fire came out from Jehovah, and devoured the 250 men who offered the incense. 36 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 37 Speak to Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter the fire away from the camp, for they are holy. 38 Even the censers of these sinners against their own lives, let them be made beaten plates for a covering of the altar, for they offered them before Jehovah. Therefore they are holy. They shall be assigned to the children of Israel. 39 Eleazar the priest took the bronze censers, which those who were burnt had offered, and they beat them out for a covering of the altar, 40 To be a memorial to the children of Israel, to the end that no stranger, who isn't of the offspring of Aaron, would come near to burn incense before Jehovah, that he not be as Korah, and as his company, as Jehovah spoke to him by Moses. 41 But on the next day all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, You have killed Jehovah's people. 42 When the congregation was assembled against Moses and against Aaron, they looked toward the tent of meeting. Behold, the cloud covered it, and Jehovah's glory appeared. 43 Moses and Aaron came to the front of the tent of meeting. 44 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 45 Get away from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. They fell on their faces. 46 Moses said to Aaron, Take your censer, and put fire from off the altar in it, and lay incense on it, and carry it quickly to the congregation, and make atonement for them, for wrath has gone out from Jehovah. The plague has begun. 47 Aaron did as Moses said, and ran into the middle of the assembly. Behold, the plague had begun among the people. He put on the incense and made atonement for the people. 48 He stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. 49 Now those who died by the plague were 14,700, besides those who died about the matter of Korah. 50 Aaron returned to Moses to the door of the tent. Numbers 104. Of meeting, and the plague was stopped. Chapter 17. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Speak to the children of Israel, and take rods from them, 1 for each father's house, of all their princes, according to their father's houses, 12 rods. Write each man's name on his rod. 3 You shall write Aaron's name on the rod of Levi, for there shall be 1 rod for each head of their father's houses. 4 You shall lay them up in the tent of meeting before the testimony, where I meet with you. 5 It shall happen, that the rod of the man whom I shall choose shall bud. I will make the murmurings of the children of Israel, which they murmur against you, cease from me. 6 Moses spoke to the children of Israel, and all their princes gave him rods, for each prince 1, according to their father's houses, even 12 rods. Aaron's rod was among their rods. 7 Moses laid up the rods before Jehovah in the tent of the testimony. 8 On the next day, Moses went into the tent of the testimony, and behold, Aaron's rod for the house of Levi had sprouted, budded, produced blossoms, and bore ripe almonds. 9 Moses brought out all the rods from before Jehovah to all the children of Israel. They looked, and each man took his rod. 10 Jehovah said to Moses, Put back the rod of Aaron before the testimony, to be kept for a token against the children of rebellion, that you may make an end of their murmurings against me, that they not die. 11 Moses did so, as Jehovah commanded him, so he did. 12 The children of Israel spoke to Moses, saying, Behold, we perish. We are undone. We are all undone. 13 Everyone who keeps approaching Jehovah's tabernacle, dies. Will we all perish? Chapter 18. 1 Jehovah said to Aaron, You and your sons, and your father's house with you shall bear the iniquity of the sanctuary, and you and your sons with you shall bear the iniquity of your priesthood. 2 Bring your brothers also, the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, near with you, that they may be joined to you, and minister to you, but you and your sons with you shall be before the tent of the testimony. 3 They shall keep your commands, and the duty of the whole tent, only they shall not come near to the vessels of the sanctuary, and to the altar, that they not die, neither they, nor you. 4 They shall be joined to you, and keep the responsibility of the tent of meeting, for all the service of the tent. A stranger shall not come near to you. 5 You shall perform the duty of the sanctuary, and the duty of the altar, that there be no more wrath on the children of Israel. 6 Behold, I myself have taken your brothers the Levites from among the children of Israel. They are a gift to you, dedicated to Jehovah, to do the service of the tent of meeting. 7 You and your sons with you shall keep your priesthood for everything of the altar, and for that within the veil you shall serve. I give you the service of the priesthood as a gift. The stranger who comes near shall be put to death. 8 Jehovah spoke to Aaron, Behold, I myself have given you the command of my wave offerings, even all the holy things of the children of Israel. I have given them to you by reason of the anointing, and to your sons, as a portion forever. 9 This shall be yours of the most holy things from the fire, every offering of theirs, even every meal offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every trespass offering of theirs, which they shall render to me, shall be most holy for you and for your sons. 10 You shall eat of it like the most holy things. Every male shall eat of it. It shall be holy to you. 11 This is yours, too, the wave offering of their gift, even all the wave offerings of the children of Israel. I have given them to you, and to your sons, and to your daughters with you, as a portion forever. Everyone who is clean in your house shall eat of it. 12 I have given to you all the best of the oil, and all the best of the vintage, and of the grain, the first fruits of them which they give to Jehovah. 13 The first ripe fruits of all that is in their land, which they bring to Jehovah, shall be yours. Everyone who is clean in your house shall eat of it. 14 Everything devoted in Israel shall be yours. 15 Everything that opens the womb, of all flesh, which they offer to Jehovah, both of man and animal shall be yours. Nevertheless, you shall surely redeem the firstborn of man, and you shall redeem the firstborn of unclean animals. 16 You shall redeem those who are to be redeemed of them, from a month old, according to your estimation, for 5 shekels of money, after the shekel of the sanctuary, which weighs 20 gerahs. 17 But you shall not redeem the firstborn of a cow, or the firstborn of a sheep, or the firstborn of a goat. They are holy. You shall sprinkle their blood on the altar, and shall burn their fat for an offering made by fire, for a pleasant aroma to Jehovah. 18 Their flesh shall be yours, as the wave offering breast, and as the right thigh, it shall be yours. 19 All the wave offerings of the holy things, which the children of Israel offer to Jehovah, have I given you, and your sons and your daughters with you, as a portion forever. It is a covenant of salt forever before Jehovah to you and to your offspring with you. 20 Jehovah said to Aaron, You shall have no inheritance in their land, neither shall you have any portion among them. I am your portion and your inheritance among the children of Israel. 21 To the children of Levi, behold, I have given all the tithe in Israel for an inheritance, in return for their service which they serve, even the service of the tent of meeting. 22 Henceforth the children of Israel shall not come near the tent of meeting, lest they bear sin, and die. 23 But the Levites shall do the service of the tent of meeting, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. Among the children 105 numbers of Israel, they shall have no inheritance. 24 For the tithe of the children of Israel, which they offer as a wave offering to Jehovah, I have given to the Levites for an inheritance. Therefore I have said to them, among the children of Israel they shall have no inheritance. 25 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 26 Moreover you shall speak to the Levites, and tell them, when you take of the children of Israel the tithe which I have given you from them for your inheritance, then you shall offer up a wave offering of it for Jehovah, a tithe of the tithe. 27 Your wave offering shall be credited to you, as though it were the grain of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the wine press. 28 Thus you also shall offer a wave offering to Jehovah of all your tithes, which you receive of the children of Israel, and of it you shall give Jehovah's wave offering to Aaron the priest. 29 Out of all your gifts, you shall offer every wave offering of Jehovah, of all its best, even the holy part of it out of it. 30 Therefore you shall tell them, when you heave its best from it, then it shall be credited to the Levites as the increase of the threshing floor, and as the increase of the winepress. 31 You may eat it anywhere, you and your households, for it is your reward in return for your service in the tent of meeting. 32 You shall bear no sin by reason of it, when you have heaved from it its best. You shall not profane the holy things of the children of Israel, that you not die. Chapter 19. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, 2 This is the statute of the law which Jehovah has commanded. Tell the children of Israel to bring you a red heifer without spot, in which is no defect, and which was never yoked. 3 You shall give her to Eleazar the priest, and he shall bring her outside of the camp, and one shall kill her before his face. 4 Eleazar the priest shall take some of her blood with his finger, and sprinkle her blood toward the front of the tent of meeting 7 times. 5 One shall burn the heifer in his sight, her skin, and her flesh, and her blood. With her dung shall he burn. 6 The priest shall take cedar wood, hyssop, and scarlet, and cast it into the middle of the burning of the heifer. 7 Then the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until the evening. 8 He who burns her shall wash his clothes in water, and bathe his flesh in water, and shall be unclean until the evening. 9 A man who is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and lay them up outside of the camp, in a clean place, and it shall be kept for the congregation of the children of Israel for a water for impurity. It is a sin offering. 10 He who gathers the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. It shall be to the children of Israel, and to the stranger who lives as a foreigner among them, for a statute forever. 11 He who touches the dead body of any man shall be unclean 7 days. 12 He shall purify himself with water on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he shall be clean, but if he doesn't purify himself the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean. 13 Whoever touches a dead person, the body of a man who has died, and doesn't purify himself, defiled Jehovah's tabernacle, and that soul shall be cut off from Israel, because the water for impurity was not sprinkled on him, he shall be unclean. His uncleanness is yet on him. 14 This is the law when a man dies in a tent. Everyone who comes into the tent, and everyone who is in the tent, shall be unclean 7 days. 15 Every open vessel, which has no covering bound on it, is unclean. 16 Whoever in the open field touches one who is slain with a sword, or a dead body, or a bone of a man, or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. 17 For the unclean, they shall take of the ashes of the burning of the sin offering, and running water shall be poured into a vessel. 18 A clean person shall take hyssop, dip it in the water, and sprinkle it on the tent, on all the vessels, on the persons who were there, and on him who touched the bone, or the slain, or the dead, or the grave. 19 The clean person shall sprinkle on the unclean on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day. On the 7th day, he shall purify him. He shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and shall be clean at evening. 20 But the man who shall be unclean, and shall not purify himself, that soul shall be cut off from the middle of the assembly, because he has defiled the sanctuary of Jehovah. The water for impurity has not been sprinkled on him. He is unclean. 21 It shall be a perpetual statute to them. He who sprinkles the water for impurity shall wash his clothes, and he who touches the water for impurity shall be unclean until evening. 22 Whatever the unclean person touches shall be unclean, and the soul that touches it shall be unclean until evening. Chapter 20. 1 The children of Israel, even the whole congregation, came into the wilderness of Zin in the first month. The people stayed in Kadesh. Miriam died there, and was buried there. 2 There was no water for the congregation, and they assembled themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. 3 The people quarreled with Moses and spoke, saying, We wish that we had died when our brothers died before Jehovah. For why have you brought Jehovah's assembly into this wilderness, that we should die there, we and our animals? 5 Why have you made us to come up out of Egypt, to bring us into this evil place? It is no place of seed, or of figs, or of vines, or of pomegranates, neither is there any water to drink. 6 Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly to the door of the tent of meeting, and fell on their faces. Jehovah's glory appeared to Numbers 106 them. 7 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 8 Take the rod, and assemble the congregation, you, and Aaron your brother, and speak to the rock before their eyes, and it will pour out its water. You shall bring water to them out of the rock, so you shall give the congregation and their livestock drink. 9 Moses took the rod from before Jehovah, as he commanded him. 10 Moses and Aaron gathered the assembly together before the rock. And he said to them, Hear now, you rebels. Shall we bring water out of this rock for you? 11 Moses lifted up his hand, and struck the rock with his rod twice, and water came out abundantly. The congregation and their livestock drank. 12 Jehovah said to Moses and Aaron, Because you didn't believe in me, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this assembly into the land which I have given them. 13 These are the waters of Meribah, because the children of Israel strove with Jehovah, and he was sanctified in them. 14 Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom, saying, Thus says your brother Israel, you know all the travail that has happened to us. 15 How our fathers went down into Egypt, and we lived in Egypt a long time. The Egyptians mistreated us and our fathers. 16 When we cried to Jehovah, he heard our voice, sent an angel, and brought us out of Egypt. Behold, we are in Kadesh, a city on the edge of your border. 17 Please let us pass through your land. We will not pass through field or through vineyard. Neither will we drink from the water of the wells. We will go along the king's highway. We will not turn aside to the right hand nor to the left, until we have passed your border. 18 Edom said to him, You shall not pass through me, lest I come out with the sword against you. 19 The children of Israel said to him, We will go up by the highway, and if we drink your water, I and my livestock, then I will give its price. Only let me, without doing anything else, pass through on my feet. 20 He said, You shall not pass through. Edom came out against him with many people, and with a strong hand. 21 Thus Edom refused to give Israel passage through his border, so Israel turned away from him. 22 They traveled from Kadesh, and the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, came to Mount Hor. 23 Jehovah spoke to Moses and Aaron on Mount Hor, by the border of the land of Edom, saying, 24 Aaron shall be gathered to his people, for he shall not enter into the land which I have given to the children of Israel, because you rebelled against my word at the waters of Meribah. 25 Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up to Mount Hor. 26 And strip Aaron of his garments, and put them on Eleazar his son. Aaron shall be taken, and shall die there. 27 Moses did as Jehovah commanded. They went up into Mount Hor in the sight of all the congregation. 28 Moses stripped Aaron of his garments, and put them on Eleazar his son. Aaron died there on the top of the mountain, and Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain. 29 When all the congregation saw that Aaron was dead, they wept for Aaron 30 days, even all the house of Israel. Chapter 21 1 The Canaanite, the king of Arad, who lived in the south, heard that Israel came by the way of Atharim. He fought against Israel, and took some of them captive. 2 Israel vowed a vow to Jehovah, and said, If you will indeed deliver this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. 3 Jehovah listened to the voice of Israel, and delivered up the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities. The name of the place was called Hormah. 4 They traveled from Mount Hor by the way to the Red Sea, to go around the land of Edom. The soul of the people was very discouraged because of the journey. 5 The people spoke against God, and against Moses, Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, and there is no water, and our soul loathes this light bread. 6 Jehovah sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people. Many people of Israel died. 7 The people came to Moses, and said, We have sinned, because we have spoken against Jehovah and against you. Pray to Jehovah, that he take away the serpents from us. Moses prayed for the people. 8 Jehovah said to Moses, Make a fiery serpent, and set it on a pole. It shall happen, that everyone who is bitten, when he sees it, shall live. 9 Moses made a serpent of brass, and set it on the pole. If a serpent had bitten any man, when he looked at the serpent of brass, he lived. 10 The children of Israel traveled, and encamped in Abath. 11 They traveled from Abath, and encamped at Abarim, in the wilderness which is before Moab, toward the sunrise. 12 From there they traveled, and encamped in the valley of Zered. 13 From there they traveled, and encamped on the other side of the Arnon, which is in the wilderness that comes out of the border of the Amorites, for the Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. 14 Therefore it is said in the book of the wars of Jehovah, Vahab in Subha, the valleys of the Arnon. 15 The slope of the valleys that incline toward the dwelling of Ar, leans on the border of Moab. 16 From there they traveled to Beer, that is the well of which Jehovah said to Moses, Gather the people together, and I will give them water. 17 Then Israel sang this song. Spring up, well. Sing to it. 18 The well which the princes dug which the nobles of the people dug, with the scepter, and with their poles. From the wilderness they traveled to Matana. 107 numbers. 19 And from Matana to Nahalil, and from Nahalil to Bamoth, 20 And from Bamoth to the valley that is in the field of Moab, to the top of Pisgah, which looks down on the desert. 21 Israel sent messengers to Sihon king of the Amorites, saying, 22 Let me pass through your land. We will not turn aside into field, or into vineyard. We will not drink of the water of the wells. We will go by the king's highway, until we have passed your border. 23 Sihon would not allow Israel to pass through his border, but Sihon gathered all his people together, and went out against Israel into the wilderness, and came to Hahaz. He fought against Israel. 24 Israel struck him with the edge of the sword, and possessed his land from the Arnon to the Jabbok, even to the children of Ammon, for the border of the children of Ammon was strong. 25 Israel took all these cities. Israel lived in all the cities of the Amorites, in Heshbon, and in all its towns. 26 For Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand, even to the Arnon. 27 Therefore, those who speak in Proverbs say, Come to Heshbon. Let the city of Sihon be built and established. 28 For a fire has gone out of Heshbon, a flame from the city of Sihon. It has devoured Ar of Moab, the lords of the high places of the Arnon. 29 Woe to you, Moab! You are undone, people of Chemosh. He has given his sons as fugitives, and his daughters into captivity, to Sihon king of the Amorites. 30 We have shot at them. Heshbon has perished even to Dibon. We have laid waste even to Napha, which reaches to Medba. 31 Thus Israel lived in the land of the Amorites. 32 Moses sent to spy out Jazer. They took its towns, and drove out the Amorites who were there. 33 They turned and went up by the way of Bashan. Og the king of Bashan went out against them, he and all his people, to battle at Edrei. 34 Jehovah said to Moses, Don't fear him, for I have delivered him into your hand, with all his people, and his land. You shall do to him as you did to Sihon king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon. 35 So they struck him, with his sons and all his people, until there were no survivors, and they possessed his land. Chapter 22 1 The children of Israel traveled, and encamped in the plains of Moab beyond the Jordan at Jericho. 2 Balak the son of Sepot saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. 3 Moab was very afraid of the people, because they were many. Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. 4 Moab said to the elders of Midian, Now this multitude will lick up all that is around us, as the ox licks up the grass of the field. Balak the son of Sepot was king of Moab at that time. 5 He sent messengers to Balaam the son of Beer, to Pethor, which is by the river, to the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, Behold, there is a people who came out of Egypt. Behold, they cover the surface of the earth, and they are staying opposite me. 6 Please come now. Therefore curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Perhaps I shall prevail, that we may strike them, and that I may drive them out of the land, for I know that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed. 7 The elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of divination in their hand. They came to Balaam, and spoke to him the words of Balak. 8 He said to them, Lodge here this night, and I will bring you word again, as Jehovah shall speak to me. The princes of Moab stayed with Balaam. 9 God came to Balaam, and said, Who are these men with you? 10 Balaam said to God, Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab, has said to me. 11 Behold, the people that has come out of Egypt covers the surface of the earth. Now, come curse me them. Perhaps I shall be able to fight against them, and shall drive them out. 12 God said to Balaam, You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed. 13 Balaam rose up in the morning, and said to the princes of Balak, Go to your land, for Jehovah refuses to permit me to go with you. 14 The princes of Moab rose up, and they went to Balak, and said, Balaam refuses to come with us. 15 Balak again sent princes, more and more honorable than they. 16 They came to Balaam, and said to him, Thus says Balak the son of Zippor, Please let nothing hinder you from coming to me. 17 For I will promote you to very great honor, and whatever you say to me I will do. Please come, therefore, and curse this people for me. 18 Balaam answered the servants of Balak, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I can't go beyond the word of Jehovah my God, to do less or more. 19 Now therefore, please wait also here this night, that I may know what Jehovah will speak to me more. 20 God came to Balaam at night, and said to him, If the men have come to call you, rise up, go with them, but only the word which I speak to you, that you shall do. 21 Balaam rose up in the morning, and saddled his donkey, and went with the princes of Moab. 22 God's anger burned because he went, and Jehovah's angel placed himself in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was riding on his donkey, and his 2 servants were with him. 23 The donkey saw Jehovah's angel standing in the way, with his sword drawn in his hand, and the donkey turned aside out of the way, and went into the field. Balaam struck the donkey, to turn her. Numbers 108. Into the way. 24 Then Jehovah's angel stood in a narrow path between the vineyards, a wall being on this side, and a wall on that side. 25 The donkey saw Jehovah's angel, and she thrust herself to the wall, and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall. He struck her again. 26 Jehovah's angel went further, and stood in a narrow place, where there was no way to turn, either to the right hand or to the left. 27 The donkey saw Jehovah's angel, and she lay down under Balaam. Balaam's anger burned, and he struck the donkey with his staff. 28 Jehovah opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, What have I done to you, that you have struck me these 3 times? 29 Balaam said to the donkey, Because you have mocked me, I wish there were a sword in my hand, for now I would have killed you. 30 The donkey said to Balaam, Am I not your donkey, on which you have ridden all your life long until today? Was I ever in the habit of doing so to you? He said, No. 31 Then Jehovah opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw Jehovah's angel standing in the way, with his sword drawn in his hand, and he bowed his head, and fell on his face. 32 Jehovah's angel said to him, Why have you struck your donkey these 3 times? Behold, I have come out as an adversary, because your way is perverse before me. 33 The donkey saw me, and turned aside before me these 3 times. Unless she had turned aside from me, surely now I would have killed you, and saved her alive. 34 Balaam said to Jehovah's angel, I have sinned, for I didn't know that you stood in the way against me. Now therefore, if it displeases you, I will go back again. 35 Jehovah's angel said to Balaam, Go with the men, but only the word that I shall speak to you, that you shall speak. So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. 36 When Balak heard that Balaam had come, he went out to meet him to the city of Moab, which is on the border of the Arnon, which is in the utmost part of the border. 37 Balak said to Balaam, Didn't I earnestly send to you to call you? Why didn't you come to me? Am I not able, indeed, to promote you to honor? 38 Balaam said to Balak, Behold, I have come to you. Have I now any power at all to speak anything? The word that God puts in my mouth, that shall I speak. 39 Balaam went with Balak, and they came to Kiriath-Huzoth. 40 Balak sacrificed cattle and sheep, and sent to Balaam, and to the princes who were with him. 41 In the morning, Balak took Balaam, and brought him up into the high places of Baal, and he saw from there part of the people. Chapter 23 1 Balaam said to Balak, Build here 7 altars for me, and prepare here 7 bulls and 7 rams for me. 2 Balak did as Balaam had spoken, and Balak and Balaam offered on every altar a bull and a ram. 3 Balaam said to Balak, Stand by your burnt offering, and I will go. Perhaps Jehovah will come to meet me. Whatever he shows me I will tell you. He went to a bare height. 4 God met Balaam. And he said to him, I have prepared the 7 altars, and I have offered up a bull and a ram on every altar. 5 Jehovah put a word in Balaam's mouth, and said, Return to Balak, and thus you shall speak. 6 He returned to him, and behold, he was standing by his burnt offering, he, and all the princes of Moab. 7 He took up his parable, and said, From Aram has Balak brought me, the king of Moab, from the mountains of the east. Come, curse Jacob for me. Come, defy Israel. 8 How shall I curse whom God has not cursed? How shall I defy whom Jehovah has not defied? 9 For from the top of the rocks I see him. From the hills I see him. Behold, it is a people that dwells alone, and shall not be listed among the nations. 10 Who can count the dust of Jacob, or number the 4th part of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous. Let my last end be like his. 11 Balak said to Balaam, What have you done to me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them altogether. 12 He answered and said, Must I not take heed to speak that which Jehovah puts in my mouth? 13 Balak said to him, Please come with me to another place, where you may see them. You shall see just part of them, and shall not see them all. Curse them from there for me. 14 He took him into the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered up a bull and a ram on every altar. 15 He said to Balak, Stand here by your burnt offering, while I meet over there. 16 Jehovah met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, Return to Balak, and say this. 17 He came to him, and behold, he was standing by his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. Balak said to him, What has Jehovah spoken? 18 He took up his parable, and said, Rise up, Balak, and hear. Listen to me, you son of Sepot. 19 God is not a man, that he should lie, nor the Son of Man, that he should repent. Has he said, and will he not do it? Or has he spoken, and will he not make it good? 20 Behold, I have received a command to bless. He has blessed, and I can't reverse it. 21 He has not seen iniquity in Jacob, neither has he seen perverseness in Israel. Jehovah his God is with him. The shout of a king is among them. 22 God brings them out of Egypt. He has as it were the strength of the wild ox. 109 Numbers. 23 Surely there is no enchantment with Jacob, neither is there any divination with Israel. Now it shall be said of Jacob and of Israel, What has God done? 24 Behold, the people rises up as a lioness. As a lion he lifts himself up. He shall not lie down until he eats of the prey, and drinks the blood of the slain. 25 Balak said to Balaam, Neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. 26 But Balaam answered Balak, Didn't I tell you, saying, All that Jehovah speaks, that I must do? 27 Balak said to Balaam, Come now, I will take you to another place, perhaps it will please God that you may curse them for me from there. 28 Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, that looks down on the desert. 29 Balaam said to Balak, Build 7 altars for me here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me here. 30 Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered up a bull and a ram on every altar. Chapter 24. 1 When Balaam saw that it pleased Jehovah to bless Israel, he didn't go, as at the other times, to meet with enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. 2 Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Israel dwelling according to their tribes, and the Spirit of God came on him. 3 He took up his parable, and said, Balaam the son of Beor says, The man whose eyes are open says. 4 He says, Who hears the words of God? Who sees the vision of the Almighty? Falling down, and having his eyes open. 5 How goodly are your tents, Jacob! And your tents, Israel! 6 As valleys they are spread out, as gardens by the riverside, as aloes which Jehovah has planted, as cedar trees beside the waters. 7 Water shall flow from his buckets. His seed shall be in many waters. His king shall be higher than Agag. His kingdom shall be exalted. 8 God brings him out of Egypt. He has as it were the strength of the wild ox. He shall eat up the nations his adversaries, shall break their bones in pieces, and pierce them with his arrows. 9 He crouched, he lay down as a lion. As a lioness, who shall rouse him up? Everyone who blesses you is blessed. Everyone who curses you is cursed. 10 Balak's anger burned against Balaam, and he struck his hands together. Balak said to Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have altogether blessed them these 3 times. 11 Therefore now flee you to your place. I thought to promote you to great honor. But, behold, Jehovah has kept you back from honor. 12 Balaam said to Balak, Didn't I also tell your messengers who you sent to me, saying, 13 If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I can't go beyond Jehovah's word, to do either good or bad of my own mind. I will say what Jehovah says. 14 Now, behold, I go to my people. Come, I will inform you what this people shall do to your people in the latter days. 15 He took up his parable, and said, Balaam the son of Beor says, the man whose eyes are open says. 16 He says, who hears the words of God, knows the knowledge of the Most High, and who sees the vision of the Almighty, falling down, and having his eyes open. 17 I see him, but not now. I see him, but not near. A star will come out of Jacob. A scepter will rise out of Israel, and shall strike through the corners of Moab, and break down all the sons of Sheth. 18 Edom shall be a possession. Seir, his enemies, also shall be a possession, while Israel does valiantly. 19 Out of Jacob shall one have dominion, and shall destroy the remnant from the city. 20 He looked at Amalek, and took up his parable, and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall come to destruction. 21 He looked at the Kenite, and took up his parable, and said, Your dwelling place is strong. Your nest is set in the rock. 22 Nevertheless Cain shall be wasted, until Ashur carries you away captive. 23 He took up his parable, and said, Alas, who shall live when God does this? 24 But ships shall come from the coast of Kittim. They shall afflict Ashur, and shall afflict Eber. He also shall come to destruction. 25 Balaam rose up, and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his way. Chapter 25. 1 Israel stayed in Shittim, and the people began to play the prostitute with the daughters of Moab. 2 For they called the people to the sacrifices of their gods. The people ate and bowed down to their gods. 3 Israel joined himself to Baal Peor. Jehovah's anger burned against Israel. 4 Jehovah said to Moses, Take all the chiefs of the people, and hang them up to Jehovah before the sun, that the fierce anger of Jehovah may turn away from Israel. 5 Moses said to the judges of Israel, Everyone kill his men who have joined themselves to Baal Peor. 6 Behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought to his brothers a Midianite woman in the sight of Moses, and in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, while they were weeping at the door of the tent of meeting. 7 When Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up from the middle of the congregation, and took a spear in his hand. 8 He went after the man of Israel into the pavilion. Numbers 110. And thrust both of them through, the man of Israel, and the woman through her body. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel. 9 Those who died by the plague were 24,000. 10 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 11 Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, in that he was jealous with my jealousy among them, so that I didn't consume the children of Israel in my jealousy. 12 Therefore say, Behold, I give to him my covenant of peace. 13 It shall be to him, and to his offspring after him, the covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was jealous for his God, and made atonement for the children of Israel. 14 Now the name of the man of Israel that was slain, who was slain with the Midianite woman, was Zimri, the son of Salu, a prince of Aphather's house among the Simeonites. 15 The name of the Midianite woman who was slain was Kashbi, the daughter of Zur. He was head of the people of Aphather's house in Midian. 16 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 17 Harass the Midianites, and strike them. 18 For they harassed you with their wiles, with which they have deceived you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Kashbi, the daughter of the prince of Midian, their sister, who was slain on the day of the plague in the matter of Peor. Chapter 26. 1 After the plague, Jehovah spoke to Moses and to Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, saying, 2. Take a census of all the congregation of the children of Israel, from 20 years old and upward, by their fathers' houses, all who are able to go out to war in Israel. 3 Moses and Eleazar the priest spoke with them in the plains of Moab, by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, 4 Take a census, from 20 years old and upward, as Jehovah commanded Moses and the children of Israel. These are those that came out of the land of Egypt. 5 Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, the sons of Reuben, of Hanok, the family of the Hanochites. Of Palu, the family of the Paluites. 6 Of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites. Of Carmi, the family of the Carmites. 7 These are the families of the Reubenites, and those who were numbered of them were 43,730. 8 The sons of Palu, Eliab. 9 The sons of Eliab, Nemuel and Dathan and Abiram. These are that Dathan and Abiram, who were called by the congregation, who rebelled against Moses and against Aaron in the company of Korah, when they rebelled against Jehovah. 10 And the earth opened its mouth, and swallowed them up, together with Korah, when that company died, at the time the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a sign. 11 Notwithstanding, the sons of Korah didn't die. 12 The sons of Simeon after their families, of Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelites, of Jamin, the family of the Jaminites, of Jachin, the family of the Jachinites. 13 Of Zerah, the family of the Zerahites, of Shaul, the family of the Shaulites. 14 These are the families of the Simeonites. 22,200. 15 The sons of Gad after their families, of Zephon, the family of the Zephonites, of Haggai, the family of the Haggites, of Shuni, the family of the Shunites. 16 Of Ajni, the family of the Ajnites. Of Eri, the family of the Erites. 17 Of Arad, the family of the Aradites. Of Areli, the family of the Arelites. 18 These are the families of the sons of Gad according to those who were numbered of them, 40,500. 19 The sons of Judah, Er and Onan. Er and Onan died in the land of Canaan. 20 The sons of Judah after their families were, of Shelah, the family of the Shelonites. Of Perez, the family of the Perizzites. Of Zerah, the family of the Zerahites. 21 The sons of Perez were, of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites. Of Hamel, the family of the Hamelites. 22 These are the families of Judah according to those who were numbered of them, 76,500. 23 The sons of Issachar after their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolaites. Of Puvah, the family of the Punites. 24 Of Jashub, the family of the Jashubites. Of Shimron, the family of the Shimronites. 25 These are the families of Issachar according to those who were numbered of them, 64,300. 26 The sons of Zebulun after their families, of Satath, the family of the Sirdites. Of Elon, the family of the Elonites. Of Yaleel, the family of the Yaleelites. 27 These are the families of the Zebulunites according to those who were numbered of them, 60,500. 28 The sons of Joseph after their families, Manasseh and Ephraim. 29 The sons of Manasseh, of Machir, the family of the Machirites, and Machir became the father of Gilead, the family of the Gileadites. 30 These are the sons of Gilead, of Ezer, the family of the Ezerites, of Helek, the family of the Helkites, 31 And Asriel, the family of the Asrielites, and Shechem, the family of the Shechemites, 32 And Shemitah, the family of the Shemidates, and Hepher, the family of the Hepherites. 33 Zelophehad the son of Hepher had no sons, but daughters, and the names of the daughters of Zelophehad were Mahlah, and Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. 34 These are the families of Manasseh. Those who were numbered of them were 52,700. 35 These are the sons of Ephraim after their families, of Shuthelah, the family of the Shuthelahites, of Becher, the family of the Beshrites, of Tahan, the family of the Tahanites. 36 These are the sons of Shuthelah, of Aaron, the family of the Aaronites. 37 These are the families of the sons of Ephraim according to those who were numbered of them, 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph after their families. 111 Numbers. 38 The sons of Benjamin after their families, of Bela, the family of the Belaites, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelites, of Ahiram, the family of the Ahiramites, 39 Of Shephupham, the family of the Shuphamites, of Hupham, the family of the Huphamites. 40 The sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman, the family of the Ardites, of Naaman, the family of the Namites. 41 These are the sons of Benjamin after their families, and those who were numbered of them were 45,600. 42 These are the sons of Dan after their families, of Shuham, the family of the Shuamites. These are the families of Dan after their families. 43 All the families of the Shuamites, according to those who were numbered of them, were 64,400. 44 The sons of Asher after their families, of Imnah, the family of the Imnites, of Ishvi, the family of the Ishvites, of Beriah, the family of the Berites. 45 Of the sons of Beriah, of Heber, the family of the Heberites, of Malchiel, the family of the Malchielites. 46 The name of the daughter of Asher was Sarah. 47 These are the families of the sons of Asher according to those who were numbered of them, 53,400. 48 The sons of Naphtali after their families, of Yaziel, the family of the Yazelites, of Guni, the family of the Gunites. 49 Of Jezer, the family of the Jezerites, of Shillem, the family of the Shillemites. 50 These are the families of Naphtali according to their families, and those who were numbered of them were 45,400. 51 These are those who were numbered of the children of Israel, 601,730. 52 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 53:2 These the land shall be divided for an inheritance, according to the number of names. 54 To the more you shall give the more inheritance, and to the fewer you shall give the less inheritance. 2 Everyone according to those who were numbered, of him shall his inheritance be given. 55 Notwithstanding, the land shall be divided by lot, according to the names of the tribes of their fathers they shall inherit. 56 According to the lot shall their inheritance be divided between the more and the fewer. 57 These are those who were numbered of the Levites after their families, of Gershon, the family of the Gershonites, of Kohat, the family of the Kohathites, of Merari, the family of the Merarites. 58 These are the families of Levi, the family of the Libnites, the family of the Hebronites, the family of the Malites, the family of the Mushites, the family of the Korahites. Kohat became the father of Amram. 59 The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, who was born to Levi in Egypt. She bore to Amram Aaron and Moses, and Miriam their sister. 60 To Aaron were born Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. 61 Nadab and Abihu died when they offered strange fire before Jehovah. 62 Those who were numbered of them were 23,000, every male from a month old and upward, for they were not numbered among the children of Israel, because there was no inheritance given them among the children of Israel. 63 These are those who were numbered by Moses and Eleazar the priest, who numbered the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. 64 But among these there was not a man of them who were numbered by Moses and Aaron the priest, who numbered the children of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. 65 For Jehovah had said of them, they shall surely die in the wilderness. There was not a man left of them, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua the son of Nun. Chapter 27 1 Then the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh the son of Joseph came near. These are the names of his daughters, Mahlah, Noah, and Hoglah, and Milcah, and Tirzah. 2 They stood before Moses, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the princes and all the congregation, at the door of the tent of meeting, saying, 3 Our father died in the wilderness. He was not among the company of those who gathered themselves together against Jehovah in the company of Korah, but he died in his own sin. He had no sons. For why should the name of our father be taken away from among his family, because he had no son? Give to us a possession among the brothers of our father. 5 Moses brought their cause before Jehovah. 6 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 7 The daughters of Zelophehad speak right. You shall surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brothers. You shall cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. 8 You shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a man dies, and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughter. 9 If he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brothers. 10 If he has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. 11 If his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his kinsman who is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. This shall be a statute and ordinance for the children of Israel, as Jehovah commanded Moses. 12 Jehovah said to Moses, Go up into this mountain of Abadim, and see the land which I have given to the children of Israel. 13 When you have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people, as Aaron your brother was gathered. 14 Because in the strife of the congregation, you rebelled against my word in the wilderness of Zin, to honor me as holy at the waters before their eyes. These are the waters of Meribah of Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. 15 Moses spoke to Jehovah, saying, 16 Let Jehovah, the God of the spirits of all flesh, appoint a man over the congregation, 17 who may go out. Numbers 112. Before them, and who may come in before them, and who may lead them out, and who may bring them in, that the congregation of Jehovah not be as sheep which have no shepherd. 18 Jehovah said to Moses, Take Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay your hand on him. 19 Set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and commission him in their sight. 20 You shall give authority to him, that all the congregation of the children of Israel may obey. 21 He shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall inquire for him by the judgment of the Urim before Jehovah. At his word they shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he, and all the children of Israel with him, even all the congregation. 22 Moses did as Jehovah commanded him. He took Joshua, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation. 23 He laid his hands on him, and commissioned him, as Jehovah spoke by Moses. Chapter 28. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Command the children of Israel, and tell them, See that you present my offering, my food for my offerings made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to me, in their due season. 3 You shall tell them, This is the offering made by fire which you shall offer to Jehovah, male lambs a year old without defect, 2 day by day, for a continual burnt offering. 4 You shall offer the one lamb in the morning, and you shall offer the other lamb at evening. 5 With 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a meal offering, mixed with the fourth part of a hin of beaten oil. 6 It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a pleasant aroma, an offering made by fire to Jehovah. 7 Its drink offering shall be the fourth part of a hin for the one lamb. You shall pour out a drink offering of strong drink to Jehovah in the holy place. 8 The other lamb you shall offer at evening, as the meal offering of the morning, and as its drink offering, you shall offer it, an offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah. 9 On the Sabbath day, 2 male lambs a year old without defect, and 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a meal offering, mixed with oil, and its drink offering. 10 This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, besides the continual burnt offering, and its drink offering. 11 In the beginnings of your months, you shall offer a burnt offering to Jehovah, 2 young bulls, and 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without defect, 12 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a meal offering, mixed with oil, for each bull, and 2/10 parts of fine flour for a meal offering, mixed with oil, for the one ram. 13 1/10 part of fine flour mixed with oil for a meal offering to every lamb, for a burnt offering of a pleasant aroma, an offering made by fire to Jehovah. 14 Their drink offerings shall be half a hin of wine for a bull, and the third part of a hin for the ram, and the fourth part of a hin for a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month, throughout the months of the year. 15 One male goat for a sin offering to Jehovah, it shall be offered besides the continual burnt offering, and its drink offering. 16 In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, is Jehovah's Passover. 17 On the 15th day of this month shall be a feast. Unleavened bread shall be eaten for 7 days. 18 On the first day shall be a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work. 19 But you shall offer an offering made by fire, a burnt offering to Jehovah, 2 young bulls, and 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, they shall be to you without defect. 20 And their meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil. You shall offer 3/10 for a bull, and 2/10 for the ram. 21 You shall offer 1/10 for every lamb of the 7 lambs. 22 And 1 male goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for you. 23 You shall offer these besides the burnt offering of the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. 24 Indiana This way you shall offer daily for 7 days, the food of the offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah. It shall be offered in addition to the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. 25 On the 7th day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work. 26 Also on the day of the first fruits, when you offer a new meal offering to Jehovah in your feast of weeks, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work. 27 But you shall offer a burnt offering for a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old. 28 And their meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 for each bull, 2/10 for the 1 ram. 29 1/10 for every lamb of the 7 lambs. 31 Male goat, to make atonement for you. 31 Besides the continual burnt offering, and its meal offering, you shall offer them and their drink offerings. See that they are without defect. Chapter 29. 1 In the 7th month, on the first day of the month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work, it is a day of blowing of trumpets to you. 2 You shall offer a burnt offering for a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without defect. 3 And their meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 for the bull, 2/10 for the ram. 4 And 1/10 for every lamb of the 7 lambs. 5 And 1 male goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for you. 6 Besides the burnt offering of the new moon, and its meal offering, and the continual burnt offering and its meal offering, and their drink offerings, according to their ordinance, for a pleasant aroma, an offering made by fire to Jehovah. 7 On the 10th day of the 7th month you shall have a holy convocation. You shall afflict your souls. You shall do no kind of work. 8 But you shall offer a burnt offering to Jehovah for a pleasant aroma, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect. 9 And their meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3 113 numbers. 10ths for the bull, 2/10 for the 1 ram. 10 1/10 for every lamb of the 7 lambs. 11 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offering, and its meal offering, and their drink offerings. 12 On the 15th day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work. You shall keep a feast to Jehovah 7 days. 13 You shall offer a burnt offering, an offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, 13 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. 14 And their meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 for every bull of the 13 bulls, 2/10 for each ram of the 2 rams. 15 and 1/10 for every lamb of the 14 lambs, 16 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its meal offering, and its drink offering. 17 On the second day you shall offer 12 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect, 18 and their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance, 19 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, with its meal offering and their drink offerings. 20 On the third day 11 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect. 21 And their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance, 22 And 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and its meal offering, and its drink offering. 23 On the fourth day 10 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect. 24 Their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance. 25 And 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its meal offering, and its drink offering. 26 On the fifth day 9 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect. 27 And their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance. 28 And 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and its meal offering, and its drink offering. 29 On the sixth day 8 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect. 30 And their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance. 31 And 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its meal offering, and its drink offerings. 32 On the seventh day 7 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect. 33 And their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance. 34 And 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its meal offering, and its drink offering. 35 On the 8th day you shall have a solemn assembly, you shall do no regular work. 36 But you shall offer a burnt offering, an offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without defect. 37 Their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bull, for the ram, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the ordinance. 38 And 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, with its meal offering, and its drink offering. 39 You shall offer these to Jehovah in your set feasts, besides your vows, and your free will offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your meal offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. 40 Moses told the children of Israel according to all that Jehovah commanded Moses. Chapter 30 1 Moses spoke to the heads of the tribes of the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which Jehovah has commanded. 2 When a man vows a vow to Jehovah, or swears an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. 3. Also when a woman vows a vow to Jehovah, and binds herself by a bond, being in her father's house, in her youth, 4. And her father hears her vow, and her bond with which she has bound her soul, and her father holds his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond with which she has bound her soul shall stand. 5. But if her father forbids her in the day that he hears none of her vows, or of her bonds with which she has bound her soul, shall stand, Jehovah will forgive her, because her father has forbidden her. 6. If she has a husband, while her vows are on her, or the rash utterance of her lips, with which she has bound her soul. 7. And her husband hears it, and hold his peace at her in the day that he hears it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds with which she has bound her soul shall stand. 8. But if her husband forbids her in the day that he hears it, then he shall make void her vow which is on her, and the rash utterance of her lips, with which she has bound her soul. Jehovah will forgive her. 9. But the vow of a widow, or of her who is divorced, everything with which she has bound her soul, shall stand against her. 10. If she vowed in her husband's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath. 11. And her husband heard it, and held his peace at her, and didn't disallow her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond with which she bound her soul shall stand. 12. But if her husband made them null and void in the day that he heard them, then whatever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her husband has made them void. Jehovah, Numbers 114, will forgive her. 13. Every vow, and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void. 14. But if her husband altogether holds his peace at her from day to day, then he establishes all her vows, or all her bonds, which are on her. He has established them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them. 15. But if he shall make them null and void after he has heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. 16. These are the statutes which Jehovah commanded Moses, between a man and his wife, between a father and his daughter, being in her youth, in her father's house. Chapter 31. 1. Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2. Avenge the children of Israel for the Midianites. Afterward you shall be gathered to your people. 3. Moses spoke to the people, saying, Arm men from among you for the war, that they may go against Midian, to execute Jehovah's vengeance on Midian. 4. Of every tribe 1,000, throughout all the tribes of Israel, you shall send to the war. 5. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Israel, 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. 6. Moses sent them, 1,000 of every tribe, to the war. Them and Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest, to the war, with the vessels of the sanctuary, and the trumpets for the alarm in his hand. 7. They fought against Midian, as Jehovah commanded Moses. They killed every male. 8. They killed the kings of Midian with the rest of their slain, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. They also killed Balaam the son of Beer with the sword. 9. The children of Israel took the women of Midian captive with their little ones, and all their livestock, all their flocks, and all their goods, they took as plunder. 10. All their cities in the places in which they lived, and all their encampments, they burnt with fire. 11. They took all the captives, and all the plunder, both of man and of animal. 12 They brought the captives, and the prey, and the plunder, to Moses, and to Eleazar the priest, and to the congregation of the children of Israel, to the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by the Jordan at Jericho. 13 Moses, and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the congregation, went out to meet them outside of the camp. 14 Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the captains of thousands, and the captains of hundreds, who came from the service of the war. 15 Moses said to them, Have you saved all the women alive? 16 Behold, these caused the children of Israel, through the counsel of Balaam, to commit trespass against Jehovah in the matter of Peor, and so the plague was among the congregation of Jehovah. 17 Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known man by lying with him. 18 But all the girls, who have not known man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. 19 Encamp outside of the camp 7 days. Whoever has killed any person, and whoever has touched any slain, purify yourselves on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, you and your captives. 20 As to every garment, and all that is made of skin, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood, you shall purify yourselves. 21 Eleazar the priest said to the men of war who went to the battle, This is the statute of the law, which Jehovah has commanded Moses. 22 However the gold, and the silver, the brass, the iron, the tin, and the lead, 23 Everything that may withstand the fire, you shall make to go through the fire, and it shall be clean, nevertheless it shall be purified with the water for impurity. All that doesn't withstand the fire you shall make to go through the water. 24 You shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and you shall be clean. Afterward you shall come into the camp. 25 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 26 Count the plunder that was taken, both of man and of animal, you, and Eleazar the priest, and the heads of the fathers' households of the congregation. 27 And divide the plunder into 2 parts, between the men skilled in war, who went out to battle, and all the congregation. 28 Levy a tribute to Jehovah. Of the men of war who went out to battle, 1 soul. Of 500, of the persons, of the cattle, of the donkeys, and of the flocks. 29 Take it from their half, and give it to Eleazar the priest, for Jehovah's wave offering. 30 Of the children of Israel's half. You shall take 1 drawn out of every 50, of the persons, of the cattle, of the donkeys, and of the flocks, of all the livestock, and give them to the Levites, who perform the duty of Jehovah's tabernacle. 31 Moses and Eleazar the priest did as Jehovah commanded Moses. 32 Now the plunder, over and above the booty, which the men of war took, was 675,000 sheep, 33 and 72,000 head of cattle, 34 and 61,000 donkeys, 35 and 32,000 persons in all. Of the women who had not known man by lying with him, 36 The half, which was the portion of those who went out to war, was in number 337,500 sheep. 37 And Jehovah's tribute of the sheep was 675. 38 The cattle were 36,000, of which Jehovah's tribute was 72. 39 The donkeys were 30,500, of which Jehovah's tribute was 61. 40 The persons were 16,000, of whom Jehovah's tribute was 32 persons. 41 Moses gave the tribute, which was Jehovah's wave offering, to Eleazar the priest, as Jehovah commanded Moses. 42 of the children of Israel's half, which Moses divided off from the men who fought 43, now the congregation's half was 337,500 sheep, 44 and 36,000 head of cattle, 45 and 30,500 donkeys, 46 and 16,000 persons, 47 even of the children of Israel's half. Moses took one drawn out of every 50, both of man and of animal, and gave them to 115 numbers, the Levites, who performed the duty of Jehovah's tabernacle, as Jehovah commanded Moses. 48 the officers who were over the thousands of the army, the captains of thousands, and the captains of hundreds, came near to Moses. 49 they said to Moses, Your servants have taken the sum of the men of war who are under our command, and there lacks not one man of us. 50 we have brought Jehovah's offering, what every man has gotten, of jewels of gold, armlets and bracelets, signet rings, earrings, and necklaces, to make atonement for our souls before Jehovah. 51 Moses and Eleazar the priest took their gold, even all worked jewels. 52 all the gold of the wave offering that they offered up to Jehovah, of the captains of thousands, and of the captains of hundreds, was 16,700 shekels. 53 the men of war had taken booty, every man for himself. 54 Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold of the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tent of meeting, for a memorial for the children of Israel before Jehovah. Chapter 32. 1 Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of livestock. When they saw the land of Jazer, and the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was a place for livestock, to the children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spoke to Moses, and to Eleazar the priest, and to the princes of the congregation, saying, 3 Adaroth, Dibon, Jazer, Nimrah, Heshbon, Elealeh, Sebam, Nebo, and Bean, for the land which Jehovah struck before the congregation of Israel, is a land for livestock, and your servants have livestock. 5 They said, If we have found favor in your sight, let this land be given to your servants for a possession. Don't bring us over the Jordan. 6 Moses said to the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, Shall your brothers go to the war, and shall you sit here? 7 Why do you discourage the heart of the children of Israel from going over into the land which Jehovah has given them? 8 Your fathers did so when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. 9 For when they went up to the valley of Eshcol, and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Israel, that they should not go into the land which Jehovah had given them. 10 Jehovah's anger burned in that day, and he swore, saying, 11 Surely none of the men who came up out of Egypt, from 20 years old and upward, shall see the land which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, because they have not wholly followed me. 12 Except Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, and Joshua the son of Nun, because they have followed Jehovah completely. 13 Jehovah's anger burned against Israel, and he made them wander back and forth in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation who had done evil in Jehovah's sight was consumed. 14 Behold, you have risen up in your father's place, an increase of sinful men, to add yet to the fierce anger of Jehovah toward Israel. 15 For if you turn away from after him, he will yet again leave them in the wilderness, and you will destroy all these people. 16 They came near to him, and said, We will build sheepfolds here for our livestock, and cities for our little ones. 17 But we ourselves will be ready armed to go before the children of Israel, until we have brought them to their place. Our little ones shall dwell in the fortified cities because of the inhabitants of the land. 18 We will not return to our houses, until the children of Israel have each inherited their inheritance. 19 For we will not inherit with them on the other side of the Jordan. And further, because our inheritance has come to us on this side of the Jordan eastward. 20 Moses said to them, If you will do this thing, if you will arm yourselves to go before Jehovah to the war. 21 And every armed man of you will pass over the Jordan before Jehovah, until he has driven out his enemies from before him. 22 And the land is subdued before Jehovah, then afterward you shall return, and be guiltless towards Jehovah, and towards Israel, and this land shall be to you for a possession before Jehovah. 23 But if you will not do so, behold, you have sinned against Jehovah, and be sure your sin will find you out. 24 Build cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which has proceeded out of your mouth. 25 The children of Gad and the children of Reuben spoke to Moses, saying, Your servants will do as my Lord commands. 26 Our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and all our livestock, shall be there in the cities of Gilead. 27 But your servants will pass over, every man who is armed for war, before Jehovah to battle, as my Lord says. 28 So Moses commanded concerning them to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the heads of the fathers' households of the tribes of the children of Israel. 29 Moses said to them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben will pass with you over the Jordan, every man who is armed to battle, before Jehovah, and the land is subdued before you, then you shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. 30 But if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. 31 The children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, As Jehovah has said to your servants, so will we do. 32 We will pass over armed before Jehovah into the land of Canaan, and the possession of our inheritance shall remain with us beyond the Jordan. 33 Moses gave to them, even to the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, and to the half tribe of Manasseh the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og king of Bashan, the land, according to its cities and borders, even the cities of the surrounding land. 34 The children of Gad built Dibon, Ataroth. Numbers 116. Aroer, 35 Atroth Shophan, Jazer, Jogbehah. 36 Beth Nimrah, and Beth Haran, fortified cities and folds for sheep. 37 The children of Reuben built Heshbon, Elealeh, Kiriathaim, 38 Nebo, and Baalmeon, their names being changed, and Sibmah. They gave other names to the cities which they built. 39 The children of Machir the son of Manasseh went to Gilead, took it, and dispossessed the Amorites who were therein. 40 Moses gave Gilead to Machir the son of Manasseh, and he lived therein. 41 Jair the son of Manasseh went and took its towns, and called them Havoth Jair. 42 Noba went and took Kenath, and its villages, and called it Noba, after his own name. Chapter 33. 1. These are the journeys of the children of Israel, when they went out of the land of Egypt by their armies under the hand of Moses and Aaron. 2. Moses wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the commandment of Jehovah. These are their journeys according to their goings out. 3. They traveled from Ramesses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the next day after the Passover. The children of Israel went out with a high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians, for while the Egyptians were burying all their firstborn, whom Jehovah had struck among them, Jehovah also executed judgments on their gods. 5. The children of Israel traveled from Ramesses, and encamped in Succos. 6. They traveled from Succos, and encamped in Etham, which is in the edge of the wilderness. 7. They traveled from Etham, and turned back to Pahahiroth, which is before Baal Zephon, and they encamped before Migdal. 8. They traveled from before Hahiroth, and crossed through the middle of the sea into the wilderness. They went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham, and encamped in Marah. 9. They traveled from Marah, and came to Elim. In Elim, there were 12 springs of water, and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there. 10. They traveled from Elim, and encamped by the Red Sea. 11. They traveled from the Red Sea, and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. 12. They traveled from the wilderness of Sin, and encamped in Difka. 13. They traveled from Difka, and encamped in Alish. 14. They traveled from Alish, and encamped in Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. 15. They traveled from Rephidim, and encamped in the wilderness of Sinai. 16. They traveled from the wilderness of Sinai, and encamped in Kibroth Hattaavah. 17. They traveled from Kibroth Hattaavah, and encamped in Hazeroth. 18. They traveled from Hazeroth, and encamped in Rithmah. 19. They traveled from Rithmah, and encamped in Rimmon Perez. 20. They traveled from Rimmon Perez, and encamped in Libnah. 21. They traveled from Libnah, and encamped in Rissa. 22. They traveled from Rissa, and encamped in Kehelatha. 23. They traveled from Kehelatha, and encamped in Mount Shephar. 24. They traveled from Mount Shephar, and encamped in Harada. 25. They traveled from Harada, and encamped in Machiloth. 26. They traveled from Machiloth, and encamped in Tahat. 27. They traveled from Tahat, and encamped in Terah. 28. They traveled from Terah, and encamped in Mithka. 29. They traveled from Mithka, and encamped in Hashmanah. 30. They traveled from Hashmanah, and encamped in Mosroth. 31. They traveled from Mosroth, and encamped in Bani Jakin. 32. They traveled from Bani Jakin, and encamped in Hor Haggajad. 33. They traveled from Hor Haggajad, and encamped in Jotbatha. 34. They traveled from Jotbatha, and encamped in Abrona. 35. They traveled from Abrona, and encamped in Ezion Geber. 36. They traveled from Ezion Geber, and encamped at Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. 37. They traveled from Kadesh, and encamped in Mount Hor, in the edge of the land of Edom. 38. Aaron the priest went up into Mount Hor at the commandment of Jehovah, and died there, in the 40th year after the children of Israel had come out of the land of Egypt, in the 5th month, on the 1st day of the month. 39 Aaron was 123 years old when he died in Mount Hor. 40 The Canaanite, the king of Arad, who lived in the south in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Israel. 41 They traveled from Mount Hor, and encamped in Zalmanah. 42 They traveled from Zalmanah, and encamped in Punan. 43 They traveled from Punan, and encamped in Abath. 44 They traveled from Abath, and encamped in Abadim, in the border of Moab. 45 They traveled from Eim, and encamped in Dibon Gad. 46 They traveled from Dibon Gad, and encamped in Almon Diblathaim. 47 They traveled from Almon Diblathaim, and encamped in the mountains of Abadim, before Nebo. 48 They traveled from the mountains of Abadim, and encamped in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. 49 They encamped by the Jordan, from Beth Shemoth, even to Abel Shittim in the plains of Moab. 50 Jehovah spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, 51 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, when you pass over the Jordan into the land of Canaan. 52 Then you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, destroy all their stone idols, destroy all their molten images, and demolish all their high places. 53 You shall take possession of the land, and dwell therein, for I have given the land to you to possess it. 54 You shall inherit the land by lot according to your families. To the more you shall give the more inheritance, and to the fewer you shall give the less inheritance. Wherever the lot falls to any man, that shall be his. You shall inherit according to the tribes of your fathers. 55 But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then those you let remain of them will be as pricks in your eyes and as thorns in your sides, and they will harass you in the land. 117 Numbers in which you dwell. 56 It shall happen that as I thought to do to them, so will I do to you. Chapter 34 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Command the children of Israel, and tell them, when you come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall to you for an inheritance, even the land of Canaan according to its borders. 3 Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Zin along by the side of Edom, and your south border shall be from the end of the Salt Sea eastward. 4 Your border shall turn about southward of the ascent of Akrabim, and pass along to Zin, and it shall pass southward of Kadesh Barnea, and it shall go from there to Hazar Adar, and pass along to Asman. 5 The border shall turn about from Asman to the brook of Egypt, and it shall end at the sea. 6 For the western border, you shall have the Great Sea and its border. This shall be your west border. 7 This shall be your north border, from the Great Sea you shall mark out for yourselves Mount Hor. 8 From Mount Hor you shall mark out to the entrance of Hamath, and the border shall pass by Zedad. 9 Then the border shall go to Ziphron, and it shall end at Hazar Enan. This shall be your north border. 10 You shall mark out your east border from Hazar Enan to Shechem. 11 The border shall go down from Shechem to Riblah, on the east side of An. The border shall go down, and shall reach to the side of the sea of Chinnereth eastward. 12 The border shall go down to the Jordan, and end at the salt sea. This shall be your land according to its borders around it. 13 Moses commanded the children of Israel, saying, This is the land which you shall inherit by lot, which Jehovah has commanded to give to the 9 tribes, and to the half-tribe, 14 for the tribe of the children of Reuben according to their fathers' houses, and the tribe of the children of Gad according to their fathers' houses, have received, and the half-tribe of Manasseh have received, their inheritance. 15 The 2 tribes and the half-tribe have received their inheritance beyond the Jordan at Jericho eastward, toward the sunrise. 16 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 17 These are the names of the men who shall divide the land to you for inheritance, Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun. 18 You shall take one prince of every tribe, to divide the land for inheritance. 19 These are the names of the men of the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh. 20 Of the tribe of the children of Simeon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud. 21 Of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Kislon. 22 Of the tribe of the children of Dan a prince, Bukai the son of Jogli. 23 Of the children of Joseph, of the tribe of the children of Manasseh a prince, Haniel the son of Ephod. 24 Of the tribe of the children of Ephraim a prince, Kemuel the son of Shiftan. 25 Of the tribe of the children of Zebulun a prince, Elizaphan the son of Parnach. 26 Of the tribe of the children of Issachar a prince, Paltiel the son of Azan. 27 Of the tribe of the children of Asher a prince, Ahiud the son of Shalomi. 28 Of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, a prince, Pedahel the son of Ammihud. 29 These are they whom Jehovah commanded to divide the inheritance to the children of Israel in the land of Canaan. Chapter 35. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab, by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, 2 Command the children of Israel to give to the Levites of the inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in. You shall give suburbs for the cities around them to the Levites. 3 They shall have the cities to dwell in. Their suburbs shall be for their livestock, and for their possessions, and for all their animals. 4 The suburbs of the cities, which you shall give to the Levites, shall be from the wall of the city and outward 1,000 cubits around it. 5 You shall measure outside of the city for the east side 2,000 cubits, and for the south side 2,000 cubits, and for the west side 2,000 cubits, and for the north side 2,000 cubits, the city being in the middle. This shall be the suburbs of their cities. 6 The cities which you shall give to the Levites. They shall be the 6 cities of refuge, which you shall give for the manslayer to flee to. Besides them you shall give 42 cities. 7 All the cities which you shall give to the Levites shall be 48 cities together with their suburbs. 8 Concerning the cities which you shall give of the possession of the children of Israel, from the many you shall take many, and from the few you shall take few. Everyone according to his inheritance, which he inherits shall give some of his cities to the Levites. 9 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 10 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, when you pass over the Jordan into the land of Canaan. 11 Then you shall appoint for yourselves cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the manslayer who kills any person unwittingly may flee there. 12 The cities shall be to you for refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer not die, until he stands before the congregation for judgment. 13 The cities which you shall give shall be for you 6 cities of refuge. 14 You shall give 3 cities beyond the Jordan. And you shall give 3 cities in the land of Canaan. They shall be cities of refuge. 15 For the children of Israel, and for the stranger, and for the foreigner living among them, shall these 6 cities be for refuge, that everyone who kills any person unwittingly may flee there. 16 But if he struck him with an instrument of iron, so that he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. 17 If he struck him with a stone in the hand, by which a man may die, and he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. 18 Or if he struck him with a weapon of wood in the hand, by which a man may die, and he died, he is a Numbers 118. Murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. 19 The avenger of blood shall himself put the murderer to death. When he meets him, he shall put him to death. 20 If he shoved him out of hatred, or hurled at him, lying in wait, so that he died. 21 Or in hostility struck him with his hand, so that he died, he who struck him shall surely be put to death. He is a murderer. The avenger of blood shall put the murderer to death, when he meets him. 22 But if he shoved him suddenly without hostility, or hurled on him anything without lying in wait. 23 Or with any stone, by which a man may die, not seeing him, and cast it on him, so that he died, and he was not his enemy, neither sought his harm. 24 Then the congregation shall judge between the striker and the avenger of blood according to these ordinances. 25 The congregation shall deliver the manslayer out of the hand of the avenger of blood, and the congregation shall restore him to his city of refuge, where he had fled. He shall dwell therein until the death of the high priest, who was anointed with the holy oil. 26 But if the manslayer shall at any time go beyond the border of his city of refuge, where he flees. 27 And the avenger of blood finds him outside of the border of his city of refuge, and the avenger of blood kills the manslayer, he shall not be guilty of blood. 28 Because he should have remained in his city of refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the manslayer shall return into the land of his possession. 29 These things shall be for a statute and ordinance to you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. 30 Whoever kills any person, the murderer shall be slain at the mouth of witnesses, but one witness shall not testify against any person that he die. 31 Moreover you shall take no ransom for the life of a murderer who is guilty of death, but he shall surely be put to death. 32 You shall take no ransom for him who is fled to his city of refuge, that he may come again to dwell in the land, until the death of the priest. 33 So you shall not pollute the land in which you are, for blood pollutes the land. No atonement can be made for the land for the blood that is shed in it, but by the blood of him who shed it. 34 You shall not defile the land which you inhabit, in the middle of which I dwell, for I, Jehovah, dwell in the middle of the children of Israel. Chapter 36 1 The heads of the fathers' households of the family of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Joseph, came near, and spoke before Moses, and before the princes, the heads of the fathers' households of the children of Israel. 2 They said, Jehovah commanded my Lord to give the land for inheritance by lot to the children of Israel. My Lord was commanded by Jehovah to give the inheritance of Zelophehad our brother to his daughters. 3 If they are married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Israel, then their inheritance will be taken away from the inheritance of our fathers, and will be added to the inheritance of the tribe to which they shall belong. So it will be taken away from the lot of our inheritance. For when the jubilee of the children of Israel shall be, then their inheritance will be added to the inheritance of the tribe to which they shall belong. So their inheritance will be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. 5 Moses commanded the children of Israel, according to Jehovah's word, saying, the tribe of the sons of Joseph speaks right. 6 This is the thing which Jehovah does command concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them be married to whom they think best, only they shall marry into the family of the tribe of their father. 7 So shall no inheritance of the children of Israel move from tribe to tribe, for the children of Israel shall all keep the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. 8 Every daughter who possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel shall be wife to one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the children of Israel may each possess the inheritance of his fathers. 9 So shall no inheritance move from one tribe to another tribe. For the tribes of the children of Israel shall each keep his own inheritance. 10 The daughters of Zelophehad did as Jehovah commanded Moses. 11 For Mahlah, Tirzah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married to their fathers' brothers' sons. 12 They were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh the son of Joseph. Their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father. 13 These are the commandments and the ordinances which Jehovah commanded by Moses to the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. Underscore 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 un. Deuteronomy chapter 1. 1 These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel beyond the Jordan in the wilderness, in the Arabah over against Suf, between Paran, Tophel, Laban, Hazeroth, and Dizahab. 2 It is 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. 3 In the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, Moses spoke to the children of Israel, according to all that Jehovah had given him in commandment to them. For after he had struck Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and Og the king of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth, at Edrei. 5 Beyond the Jordan, in the land of Moab. 119 Deuteronomy. Moses began to declare this law, saying, 6 Jehovah our God spoke to us in Horeb, saying, you have lived long enough at this mountain. 7 Turn, and take your journey, and go to the hill country of the Amorites, and to all the places near there, in the Arabah, in the hill country, and in the lowland, and in the south, and by the seashore, the land of the Canaanites, and Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. 8 Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give to them, and to their offspring after them. 9 I spoke to you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone. 10 Jehovah your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are today as the stars of the sky for multitude. 11 Jehovah, the God of your fathers, make you 1,000 times as many as you are, and bless you, as he has promised you. 12 How can I myself alone bear your problems, your burdens, and your strife? 13 Take wise men of understanding and well known according to your tribes, and I will make them heads over you. 14 You answered me, and said, the thing which you have spoken is good to do. 15 So I took the heads of your tribes, wise men, and known, and made them heads over you, captains of thousands, and captains of hundreds, and captains of fifties, and captains of tens, and officers, according to your tribes. 16 I commanded your judges at that time, saying, hear cases between your brothers, and judge righteously between a man and his brother, and the foreigner who is living with him. 17 You shall not show partiality in judgment, you shall hear the small and the great alike. You shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is God's. The case that is too hard for you, you shall bring to me, and I will hear it. 18 I commanded you at that time all the things which you should do. 19 We traveled from Horeb, and went through all that great and terrible wilderness which you saw, by the way to the hill country of the Amorites, as Jehovah our God commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea. 20 I said to you, you have come to the hill country of the Amorites, which Jehovah our God gives to us. 21 Behold, Jehovah your God has set the land before you. Go up, take possession, as Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has spoken to you. Don't be afraid, neither be dismayed. 22 You came near to me, every one of you, and said, let us send men before us, that they may search the land for us, and bring us word again of the way by which we must go up, and the cities to which we shall come. 23 The thing pleased me well. I took 12 men of you, 1 man for every tribe. 24 They turned and went up into the hill country, and came to the valley of Eshcol, and spied it out. 25 They took some of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down to us, and brought us word again, and said, it is a good land which Jehovah our God gives to us. 26 Yet you wouldn't go up, but rebelled against the commandment of Jehovah your God. 27 You murmured in your tents, and said, because Jehovah hated us, he has brought us out of the land of Egypt, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites, to destroy us. 28 Where are we going up? Our brothers have made our heart melt, saying, the people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and fortified up to the sky. Moreover we have seen the sons of the Anakim there. 29 Then I said to you, don't dread, neither be afraid of them. 30 Jehovah your God who goes before you, he will fight for you, according to all that he did for you in Egypt before your eyes. 31 And in the wilderness, where you have seen how Jehovah your God bore you, as a man does bear his son, in all the way that you went, until you came to this place. 32 Yet in this thing you didn't believe Jehovah your God. 33 Who went before you on the way, to seek out a place for you to pitch your tents in fire by night, to show you by what way you should go, and in the cloud by day. 34 Jehovah heard the voice of your words, and was angry, and swore, saying, 35 Surely not one of these men of this evil generation shall see the good land, which I swore to give to your fathers. 36 Except Caleb the son of Jephunneh. He shall see it. I will give the land that he has trodden unto him, and to his children, because he has wholly followed Jehovah. 37 Also Jehovah was angry with me for your sakes, saying, You also shall not go in there. 38 Joshua the son of Nun, who stands before you, shall go in there. Encourage him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. 39 Moreover your little ones, whom you said should be captured or killed, and your children, who today have no knowledge of good or evil, they shall go in there, and I will give it to them, and they shall possess it. 40 But as for you, turn, and take your journey into the wilderness by the way to the Red Sea. 41 Then you answered and said to me, We have sinned against Jehovah, we will go up and fight, according to all that Jehovah our God commanded us. Every man of you put on his weapons of war, and presumed to go up into the hill country. 42 Jehovah said to me, Tell them, Don't go up, neither fight, for I am not among you, lest you be struck before your enemies. 43 So I spoke to you, and you didn't listen, but you rebelled against the commandment of Jehovah, and were presumptuous, and went up into the hill country. 44 The Amorites, who lived in that hill country, came out against you, and chased you, as bees do, and beat you down in Seir, even to Hormah. 45 You returned and wept before Jehovah, but Jehovah didn't listen to your voice, nor turn his ear to you. 46 So you stayed in Kadesh many days, according to the days that you remained. Chapter 2 1 Then we turned, and took our journey into the Deuteronomy 120 wilderness by the way to the Red Sea, as Jehovah spoke to me, and we encircled Mount Seir many days. 2 Jehovah spoke to me, saying, 3 You have encircled this mountain long enough. Turn northward. 4 Command the people, saying, You are to pass through the border of your brothers the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, and they will be afraid of you. Therefore be careful. 5 Don't contend with them, for I will not give you any of their land, no, not so much as for the sole of the foot to tread on, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau for a possession. 6 You shall purchase food from them for money, that you may eat. You shall also buy water from them for money, that you may drink. 7 For Jehovah your God has blessed you in all the work of your hand. He has known your walking through this great wilderness. These 40 years, Jehovah your God has been with you. You have lacked nothing. 8 So we passed by from our brothers the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, from the way of the Arabah from Elath and from Ezion-Geber. We turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. 9 Jehovah said to me, Don't bother Moab, neither contend with them in battle, for I will not give you any of his land for a possession, because I have given Ar to the children of Lot for a possession. 10 The Emim lived therein before, a people great and many and tall, as the Anakim. 11 These also are considered to be Rephaim, as the Anakim, but the Moabites call them Emim. 12 The Horites also lived in Seir before, but the children of Esau succeeded them. They destroyed them from before them, and lived in their place, as Israel did to the land of his possession, which Jehovah gave to them. 13 Now rise up, and cross over the brook Zered. We went over the brook Zered. 14 The days in which we came from Kadesh Barnea, until we had come over the brook Zered, were 38 years, until all the generation of the men of war were consumed from the middle of the camp, as Jehovah swore to them. 15 Moreover Jehovah's hand was against them, to destroy them from the middle of the camp, until they were consumed. 16 So, when all the men of war were consumed and dead from among the people, 17 Jehovah spoke to me, saying, 18 You are to pass over Ar, the border of Moab, today. 19 When you come near the border of the children of Ammon, don't bother them, nor contend with them, for I will not give you any of the land of the children of Ammon for a possession, because I have given it to the children of Lot for a possession. 20 That also is considered a land of Rephaim. Rephaim lived there before, but the Ammonites call them Zamzumim. 21 A great people, many and tall, as the Anakim, but Jehovah destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them, and lived in their place. 22 As he did for the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites from before them, and they succeeded them, and lived in their place even to this day. 23 And the Avim, who lived in villages as far as Gaza, the Caphtorim, who came out of Caphtor, destroyed them, and lived in their place. 24 Rise up, take your journey, and pass over the valley of the Arnon. Behold, I have given into your hand Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it, and contend with him in battle. 25 Today I will begin to put the dread of you and the fear of you on the peoples who are under the whole sky, who shall hear the report of you, and shall tremble, and be in anguish because of you. 26 I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon king of Heshbon with words of peace, saying, 27 Let me pass through your land. I will go along by the highway, I will turn neither to the right hand nor to the left. 28 You shall sell me food for money, that I may eat, and give me water for money, that I may drink. Just let me pass through on my feet. 29 As the children of Esau who dwell in Seir, and the Moabites who dwell in Ar, did to me, until I pass over the Jordan into the land which Jehovah our God gives us. 30 But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us pass by him, for Jehovah your God hardened his spirit, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into your hand, as it is today. 31 Jehovah said to me, Behold, I have begun to deliver up Sihon and his land before you. Begin to possess, that you may inherit his land. 32 Then Sihon came out against us, he and all his people, to battle at Hahaz. 33 Jehovah our God delivered him up before us, and we struck him, his sons, and all his people. 34 We took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed every inhabited city, with the women and the little ones. We left no one remaining. 35 Only the livestock we took for plunder for ourselves, with the plunder of the cities which we had taken. 36 From Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the city that is in the valley, even to Gilead, there was not a city too high for us. Jehovah our God delivered up all before us. 37 Only to the land of the children of Ammon you didn't come near, all the banks of the river Jabbok, and the cities of the hill country, and wherever Jehovah our God forbade us. Chapter 3 1 Then we turned, and went up the way to Bashan. Og the king of Bashan came out against us, he and all his people, to battle at Edrei. To Jehovah said to me, don't fear him, for I have delivered him, with all his people, and his land, into your hand. You shall do to him as you did to Sihon king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon. 3 So Jehovah our God delivered into our hand Og also, the king of Bashan, and all his people. We struck him until no one was left to him remaining. For we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we didn't take from them, 60 cities. 121 Deuteronomy. All the region of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. 5 All these were cities fortified with high walls, gates, and bars, besides a great many towns without walls. 6 We utterly destroyed them, as we did to Sihon king of Heshbon, utterly destroying every inhabited city, with the women and the little ones. 7 But all the livestock, and the plunder of the cities, we took for plunder for ourselves. 8 We took the land at that time out of the hand of the 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, from the valley of the Arnon to Mount Hermon. 9 The Sidonians call Hermon Syrian, and the Amorites call it Sinir. 10 We took all the cities of the plain, and all Gilead, and all Bashan, to Salca and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan. 11 For only Og king of Bashan remained of the remnant of the Rephaim. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. Isn't it in Rabbah of the children of Ammon? 9 cubits was its length, and 4 cubits its width, after the cubit of a man. 12 This land we took Indiana possession at that time, from Aroer, which is by the valley of the Arnon, and half the hill country of Gilead, and its cities, I gave to the Reubenites and to the Gadites. 13 And the rest of Gilead, and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, I gave to the half-tribe of Manasseh, all the region of Argob, even all Bashan. The same is called the land of Rephaim. 14 Jair the son of Manasseh took all the region of Argob, to the border of the Geshurites and the Maacathites, and called them, even Bashan, after his own name. Havoth Jair, to this day. 15 I gave Gilead to Machir. 16 To the Reubenites and to the Gadites I gave from Gilead even to the valley of the Arnon, the middle of the valley, and its border, even to the river Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon. 17 The Arabah also, and the Jordan and its border, from Chinnereth even to the sea of the Arabah, the salt sea, under the slopes of Pisgah eastward. 18 I commanded you at that time, saying, Jehovah your God has given you this land to possess it. You shall pass over armed before your brothers the children of Israel, all the men of valor. 19 But your wives, and your little ones, and your livestock, I know that you have much livestock, shall live in your cities which I have given you. 20 Until Jehovah gives rest to your brothers, as to you, and they also possess the land which Jehovah your God gives them beyond the Jordan. Then you shall each return to his own possession, which I have given you. 21 I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, Your eyes have seen all that Jehovah your God has done to these 2 kings. So shall Jehovah do to all the kingdoms where you go over. 22 You shall not fear them, for Jehovah your God himself fights for you. 23 I begged Jehovah at that time, saying, 24 Lord Jehovah, you have begun to show your servant your greatness, and your strong hand. For what God is there in heaven or in earth that can do works like yours, and mighty acts like yours? 25 Please let me go over and see the good land that is beyond the Jordan, that fine mountain, and Lebanon. 26 But Jehovah was angry with me for your sakes, and didn't listen to me. Jehovah said to me, let this satisfy you. Speak no more to me of this matter. 27 Go up to the top of Pisgah, and lift up your eyes westward, and northward, and southward, and eastward, and see with your eyes. For you shall not go over this Jordan. 28 But commission Joshua, and encourage him, and strengthen him, for he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which you shall see. 29 So we stayed in the valley near Beth Peor. Chapter 4 1 Now, Israel, listen to the statutes and to the ordinances, which I teach you, to do them, that you may live, and go in and possess the land which Jehovah, the God of your fathers, gives you to you. Shall not add to the word which I command you, neither shall you take away from it, that you may keep the commandments of Jehovah your God, which I command you. 3 Your eyes have seen what Jehovah did because of Baal Peor, for all the men who followed Baal Peor, Jehovah your God has destroyed them from among you. 4 But you, who were faithful to Jehovah your God, are all alive today. 5 Behold, I have taught you statutes and ordinances, even as Jehovah my God commanded me, that you should do so in the middle of the land where you go in to possess it. 6 Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the peoples, who shall hear all these statutes, and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. 7 For what great nation is there, that has a God so near to them, as Jehovah our God is whenever we call on him? 8 What great nation is there, that has statutes and ordinances so righteous as all this law, which I set before you today? 9 Only be careful, and keep your soul diligently, lest you forget the things which your eyes saw, and lest they depart from your heart all the days of your life, but make them known to your children, and your children's children, 10 The day that you stood before Jehovah your God in Horeb, when Jehovah said to me, assemble the people to me, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they live on the earth, and that they may teach their children. 11 You came near and stood under the mountain. The mountain burned with fire to the heart of the sky, with darkness, cloud, and thick darkness. 12 Jehovah spoke to you out of the middle of the fire, you heard the voice of words, but you saw no form, you only heard a voice. 13 He declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even the 10 commandments. He wrote them on 2 stone tablets. 14 Jehovah commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and ordinances, that you might do them in the land where you go over to possess it. 15 Be very Deuteronomy 122 careful, for you saw no kind of form on the day that Jehovah spoke to you in Horeb out of the middle of the fire. 16 Lest you corrupt yourselves, and make yourself an engraved image in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female. 17 The likeness of any animal that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the sky. 18 The likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the earth. 19 And lest you lift up your eyes to the sky, and when you see the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the army of the sky, you are drawn away and worship them, and serve them, which Jehovah your God has allotted to all the peoples under the whole sky. 20 But Jehovah has taken you, and brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be to him a people of inheritance, as it is today. 21 Furthermore Jehovah was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I should not go over the Jordan, and that I should not go into that good land, which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance. 22 But I must die in this land. I must not go over the Jordan, but you shall go over, and possess that good land. 23 Be careful, lest you forget the covenant of Jehovah your God, which he made with you, and make yourselves an engraved image in the form of anything which Jehovah your God has forbidden you. 24 For Jehovah your God is a devouring fire, a jealous God. 25 When you shall father children, and children's children, and you shall have been long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make an engraved image in the form of anything, and shall do that which is evil in Jehovah your God's sight, to provoke him to anger. 26 I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, that you will soon utterly perish from off the land, which you go over the Jordan to possess it. You will not prolong your days on it, but will utterly be destroyed. 27 Jehovah will scatter you among the peoples, and you will be left few in number among the nations, where Jehovah will lead you away. 28 There you shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. 29 But from there you shall seek Jehovah your God, and you shall find him, when you search after him with all your heart and with all your soul. 30 When you are in oppression, and all these things have come on you, in the latter days you shall return to Jehovah your God, and listen to his voice. 31 For Jehovah your God is a merciful God. He will not fail you, neither destroy you, nor forget the covenant of your fathers which he swore to them. 32 For ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that God created man on the earth, and from the one end of the sky to the other, whether there has been anything as this great thing is, or has been heard like it. 33 Did a people ever hear the voice of God speaking out of the middle of the fire, as you have heard, and live? 34 Or has God tried to go and take a nation for himself from among another nation, by trials, by signs, by wonders, by war, by a mighty hand, by an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, according to all that Jehovah your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? 35 It was shown to you so that you might know that Jehovah is God. There is no one else besides him. 36 Out of heaven he made you to hear his voice, that he might instruct you. On earth he made you to see his great fire, and you heard his words out of the middle of the fire. 37 Because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their offspring after them, and brought you out with his presence, with his great power, out of Egypt. 38 To drive out nations from before you greater and mightier than you, to bring you in, to give you their land for an inheritance, as it is today. 39 Know therefore today, and take it to heart, that Jehovah himself is God in heaven above and on the earth beneath. There is no one else. 40 You shall keep his statutes, and his commandments, which I command you today, that it may go well with you, and with your children after you, and that you may prolong your days in the land, which Jehovah your God gives you, forever. 41 Then Moses set apart 3 cities beyond the Jordan toward the sunrise, 42 That the manslayer might flee there, who kills his neighbor unawares, and didn't hate him in time past, and that fleeing to one of these cities he might live, 43 Beza in the wilderness, in the plain country, for the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead, for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan, for the Manassites. 44 This is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. 45 These are the testimonies, and the statutes, and the ordinances, which Moses spoke to the children of Israel, when they came out of Egypt. 46 Beyond the Jordan, in the valley over against Beth-peor, in the land of Sihon king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel struck, when they came out of Egypt. 47 They took his land in possession, and the land of Og king of Bashan, the 2 kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan toward the sunrise. 48 From Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, even to Mount Zion, also called Hermon. 49 And all the Arabah beyond the Jordan eastward, even to the sea of the Arabah, under the slopes of Pisgah. Chapter 5 1 Moses called to all Israel, and said to them, Hear, Israel, the statutes and the ordinances which I speak in your ears today, that you may learn them, and observe to do them. 2 Jehovah our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. 3 Jehovah didn't make this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive today. 4 Jehovah spoke with you face to face on the mountain out of the middle of the fire. 5 I stood between Jehovah and you at that time, to show you Jehovah's word, for you were afraid because of the fire, and didn't go up onto the mountain, saying, 6 I am Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. 123 Deuteronomy 7 You shall have no other gods before me. 8 You shall not make an engraved image for yourself, any likeness of what is in heaven above, or what is in the earth beneath, or what is in the water under the earth. 9 You shall not bow yourself down to them, nor serve them, for I, Jehovah, your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, and on the third and on the 4th generation of those who hate me. 10 And showing loving kindness to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. 11 You shall not take the name of Jehovah your God in vain, for Jehovah will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. 12 Observe the Sabbath day, to keep it holy, as Jehovah your God commanded you. 13 You shall labor 6 days, and do all your work. 14 But the 7th day is a Sabbath to Jehovah your God, in which you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your ox, nor your donkey, nor any of your livestock, nor your stranger who is within your gates, that your male servant and your female servant may rest as well as you. 15 You shall remember that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and Jehovah your God brought you out of there by a mighty hand, and by an outstretched arm. Therefore Jehovah your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. 16 Honor your father and your mother, as Jehovah your God commanded you, that your days may be long, and that it may go well with you, in the land which Jehovah your God gives you. 17 You shall not murder. 18 You shall not commit adultery. 19 You shall not steal. 20 You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. 21 You shall not covet your neighbor's wife. Neither shall you desire your neighbor's house, his field, or his male servant, or his female servant, his ox, or his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. 22 Jehovah spoke these words to all your assembly on the mountain out of the middle of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness, with a great voice. He added no more. He wrote them on 2 stone tablets, and gave them to me. 23 When you heard the voice out of the middle of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, you came near to me, even all the heads of your tribes, and your elders. 24 And you said, Behold, Jehovah our God has shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the middle of the fire. We have seen today that God does speak with man, and he lives. 25 Now therefore why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear Jehovah our God's voice any more, then we shall die. 26 For who is there of all flesh, that has heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the middle of the fire, as we have, and lived? 27 Go near, and hear all that Jehovah our God shall say, and tell us all that Jehovah our God tells you, and we will hear it, and do it. 28 Jehovah heard the voice of your words, when you spoke to me, and Jehovah said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken to you. They have well said all that they have spoken. 29 Oh that there were such a heart in them, that they would fear me, and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them, and with their children forever. 30 Go tell them, return to your tents. 31 But as for you, stand here by me, and I will tell you all the commandment, and the statutes, and the ordinances, which you shall teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it. 32 You shall observe to do therefore as Jehovah your God has commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. 33 You shall walk in all the way which Jehovah your God has commanded you, that you may live, and that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days in the land which you shall possess. Chapter 6 1 Now this is the commandment, the statutes, and the ordinances, which Jehovah your God commanded to teach you, that you might do them in the land where you go over to possess it, to that you might fear Jehovah your God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you, and your son, and your son's son, all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. 3 Hear therefore, Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with you, and that you may increase mightily, as Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has promised to you, in a land flowing with milk and honey. 4 Hear, Israel, Jehovah is our God. Jehovah is one. 5 You shall love Jehovah your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. 6 These words, which I command you today, shall be on your heart. 7 And you shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. 8 You shall bind them for a sign on your hand, and they shall be for frontlets between your eyes. 9 You shall write them on the doorposts of your house, and on your gates. 10 It shall be, when Jehovah your God brings you into the land which he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give you great and good cities, which you didn't build, 11 And houses full of all good things, which you didn't fill, and cisterns dug out, which you didn't dig, vineyards and olive trees, which you didn't plant. And you shall eat and be full. 12 Then beware lest you forget Jehovah, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. 13 You shall fear Jehovah your God, and you shall serve him, and shall swear by his name. 14 You shall not go after other gods, of the gods of Deuteronomy 124. The peoples who are around you. 15 For Jehovah your God among you is a jealous God, lest the anger of Jehovah your God be kindled against you, and he destroy you from off the face of the earth. 16 You shall not tempt Jehovah your God, as you tempted him in Massah. 17 You shall diligently keep the commandments of Jehovah your God, and his testimonies, and his statutes, which he has commanded you. 18 You shall do that which is right and good in Jehovah's sight, that it may be well with you, and that you may go in and possess the good land which Jehovah swore to your fathers. 19 To thrust out all your enemies from before you, as Jehovah has spoken. 20 When your son asks you in time to come, saying, What do the testimonies, the statutes, and the ordinances, which Jehovah our God has commanded you mean? 21 Then you shall tell your son, We were Pharaoh's slaves in Egypt. Jehovah brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. 22 And Jehovah showed great and awesome signs and wonders on Egypt, on Pharaoh, and on all his house, before our eyes. 23 And he brought us out from there, that he might bring us in, to give us the land which he swore to our fathers. 24 Jehovah commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Jehovah our God, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as we are today. 25 It shall be righteousness to us, if we observe to do all this commandment before Jehovah our God, as he has commanded us. Chapter 7 1 When Jehovah your God brings you into the land where you go to possess it, and casts out many nations before you, the Hittite, the Girgashite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, 7 nations greater and mightier than you. 2 And when Jehovah your God delivers them up before you, and you strike them, then you shall utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them, nor show mercy to them. 3 Neither shall you make marriages with them. You shall not give your daughter to his son, nor shall you take his daughter for your son. 4 For he will turn away your son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So Jehovah's anger would be kindled against you, and he would destroy you quickly. 5 But you shall deal with them like this. You shall break down their altars, dash their pillars in pieces, and cut down their Asherah poles, and burn their engraved images with fire. 6 For you are a holy people to Jehovah your God. Jehovah your God has chosen you to be a people for his own possession, above all peoples who are on the face of the earth. 7 Jehovah didn't set his love on you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for you were the fewest of all peoples. 8 But because Jehovah loves you, and because he desires to keep the oath which he swore to your fathers, Jehovah has brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh. king of Egypt. 9 Know therefore that Jehovah your God himself is God, the faithful God, who keeps covenant and loving kindness with them who love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations. 10 And repays those who hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him who hates him. He will repay him to his face. 11 You shall therefore keep the commandments, the statutes, and the ordinances, which I command you today, to do them. 12 It shall happen, because you listen to these ordinances, and keep and do them, that Jehovah your God will keep with you the covenant and the loving kindness which he swore to your fathers. 13 He will love you, bless you, multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your body and the fruit of your ground, your grain and your new wine and your oil, the increase of your livestock and the young of your flock, in the land which he swore to your fathers to give you. 14 You shall be blessed above all peoples. There shall not be male or female barren among you, or among your livestock. 15 Jehovah will take away from you all sickness, and none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which you know, will he put on you, but will lay them on all those who hate you. 16 You shall consume all the peoples whom Jehovah your God shall deliver to you. Your eye shall not pity them, neither shall you serve their gods, for that would be a snare to you. 17 If you shall say in your heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispossess them? 18 You shall not be afraid of them. You shall remember well what Jehovah your God did to Pharaoh, and to all Egypt. 19 The great trials which your eyes saw, the signs, the wonders, the mighty hand, and the outstretched arm, by which Jehovah your God brought you out. So shall Jehovah your God do to all the peoples of whom you are afraid. 20 Moreover Jehovah your God will send the hornet among them, until those who are left, and hide themselves, perish from before you. 21 You shall not be scared of them, for Jehovah your God is among you, a great and awesome God. 22 Jehovah your God will cast out those nations before you little by little. You may not consume them at once, lest the animals of the field increase on you. 23 But Jehovah your God will deliver them up before you, and will confuse them with a great confusion, until they are destroyed. 24 He will deliver their kings into your hand, and you shall make their name perish from under the sky. No one will be able to stand before you, until you have destroyed them. 25 You shall burn the engraved images of their gods with fire. You shall not covet the silver or the gold that is on them, nor take it for yourself, lest you be snared in it, for it is an abomination to Jehovah your God. 26 You shall not bring an abomination into your house, and become a devoted thing like it. You shall utterly detest it, and you shall utterly abhor it, for it is a devoted thing. Chapter 8 1 You shall observe to do all the commandments. 125 Deuteronomy, which I command you today, that you may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers. 2 You shall remember all the way which Jehovah your God has led you these 40 years in the wilderness, that he might humble you, to prove you, to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments, or not. 3 He humbled you, and allowed you to be hungry, and fed you with manna, which you didn't know, neither did your fathers know, that he might teach you that man does not live by bread only, but man lives by every word that proceeds out of Jehovah's mouth. For your clothing didn't grow old on you, neither did your foot swell, these 40 years. 5. You shall consider in your heart that as a man disciplines his son, so Jehovah your God disciplines you. 6. You shall keep the commandments of Jehovah your God, to walk in his ways, and to fear him. 7. For Jehovah your God brings you into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of springs, and underground water flowing into valleys and hills. 8. A land of wheat and barley, and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive trees and honey. 9. A land in which you shall eat bread without scarceness, you shall not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you may dig copper. 10. You shall eat and be full, and you shall bless Jehovah your God for the good land which he has given you. 11. Beware lest you forget Jehovah your God, in not keeping his commandments, and his ordinances, and his statutes, which I command you today. 12. Lest, when you have eaten and are full, and have built fine houses, and lived in them. 13. And when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and your gold is multiplied, and all that you have is multiplied. 14. Then your heart might be lifted up, and you forget Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. 15. Who led you through the great and terrible wilderness, with fiery serpents and scorpions, and thirsty ground, where there was no water, who poured water for you out of the rock of flint. 16. Who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers didn't know, that he might humble you, and that he might prove you, to do you good at your latter end. 17. And lest you say in your heart, my power and the might of my hand has gotten me this wealth. 18. But you shall remember Jehovah your God, for it is he who gives you power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant which he swore to your fathers, as it is today. 19. It shall be, if you shall forget Jehovah your God, and walk after other gods, and serve them, and worship them, I testify against you today that you shall surely perish. 20. As the nations that Jehovah makes to perish before you, so you shall perish, because you wouldn't listen to Jehovah your God's voice. Chapter 9. 1. Hear, Israel. You are to pass over the Jordan today, to go in to dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourself, cities great and fortified up to the sky, to a people great and tall, the sons of the Anakim, whom you know, and of whom you have heard say, who can stand before the sons of Anak? 3. Know therefore today, that Jehovah your God is he who goes over before you as a devouring fire. He will destroy them, and he will bring them down before you. So you shall drive them out, and make them perish quickly, as Jehovah has spoken to you. 4. Don't say in your heart, after Jehovah your God has thrust them out from before you, saying, for my righteousness Jehovah has brought me in to possess this land, because Jehovah drives them out before you because of the wickedness of these nations. 5. Not for your righteousness, or for the uprightness of your heart, do you go in to possess their land, but for the wickedness of these nations. Jehovah your God does drive them out from before you, and that he may establish the word which Jehovah swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. 6. Know therefore, that Jehovah your God doesn't give you this good land to possess for your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people. 7. Remember, and don't forget, how you provoked Jehovah your God to wrath in the wilderness. From the day that you left the land of Egypt, until you came to this place, you have been rebellious against Jehovah. 8 Also in Horeb you provoked Jehovah to wrath, and Jehovah was angry with you to destroy you. 9 When I had gone up onto the mountain to receive the stone tablets, even the tablets of the covenant which Jehovah made with you, then I stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water. 10 Jehovah delivered to me the 2 stone tablets written with God's finger. On them were all the words which Jehovah spoke with you on the mountain out of the middle of the fire in the day of the assembly. 11 It came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights, that Jehovah gave me the 2 stone tablets, even the tablets of the covenant. 12 Jehovah said to me, Arise, get down quickly from here, for your people whom you have brought out of Egypt have corrupted themselves. They have quickly turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They have made a molten image for themselves. 13 Furthermore Jehovah spoke to me, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. 14 Leave me alone, that I may destroy them, and blot out their name from under the sky, and I will make of you a nation mightier and greater than they. 15 So I turned and came down from the mountain, and the mountain was burning with fire. The 2 tablets of the covenant were in my 2 hands. 16 I looked, and behold, you had sinned against Jehovah your God. You had made yourselves a molten calf. You had turned aside quickly out of the way which Jehovah had commanded you. 17 I took hold of the 2 tablets, and threw them out of my 2 hands, and broke Deuteronomy 126 them before your eyes. 18 I fell down before Jehovah, as at the first, 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water, because of all your sin which you sinned, in doing that which was evil in Jehovah's sight, to provoke him to anger. 19 For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure with which Jehovah was angry against you to destroy you. But Jehovah listened to me that time also. 20 Jehovah was angry enough with Aaron to destroy him. I prayed for Aaron also at the same time. 21 I took your sin, the calf which you had made, and burnt it with fire, and crushed it, grinding it very small, until it was as fine as dust. I threw its dust into the brook that descended out of the mountain. 22 At Taberah, and at Massah, and at Kibroth Hattaavah, you provoked Jehovah to wrath. 23 When Jehovah sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land which I have given you, you rebelled against the commandment of Jehovah your God, and you didn't believe him, nor listen to his voice. 24 You have been rebellious against Jehovah from the day that I knew you. 25 So I fell down before Jehovah the 40 days and 40 nights that I fell down, because Jehovah had said he would destroy you. 26 I prayed to Jehovah, and said, Lord Jehovah, don't destroy your people and your inheritance, that you have redeemed through your greatness, that you have brought out of Egypt with a mighty hand. 27 Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Don't look at the stubbornness of this people, nor at their wickedness, nor at their sin. 28 Lest the land you brought us out from say, because Jehovah was not able to bring them into the land which he promised to them, and because he hated them, he has brought them out to kill them in the wilderness. 29 Yet they are your people and your inheritance, which you brought out by your great power and by your outstretched arm. Chapter 10 1 At that time Jehovah said to me, Cut 2 stone tablets like the first, and come up to me onto the mountain, and make an ark of wood. 2 I will write on the tables the words that were on the first tables which you broke, and you shall put them in the ark. 3 So I made an ark of acacia wood, and cut 2 stone tablets like the first, and went up onto the mountain, having the 2 tables in my hand. 4 He wrote on the tables, according to the first writing, the 10 commandments, which Jehovah spoke to you on the mountain out of the middle of the fire in the day of the assembly, and Jehovah gave them to me. 5 I turned and came down from the mountain, and put the tables in the ark which I had made. And there they are as Jehovah commanded me. 6 The children of Israel traveled from Beeroth Bani Jaakan to Moserah. There Aaron died, and there he was buried, and Eleazar his son ministered in the priest's office in his place. 7 From there they traveled to Gujota, and from Gujota to Jotbatha, a land of brooks of water. 8 At that time Jehovah set apart the tribe of Levi, to bear the ark of Jehovah's covenant, to stand before Jehovah to minister to him, and to bless in his name, to this day. 9 Therefore Levi has no portion nor inheritance with his brothers. Jehovah is his inheritance, according as Jehovah your God spoke to him. 10 I stayed on the mountain, as at the first time, 40 days and 40 nights, and Jehovah listened to me that time also. Jehovah would not destroy you. 11 Jehovah said to me, Arise, take your journey before the people, and they shall go in and possess the land, which I swore to their fathers to give to them. 12 Now, Israel, what does Jehovah your God require of you, but to fear Jehovah your God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve Jehovah your God with all your heart and with all your soul. 13 To keep Jehovah's commandments and statutes, which I command you today for your good. 14 Behold, to Jehovah your God belongs heaven and the heaven of heavens, the earth, with all that is therein. 15 Only Jehovah had a delight in your fathers to love them, and he chose their offspring after them, even you above all peoples, as it is today. 16 Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. 17 For Jehovah your God, he is God of gods, and Lord of lords, the great God, the mighty, and the awesome, who doesn't respect persons, nor takes reward. 18 He does execute justice for the fatherless and widow, and loves the foreigner, in giving him food and clothing. 19 Therefore love the foreigner, for you were foreigners in the land of Egypt. 20 You shall fear Jehovah your God, you shall serve him, and you shall cling to him, and you shall swear by his name. 21 He is your praise, and he is your God, who has done for you these great and awesome things, which your eyes have seen. 22 Your fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now Jehovah your God has made you as the stars of the sky for multitude. Chapter 11 1 Therefore you shall love Jehovah your God, and keep his instructions, his statutes, his ordinances, and his commandments, always. 2 Know this day, for I don't speak with your children who have not known, and who have not seen the chastisement of Jehovah your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, his outstretched arm. 3. His signs, and his works, which he did in the middle of Egypt to Pharaoh the king of Egypt, and to all his land. 4. And what he did to the army of Egypt, to their horses, and to their chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea to overflow them as they pursued you, and how Jehovah has destroyed them to this day. 5. And what he did to you in the wilderness, until you came to this place. 6. And what he did to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, how the earth opened its mouth, and swallowed them up, and their households, and their tents, and every living thing that followed them, in the middle of all Israel. 7. But your eyes have seen all of Jehovah's great work which he did. 127 Deuteronomy 8. Therefore you shall keep all the commandment which I command you today, that you may be strong, and go in and possess the land, where you go over to possess it. 9. And that you may prolong your days in the land, which Jehovah swore to your fathers to give to them and to their offspring, a land flowing with milk and honey. 10. For the land where you go Indiana to possess it, isn't as the land of Egypt, that you came out of, where you sowed your seed, and watered it with your foot, as a garden of herbs. 11. But the land where you go over to possess it is a land of hills and valleys which drinks water from the rain of the sky. 12. A land which Jehovah your God cares for. Jehovah your God's eyes are always on it, from the beginning of the year even to the end of the year. 13. It shall happen, if you shall listen diligently to my commandments, which I command you today, to love Jehovah your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul. 14. That I will give the rain of your land in its season, the former rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your grain, your new wine, and your oil. 15. I will give grass in your fields for your livestock, and you shall eat and be full. 16. Be careful, lest your heart be deceived, and you turn aside, and serve other gods, and worship them. 17. And Jehovah's anger be kindled against you, and he shut up the sky, so that there is no rain, and the land doesn't yield its fruit, and you perish quickly from off the good land which Jehovah gives you. 18. Therefore you shall lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul. You shall bind them for a sign on your hand, and they shall be for frontlets between your eyes. 19. You shall teach them to your children, talking of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. 20. You shall write them on the door posts of your house, and on your gates. 21. That your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers to give them, as the days of the heavens above the earth. 22. For if you shall diligently keep all these commandments which I command you, to do them, to love Jehovah your God, to walk in all his ways, and to cling to him. 23. Then Jehovah will drive out all these nations from before you, and you shall dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourselves. 24. Every place whereon the sole of your foot treads shall be yours, from the wilderness, and Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even to the western sea shall be your border. 25. No man will be able to stand before you. Jehovah your God will lay the fear of you and the dread of you on all the land that you tread on, as he has spoken to you. 26. Behold, I set before you today a blessing and a curse. 27. The blessing, if you listen to the commandments of Jehovah your God, which I command you today. 28 And the curse, if you do not listen to the commandments of Jehovah your God, but turn aside out of the way which I command you today, to go after other gods, which you have not known. 29 It shall happen, when Jehovah your God brings you into the land where you go to possess it, that you shall set the blessing on Mount Gerizim, and the curse on Mount Ebal. 30 Aren't they beyond the Jordan, behind the way of the going down of the sun, in the land of the Canaanites who dwell in the Arabah, near Gilgal, beside the oaks of Moreh? 31 For you are to pass over the Jordan to go in to possess the land which Jehovah your God gives you, and you shall possess it, and dwell therein. 32 You shall observe to do all the statutes and the ordinances which I set before you today. Chapter 12. 1 These are the statutes and the ordinances which you shall observe to do in the land which Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has given you to possess it, all the days that you live on the earth. 2 You shall surely destroy all the places in which the nations that you shall dispossess served their gods, on the high mountains, and on the hills, and under every green tree. 3 You shall break down their altars, and dash their pillars in pieces, and burn their Asherah poles with fire. You shall cut down the engraved images of their gods. You shall destroy their name out of that place. 4 You shall not do so to Jehovah your God. 5 But to the place which Jehovah your God shall choose out of all your tribes, to put his name there, you shall seek his habitation, and there you shall come. 6 There you shall bring your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, the wave offering of your hand, your vows, your freewill offerings, and the firstborn of your herd and of your flock. 7 There you shall eat before Jehovah your God, and you shall rejoice in all that you put your hand to, you and your households, in which Jehovah your God has blessed you. 8 You shall not do after all the things that we do here today, every man whatever is right in his own eyes. 9 For you haven't yet come to the rest and to the inheritance, which Jehovah your God gives you. 10 But when you go over the Jordan, and dwell in the land which Jehovah your God causes you to inherit, and he gives you rest from all your enemies around you, so that you dwell in safety. 11 Then it shall happen that to the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, to cause his name to dwell there, there you shall bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, the wave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows which you vow to Jehovah. 12 You shall rejoice before Jehovah your God, you, and your sons, your daughters, your male servants, your female servants, and the Levite who is within your gates, because he has no portion nor inheritance with you. 13 Be careful that you don't offer your burnt offerings in every place that you see. 14 But in the place which Jehovah chooses in one of your tribes, there you shall offer your burnt offerings, and there you shall do all that I command you. 15 Notwithstanding, you may kill and eat flesh. Deuteronomy 128. Within all your gates, after all the desire of your soul, according to Jehovah your God's blessing, which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat of it, as of the gazelle, and as of the deer. 16 Only you shall not eat the blood. You shall pour it out on the earth like water. 17 You may not eat within your gates the tithe of your grain, or of your new wine, or of your oil, or the firstborn of your herd or of your flock, nor any of your vows which you vow, nor your free will offerings, nor the wave offering of your hand. 18 But you shall eat them before Jehovah your God in the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, you, your son, your daughter, your male servant, your female servant, and the Levite who is within your gates. You shall rejoice before Jehovah your God in all that you put your hand to. 19 Be careful that you don't forsake the Levite as long as you live in your land. 20 When Jehovah your God enlarges your border, as he has promised you, and you shall say, I want to eat meat, because your soul desires to eat meat, you may eat meat, after all the desire of your soul. 21 If the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, to put his name there, is too far from you, then you shall kill of your herd and of your flock, which Jehovah has given you, as I have commanded you, and you may eat within your gates, after all the desire of your soul. 22 Even as the gazelle and as the deer is eaten, so you shall eat of it. The unclean and the clean may eat of it alike. 23 Only be sure that you don't eat the blood, for the blood is the life. You shall not eat the life with the flesh. 24 You shall not eat it. You shall pour it out on the earth like water. 25 You shall not eat it, that it may go well with you, and with your children after you, when you shall do that which is right in Jehovah's eyes. 26 Only your holy things which you have, and your vows, you shall take, and go to the place which Jehovah shall choose. 27 You shall offer your burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, on the altar of Jehovah your God, and the blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out on the altar of Jehovah your God, and you shall eat the flesh. 28 Observe and hear all these words which I command you, that it may go well with you, and with your children after you forever, when you do that which is good and right in Jehovah your God's eyes. 29 When Jehovah your God cuts off the nations from before you, where you go in to dispossess them, and you dispossess them, and dwell in their land. 30 Be careful that you are not ensnared to follow them, after they are destroyed from before you, and that you not inquire after their gods, saying, How do these nations serve their gods? I will do likewise. 31 You shall not do so to Jehovah your God, for every abomination to Jehovah, which he hates, they have done to their gods, for they even burn their sons and their daughters in the fire to their gods. 32 Whatever thing I command you, that you shall observe to do, you shall not add to it, nor take away from it. Chapter 13 1 If a prophet or a dreamer of dreams arises among you, and he gives you a sign or a wonder. 2 And the sign or the wonder comes to pass, of which he spoke to you, saying, Let us go after other gods, which you have not known, and let us serve them. 3 You shall not listen to the words of that prophet, or to that dreamer of dreams, for Jehovah your God is testing you, to know whether you love Jehovah your God with all your heart and with all your soul. 4 You shall walk after Jehovah your God, fear him, keep his commandments, and obey his voice, and you shall serve him, and cling to him. 5 That prophet, or that dreamer of dreams, shall be put to death, because he has spoken rebellion against Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to draw you aside out of the way which Jehovah your God commanded you to walk in. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 6 If your brother, the son of your mother, or your son, or your daughter, or the wife of your bosom, or your friend, who is as your own soul, entices you secretly, saying, Let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known, you, nor your fathers, 7 of the gods of the peoples who are around you, near to you, or far off from you, from the one end of the earth even to the other end of the earth. 8 You shall not consent to him, nor listen to him, neither shall your eye pity him, neither shall you spare, neither shall you conceal him. 9 But you shall surely kill him. Your hand shall be first on him to put him to death, and afterwards the hands of all the people. 10 You shall stone him to death with stones, because he has sought to draw you away from Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. 11 All Israel shall hear, and fear, and shall not do any more wickedness like this among you. 12 If you shall hear about one of your cities, which Jehovah your God gives you to dwell there, that 13 certain base fellows have gone out from among you, and have drawn away the inhabitants of their city, saying, Let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known. 14 Then you shall inquire, and make search, and ask diligently. Behold, if it is true, and the thing certain, that such abomination was done among you. 15 You shall surely strike the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, with all that is therein and its livestock, with the edge of the sword. 16 You shall gather all its plunder into the middle of its street, and shall burn with fire the city, and all every bit of its plunder, to Jehovah your God. It shall be a heap forever. It shall not be built again. 17 Nothing of the devoted thing shall cling to your hand, that Jehovah may turn from the fierceness of his anger, and show you mercy, and have compassion on you, and multiply you, as he has sworn to your fathers. 18 When you listen to Jehovah your God's voice, to keep all his 129 Deuteronomy commandments which I command you today, to do that which is right in Jehovah your God's eyes. Chapter 14 1 You are the children of Jehovah your God. You shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. 2 For you are a holy people to Jehovah your God, and Jehovah has chosen you to be a people for his own possession, above all peoples who are on the face of the earth. 3 You shall not eat any abominable thing. For these are the animals which you may eat, the ox, the sheep, the goat. 5 The deer, the gazelle, the roebuck, the wild goat, the ibex, the antelope, and the chamois. 6 Every animal that parts the hoof, and has the hoof cloven in two and chews the cud, among the animals, that may you eat. 7 Nevertheless these you shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of those who have the hoof cloven, the camel, the hare, and the rabbit. Because they chew the cud but don't part the hoof, they are unclean to you. 8 The pig, because it has a split hoof but doesn't chew the cud, is unclean to you. You shall not eat their flesh, and you shall not touch their carcasses. 9 These you may eat of all that are in the waters, whatever has fins and scales you may eat. 10 You shall not eat whatever doesn't have fins and scales. It is unclean to you. 11 Of all clean birds you may eat. 12 But these are they of which you shall not eat: the eagle, the vulture, the osprey. 13 The red kite, the falcon, the kite after its kind. 14 Every raven after its kind. 15 The ostrich, the owl, the seagull, the hawk after its kind. 16 The little owl, the great Owl, the horned owl, 17 the pelican, the vulture, the cormorant, 18 the stork, the heron after its kind, the hoopoe and the bat. 19 all winged creeping things are unclean to you. They shall not be eaten. 20 of all clean birds you may eat. 21 you shall not eat of anything that dies of itself. You may give it to the foreigner living among you who is within your gates, that he may eat it, or you may sell it to a foreigner, for you are a holy people to Jehovah your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. 22 you shall surely tithe all the increase of your seed, that which comes out of the field year by year. 23 you shall eat before Jehovah your God, in the place which he chooses, to cause his name to dwell there, the tithe of your grain, of your new wine, and of your oil, and the firstborn of your herd and of your flock, that you may learn to fear Jehovah your God always. 24 if the way is too long for you, so that you are not able to carry it, because the place is too far from you, which Jehovah your God shall choose, to set his name there, when Jehovah your God shall bless you. 25 then you shall turn it into money, and bind up the money in your hand, and shall go to the place which Jehovah your God shall choose. 26 you shall trade the money for whatever your soul desires, for cattle, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatever your soul asks of you, and you shall eat there before Jehovah your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your household. 27 you shall not forsake the Levite, who is within your gates, for he has no portion nor inheritance with you. 28 at the end of every 3 years you shall bring all the tithe of your increase in the same year, and shall store it within your gates. 29 the Levite, because he has no portion nor inheritance with you, and the foreigner living among you, and the fatherless, and the widow, who are within your gates, shall come, and shall eat and be satisfied, that Jehovah your God may bless you in all the work of your hand which you do. Chapter 15. 1 At the end of every 7 years, you shall cancel debts. 2 This is the way it shall be done. Every creditor shall release that which he has lent to his neighbor. He shall not require payment from his neighbor and his brother, because Jehovah's release has been proclaimed. 3 Of a foreigner you may require it, but whatever of yours is with your brother, your hand shall release. 4 However there shall be no poor with you, for Jehovah will surely bless you in the land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance to possess it. 5 If only you diligently listen to Jehovah your God's voice, to observe to do all this commandment which I command you today. 6 For Jehovah your God will bless you, as he promised you. You will lend to many nations, but you will not borrow. You will rule over many nations, but they will not rule over you. 7 If a poor man, one of your brothers, is with you within any of your gates in your land which Jehovah your God gives you, you shall not harden your heart, nor shut your hand from your poor brother. 8 But you shall surely open your hand to him, and shall surely lend him sufficient for his need, which he lacks. 9 Beware that there not be a base thought in your heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and your eye be evil against your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cry to Jehovah against you, and it be sin to you. 10 You shall surely give, and your heart shall not be grieved when you give to him, because for this thing Jehovah your God will bless you in all your work, and in all that you put your hand to. 11 For the poor will never cease out of the land. Therefore I command you to surely open your hand to your brother, to your needy, and to your poor, in your land. 12 If your brother, a Hebrew man, or a Hebrew woman, is sold to you, and serves you 6 years, then in the 7th year you shall let him go free from you. 13 When you let him go free from you, you shall not let him go empty. 14 You shall furnish him liberally out of your flock, out of your threshing floor, and out of your wine press. As Jehovah your God has blessed you, you shall give to him. 15 You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and Jehovah your God redeemed you. Therefore I command you this thing today. 16 It shall be, if he tells you, I will not go out. Deuteronomy 130. From you, because he loves you and your house, because he is well with you. 17 Then you shall take an awl, and thrust it through his ear to the door, and he shall be your servant forever. Also to your female servant you shall do likewise. 18 It shall not seem hard to you, when you let him go free from you, for he has been double value of a hired hand as he served you 6 years. Jehovah your God will bless you in all that you do. 19 You shall dedicate all the firstborn males that are born of your herd and of your flock to Jehovah your God. You shall do no work with the firstborn of your herd, nor shear the firstborn of your flock. 20 You shall eat it before Jehovah your God year by year in the place which Jehovah shall choose, you and your household. 21 If it has any defect, is lame or blind, or has any defect whatever, you shall not sacrifice it to Jehovah your God. 22 You shall eat it within your gates. The unclean and the clean shall eat it alike, as the gazelle, and as the deer. 23 Only you shall not eat its blood. You shall pour it out on the ground like water. Chapter 16. 1 Observe the month of Aviv, and keep the Passover to Jehovah your God, for in the month of Aviv Jehovah your God brought you out of Egypt by night. 2 You shall sacrifice the Passover to Jehovah your God, of the flock and the herd, in the place which Jehovah shall choose, to cause his name to dwell there. 3 You shall eat no leavened bread with it. You shall eat unleavened bread with it 7 days, even the bread of affliction, for you came out of the land of Egypt in haste, that you may remember the day when you came out of the land of Egypt all the days of your life. For no yeast shall be seen with you in all your borders 7 days, neither shall any of the flesh, which you sacrifice the first day at evening, remain all night until the morning. 5 You may not sacrifice the Passover within any of your gates, which Jehovah your God gives you. 6 But at the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, to cause his name to dwell in, there you shall sacrifice the Passover at evening, at the going down of the sun, at the season that you came out of Egypt. 7 You shall roast and eat it in the place which Jehovah your God chooses. In the morning you shall return to your tents. 8 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to Jehovah your God. You shall do no work. 9 You shall count for yourselves 7 weeks. From the time you begin to put the sickle to the standing grain, you shall begin to number 7 weeks. 10 You shall keep the feast of weeks to Jehovah your God with a tribute of a free will offering of your hand, which you shall give according as Jehovah your God blesses you. 11 You shall rejoice before Jehovah your God you, your son, your daughter, your male servant, your female servant, the Levite who is within your gates, the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, who are among you, in the place which Jehovah your God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. 12 You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt. You shall observe and do these statutes. 13 You shall keep the feast of tents 7 days. After you have gathered in from your threshing floor and from your wine press. 14 You shall rejoice in your feast, you, your son, your daughter, your male servant, your female servant, the Levite, the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, who are within your gates. 15 You shall keep a feast to Jehovah your God 7 days in the place which Jehovah chooses, because Jehovah your God will bless you in all your increase, and in all the work of your hands, and you shall be altogether joyful. 16 3 times in a year all of your males shall appear before Jehovah your God in the place which he chooses, in the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tents. They shall not appear before Jehovah empty. 17 Every man shall give as he is able, according to Jehovah your God's blessing which he has given you. 18 You shall make judges and officers in all your gates, which Jehovah your God gives you, according to your tribes, and they shall judge the people with righteous judgment. 19 You shall not pervert justice. You shall not show partiality. You shall not take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise, and perverts the words of the righteous. 20 You shall follow that which is altogether just, that you may live, and inherit the land which Jehovah your God gives you. 21 You shall not plant for yourselves an Asherah of any kind of tree beside the altar of Jehovah your God, which you shall make for yourselves. 22 Neither shall you set yourself up a sacred stone which Jehovah your God hates. Chapter 17 1 You shall not sacrifice to Jehovah your God an ox, or a sheep, in which is a defect, or anything evil, for that is an abomination to Jehovah your God. 2 If there is found among you, within any of your gates which Jehovah your God gives you, a man or woman who does that which is evil in Jehovah your God's sight, in transgressing his covenant. 3 And has gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, or the sun, or the moon, or any of the stars of the sky, which I have not commanded. 4 And you are told, and you have heard of it, then you shall inquire diligently. Behold, if it is true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is done in Israel. 5 Then you shall bring out that man or that woman, who has done this evil thing, to your gates, even that same man or woman, and you shall stone them to death with stones. 6 At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or 3 witnesses, he who is to die shall be put to death. At the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. 7 The hand of the witnesses shall be first on him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 8 If there arises a matter too hard for you in 131 Deuteronomy. Judgment between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within your gates. Then you shall arise, and go up to the place which Jehovah your God chooses. 9 You shall come to the priests who are Levites, and to the judge who shall be in those days. You shall inquire, and they shall give you the verdict. 10 You shall do according to the decisions of the verdict which they shall give you from that place which Jehovah chooses. You shall observe to do according to all that they shall teach you. 11 According to the decisions of the law which they shall teach you, and according to the judgment which they shall tell you, you shall do. You shall not turn aside from the sentence which they shall show you, to the right hand, nor to the left. 12 The man who does presumptuously, in not listening to the priest who stands to minister there before Jehovah your God, or to the judge, even that man shall die. You shall put away the evil from Israel. 13 All the people shall hear, and fear, and do no more presumptuously. 14 When you have come to the land which Jehovah your God gives you, and possess it, and dwell in it, and say, I will set a king over me, like all the nations that are around me. 15 You shall surely set him king over yourselves, whom Jehovah your God chooses. You shall set as king over you one from among your brothers. You may not put a foreigner over you, who is not your brother. 16 Only he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he may multiply horses, because Jehovah has said to you, you shall not go back that way again. 17 He shall not multiply wives to himself, that his heart not turn away. He shall not greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. 18 It shall be, when he sits on the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write himself a copy of this law in a book, out of that which is before the priests the Levites. 19 It shall be with him, and he shall read from it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear Jehovah his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes, to do them. 20 That his heart not be lifted up above his brothers, and that he not turn aside from the commandment, to the right hand, or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children, in the middle of Israel. Chapter 18 1 The priests the Levites, all the tribe of Levi, shall have no portion nor inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of Jehovah made by fire and his portion. 2 They shall have no inheritance among their brothers. Jehovah is their inheritance, as he has spoken to them. 3 This shall be the priest's due from the people, from those who offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep, that they shall give to the priest the shoulder, the 2 cheeks, and the inner parts. For the first fruits of your grain, of your new wine, and of your oil, and the first of the fleece of your sheep, you shall give him. 5 For Jehovah your God has chosen him out of all your tribes, to stand to minister in Jehovah's name, him and his sons forever. 6 If a Levite comes from any of your gates out of all Israel, where he lives as a foreigner, and comes with all the desire of his soul to the place which Jehovah shall choose, 7 Then he shall minister in the name of Jehovah his God, as all his brothers the Levites do, who stand there before Jehovah. 8 They shall have like portions to eat, in addition to that which comes from the sale of his family possessions. 9 When you have come into the land which Jehovah your God gives you, you shall not learn to imitate the abominations of those nations. 10 There shall not be found with you anyone who makes his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, one who uses divination, one who practices sorcery, or an enchanter, or a sorcerer. 11 Or a charmer, or a consulter with a familiar spirit, or a wizard, or a necromancer. 12 For whoever does these things is an abomination to Jehovah. Because of these abominations, Jehovah your God drives them out from before you. 13 You shall be perfect with Jehovah your God. 14 For these nations that you shall dispossess listen to those who practice sorcery and to diviners, but as for you, Jehovah your God has not allowed you so to do. 15 Jehovah your God will raise up to you a prophet from among you, of your brothers, like me. You shall listen to him. 16 This is according to all that you desired of Jehovah your God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, Let me not hear again Jehovah my God's voice, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I not die. 17 Jehovah said to me, They have well said that which they have spoken. 18 I will raise them up a prophet from among their brothers, like you. I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I shall command him. 19 It shall happen, that whoever will not listen to my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. 20 But the prophet who speaks a word presumptuously in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that same prophet shall die. 21 You may say in your heart, How shall we know the word which Jehovah has not spoken? 22 When a prophet speaks in Jehovah's name, if the thing doesn't follow, nor happen, that is the thing which Jehovah has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. You shall not be afraid of him. Chapter 19 1 When Jehovah your God cuts off the nations whose land Jehovah your God gives you, and you succeed them, and dwell in their cities, and in their houses, 2 You shall set apart 3 cities for yourselves in the middle of your land, which Jehovah your God gives you to possess it. 3 You shall prepare the way, and divide the borders of your land, which Jehovah your God causes you to inherit, into 3 parts, that every manslayer may flee there. Deuteronomy 132. For this is the case of the manslayer who shall flee there and live. Whoever kills his neighbor unawares, and didn't hate him in time past. 5 As when a man goes into the forest with his neighbor to chop wood, and his hand fetches a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree, and the head slips from the handle, and lights on his neighbor, so that he dies, he shall flee to one of these cities, and live. 6 Otherwise, the avenger of blood might pursue the manslayer, while his heart is hot, and overtake him, because the way is long, and strike him mortally, even though he was not worthy of death, because he didn't hate him in time past. 7 Therefore I command you to set apart 3 cities for yourselves. 8 If Jehovah your God enlarges your border, as he has sworn to your fathers, and gives you all the land which he promised to give to your fathers. 9 If you keep all this commandment to do it, which I command you today, to love Jehovah your God, and to walk ever in his ways, then you shall add 3 cities more for yourselves, besides these 3. 10 This is so that innocent blood will not be shed in the middle of your land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance, leaving blood guilt on you. 11 But if any man hates his neighbor, lies in wait for him, rises up against him, strikes him mortally so that he dies, and he flees into one of these cities, 12 Then the elders of his city shall send and bring him there, and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. 13 Your eye shall not pity him, but you shall purge the innocent blood from Israel, that it may go well with you. 14 You shall not remove your neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set, in your inheritance which you shall inherit, in the land that Jehovah your God gives you to possess. 15 One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, or for any sin, in any sin that he sins. At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or at the mouth of 3 witnesses, shall a matter be established. 16 If an unrighteous witness rises up against any man to testify against him of wrongdoing, 17 Then both the men, between whom the controversy is, shall stand before Jehovah, before the priests and the judges who shall be in those days. 18 And the judges shall make diligent inquisition, and, behold, if the witness is a false witness, and has testified falsely against his brother. 19 Then you shall do to him as he had thought to do to his brother. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 20 Those who remain shall hear, and fear, and will never again commit any such evil among you. 21 Your eyes shall not pity, life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Chapter 20 1 When you go out to battle against your enemies, and see horses, chariots, and a people more than you, you shall not be afraid of them. For Jehovah your God is with you, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. 2 It shall be, when you draw near to the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak to the people. 3 And shall tell them, Hear, Israel, you draw near today to battle against your enemies. Don't let your heart faint. Don't be afraid, nor tremble, neither be scared of them, for Jehovah your God is he who goes with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you. 5 The officers shall speak to the people, saying, What man is there who has built a new house, and has not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. 6 What man is there who has planted a vineyard, and has not used its fruit? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man use its fruit. 7 What man is there who has pledged to be married a wife, and has not taken her? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man take her. 8 The officers shall speak further to the people, and they shall say, What man is there who is fearful, and faint-hearted? Let him go and return to his house, lest his brother's heart melt as his heart. 9 It shall be, when the officers have finished speaking to the people, that they shall appoint captains of armies at the head of the people. 10 When you draw near to a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace to it. 11 It shall be, if it makes you answer of peace, and opens to you, then it shall be, that all the people who are found therein shall become forced laborers to you, and shall serve you. 12 If it will make no peace with you, but will make war against you, then you shall besiege it. 13 When Jehovah your God delivers it into your hand, you shall strike every male of it with the edge of the sword. 14 But the women, the little ones, the livestock, and all that is in the city, even all its plunder, you shall take for plunder for yourself. You may use the plunder of your enemies, which Jehovah your God has given you. 15 Thus you shall do to all the cities which are very far off from you, which are not of the cities of these nations. 16 But of the cities of these peoples, that Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance, you shall save alive nothing that breathes. 17 But you shall utterly destroy them, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, as Jehovah your God has commanded you. 18 That they not teach you to follow all their abominations, which they have done to their gods, so would you sin against Jehovah your God. 19 When you shall besiege a city a long time, in making war against it to take it, you shall not destroy its trees by wielding an axe against them. For you may eat of them. You shall not cut them down, for is the tree of the field man, that it should be besieged by you? 20 Only the trees that you know are not trees for food, you shall destroy and cut them down. You shall build bulwarks against the city that makes war with you, until it falls. Chapter 21 1 If someone is found slain in the land which Jehovah your God gives you to possess, lying in 133 Deuteronomy, the field, and it isn't known who has struck him. 2 Then your elders and your judges shall come out, and they shall measure to the cities which are around him who is slain. 3 It shall be that the elders of the city which is nearest to the slain man shall take a heifer of the herd, which hasn't been worked with, and which has not drawn in the yoke. For the elders of that city shall bring the heifer down to a valley with running water, which is neither plowed nor sown, and shall break the heifer's neck there in the valley. 5 The priests the sons of Levi shall come near, for them Jehovah your God has chosen to minister to him, and to bless in Jehovah's name, and according to their word shall every controversy and every assault be decided. 6 All the elders of that city, who are nearest to the slain man, shall wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the valley. 7 They shall answer and say, Our hands have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. 8 Forgive, Jehovah, your people Israel, whom you have redeemed, and don't allow innocent blood among your people Israel. The blood shall be forgiven them. 9 So you shall put away the innocent blood from among you, when you shall do that which is right in Jehovah's eyes. 10 When you go out to battle against your enemies, and Jehovah your God delivers them into your hands, and you carry them away captive. 11 And see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you have a desire to her, and desire to take her as your wife. 12 Then you shall bring her home to your house. She shall shave her head and trim her nails. 13 She shall take the clothing of her captivity off of herself, and shall remain in your house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. After that you shall go in to her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. 14 It shall be, if you have no delight in her, then you shall let her go where she desires, but you shall not sell her at all for money. You shall not deal with her as a slave, because you have humbled her. 15 If a man has 2 wives, the one beloved and the other hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son is hers who was hated. 16 Then it shall be, in the day that he causes his sons to inherit that which he has, that he may not give the son of the beloved the rights of the firstborn before the son of the hated, who is the firstborn. 17 But he shall acknowledge the firstborn, the son of the hated, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. 18 If a man has a stubborn and rebellious son, who will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and though they chasten him, will not listen to them. 19 Then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his city, and to the gate of his place. 20 They shall tell the elders of his city, this our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. 21 All the men of his city shall stone him to death with stones. So you shall remove the evil from among you. All Israel shall hear, and fear. 22 If a man has committed a sin worthy of death, and he is put to death, and you hang him on a tree. 23 His body shall not remain all night on the tree, but you shall surely bury him the same day, for he who is hanged is accursed of God, that you don't defile your land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance. Chapter 22 1 You shall not see your brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide yourself from them. You shall surely bring them again to your brother. 2 If your brother isn't near to you, or if you don't know him, then you shall bring it home to your house, and it shall be with you until your brother comes looking for it, and you shall restore it to him. 3 So you shall do with his donkey. So you shall do with his garment. So you shall do with every lost thing of your brother's, which he has lost, and you have found. You may not hide yourself. For you shall not see your brother's donkey or his ox fallen down by the way, and hide yourself from them. You shall surely help him to lift them up again. 5 A woman shall not wear men's clothing. Neither shall a man put on women's clothing, for whoever does these things is an abomination to Jehovah your God. 6 If you come across a bird's nest on the way, in any tree or on the ground, with young ones or eggs, and the hen sitting on the young, or on the eggs, you shall not take the hen with the young. 7 You shall surely let the hen go, but the young you may take for yourself, that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days. 8 When you build a new house, then you shall make a railing around your roof, so that you don't bring blood on your house if anyone falls from there. 9 You shall not sow your vineyard with two kinds of seed, lest all the fruit be defiled, the seed which you have sown, and the increase of the vineyard. 10 You shall not plow with an ox and a donkey together. 11 You shall not wear clothes of wool and linen woven together. 12 You shall make yourselves fringes on the four corners of your cloak with which you cover yourself. 13 If any man takes a wife, and goes in to her, hates her. 14 Accuses her of shameful things, and gives her a bad name, and says, I took this woman, and when I came near to her, I didn't find in her the tokens of virginity. 15 Then the young lady's father and mother shall take and bring the tokens of the young lady's virginity to the elders of the city in the gate. 16 The young lady's father shall tell the elders, I gave my daughter to this man as his wife, and he hates her. 17 Behold, he has accused her of shameful things, saying, I didn't find in your daughter the tokens of virginity, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. They shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. 18 The elders of that city shall take the man and chastise him. 19 They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, and Deuteronomy 134. Give them to the father of the young lady, because he has given a bad name to a virgin of Israel. She shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. 20 But if this thing is true, that the tokens of virginity were not found in the young lady. 21 Then they shall bring out the young lady to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done folly in Israel, to play the prostitute in her father's house. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 22. If a man is found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both die, the man who lay with the woman and the woman. So you shall remove the evil from Israel. 23. If there is a young lady who is a virgin pledged to be married to a husband, and a man finds her in the city, and lies with her, 24. Then you shall bring them both out to the gate of that city, and you shall stone them to death with stones, the lady, because she didn't cry, being in the city, and the man, because he has humbled his neighbor's wife. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 25. But if the man finds the lady who is pledged to be married in the field, and the man forces her, and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. 26. But to the lady you shall do nothing. There is in the lady no sin worthy of death, for as when a man rises against his neighbor, and kills him, even so is this matter. 27. For he found her in the field, the pledged to be married lady cried, and there was no one to save her. 28. If a man finds a lady who is a virgin, who is not pledged to be married, grabs her, and lies with her, and they are found, 29. Then the man who lay with her shall give to the lady's father 50 shekels of silver. She shall be his wife, because he has humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. 30. A man shall not take his father's wife, and shall not uncover his father's skirt. Chapter 23. 1. He who is emasculated by crushing or cutting shall not enter into Jehovah's assembly. 2. A person born of a forbidden union shall not enter into Jehovah's assembly, even to the 10th generation shall no one of his enter into Jehovah's assembly. 3. An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into Jehovah's assembly, even to the 10th generation shall no one belonging to them enter into Jehovah's assembly forever, for because they didn't meet you with bread and with water on the way, when you came out of Egypt, and because they hired against you Balaam the son of Beor, from Pethah of Mesopotamia, to curse you. 5. Nevertheless Jehovah your God wouldn't listen to Balaam, but Jehovah your God turned the curse into a blessing to you, because Jehovah your God loved you. 6. You shall not seek their peace nor their prosperity all your days forever. 7. You shall not abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother. You shall not abhor an Egyptian, because you lived as a foreigner in his land. 8. The children of the 3rd generation who are born to them may enter into Jehovah's assembly. 9. When you go out and camp against your enemies, then you shall keep yourselves from every evil thing. 10. If there is among you any man who is not clean by reason of that which happens to him by night, then he shall go outside of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. 11. But it shall be, when evening comes, he shall bathe himself in water. When the sun is down, he shall come within the camp. 12. You shall have a place also outside of the camp where you go relieve yourself. 13. You shall have a trowel among your weapons. It shall be, when you relieve yourself, you shall dig with it, and shall turn back and cover your excrement. 14. For Jehovah your God walks in the middle of your camp, to deliver you, and to give up your enemies before you. Therefore your camp shall be holy, that he may not see an unclean thing in you, and turn away from you. 15. You shall not deliver to his master a servant who has escaped from his master to you. 16 He shall dwell with you, among you, in the place which he shall choose within one of your gates, where it pleases him best. You shall not oppress him. 17 There shall be no prostitute of the daughters of Israel, neither shall there be a sodomite of the sons of Israel. 18 You shall not bring the hire of a prostitute, or the wages of a male prostitute, into the house of Jehovah your God for any vow, for both of these are an abomination to Jehovah your God. 19 You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of money, interest of food, interest of anything that is lent on interest. 20 You may lend on interest to a foreigner, but to your brother you shall not lend on interest, that Jehovah your God may bless you in all that you put your hand to, in the land where you go in to possess it. 21 When you vow a vow to Jehovah your God, you shall not be slack to pay it, for Jehovah your God will surely require it of you, and it would be sin in you. 22 But if you refrain from making a vow, it shall be no sin in you. 23 You shall observe and do that which has gone out of your lips, whatever you have vowed to Jehovah your God as a freewill offering, which you have promised with your mouth, you must do. 24 When you come into your neighbor's vineyard, then you may eat of grapes your fill at your own pleasure, but you shall not put any in your container. 25 When you come into your neighbor's standing grain, then you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you shall not move a sickle to your neighbor's standing grain. Chapter 24 1 When a man takes a wife and marries her, then it shall be, if she finds no favor in his eyes, because he has found some unseemly thing in her, that he shall write her a bill of divorce, and put it in her hand, and send her out of his house. 2 When she 135 Deuteronomy has departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. 3 If the latter husband hates her, and writes her a bill of divorce, and puts it in her hand, and sends her out of his house, or if the latter husband dies, who took her to be his wife, for her former husband, who sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife, after that she is defiled, for that is abomination before Jehovah. You shall not cause the land to sin, which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance. 5 When a man takes a new wife, he shall not go out in the army, neither shall he be assigned any business. He shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer his wife whom he has taken. 6 No man shall take a mill or an upper millstone as a pledge, for he takes a life in pledge. 7 If a man is found stealing any of his brothers of the children of Israel, and he deals with him as a slave, or sells him, then that thief shall die. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 8 Be careful in the plague of leprosy, that you observe diligently, and do according to all that the priests the Levites teach you. As I commanded them, so you shall observe to do. 9 Remember what Jehovah your God did to Miriam, by the way as you came out of Egypt. 10 When you lend your neighbor any kind of loan, you shall not go into his house to get his pledge. 11 You shall stand outside, and the man to whom you lend shall bring the pledge outside to you. 12 If he is a poor man, you shall not sleep with his pledge. 13 You shall surely restore to him the pledge when the sun goes down, that he may sleep in his garment, and bless you. It shall be righteousness to you before Jehovah your God. 14 You shall not oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy, whether he is one of your brothers, or one of the foreigners who are in your land within your gates. 15 In his day you shall give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down on it, for he is poor, and sets his heart on it, lest he cry against you to Jehovah, and it be sin to you. 16 The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. 17 You shall not deprive the foreigner or the fatherless of justice, nor take a widow's clothing in pledge. 18 But you shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and Jehovah your God redeemed you there. Therefore I command you to do this thing. 19 When you reap your harvest in your field, and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, you shall not go again to get it. It shall be for the foreigner, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that Jehovah your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. 20 When you beat your olive tree, you shall not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the foreigner, for the fatherless, and for the widow. 21 When you harvest your vineyard, you shall not glean it after yourselves. It shall be for the foreigner, for the fatherless, and for the widow. 22 You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command you to do this thing. Chapter 25 1 If there is a controversy between men, and they come to judgment, and the judges judge them, then they shall justify the righteous, and condemn the wicked. 2 It shall be, if the wicked man is worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down, and to be beaten before his face, according to his wickedness, by number. 3 He may sentence him to no more than 40 stripes. He shall not give more, lest, if he should give more, and beat him more than that many stripes, then your brother will be degraded in your sight. 4 You shall not muzzle the ox when he treads out the grain. 5 If brothers dwell together, and one of them dies, and has no son, the wife of the dead shall not be married outside to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in to her, and take her as his wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. 6 It shall be that the firstborn whom she bears shall succeed in the name of his brother who is dead, that his name not be blotted out of Israel. 7 If the man doesn't want to take his brother's wife, then his brother's wife shall go up to the gate to the elders, and say, My husband's brother refuses to raise up to his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of a husband's brother to me. 8 Then the elders of his city shall call him, and speak to him, and if he stands and says, I don't want to take her. 9 Then his brother's wife shall come to him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face. She shall answer and say, So shall it be done to the man who does not build up his brother's house. 10 His name shall be called in Israel, the house of him who had his shoe removed. 11 When men strive against each other, and the wife of one draws near to deliver her husband out of the hand of him who strikes him, and puts out her hand, and takes him by his private parts. 12 Then you shall cut off her hand. Your eye shall have no pity. 13 You shall not have in your bag diverse weights, one heavy and one light. 14 You shall not have in your house diverse measures, one large and one small. 15 You shall have a perfect and just weight. You shall have a perfect and just measure, that your days may be long in the land which Jehovah your God gives you. 16 For all who do such things, all who do unrighteously, are an abomination to Jehovah your God. 17 Remember what Amalek did to you by the way as you came out of Egypt. 18 How he met you by the way, and struck the rearmost of you, all who were feeble behind you, when you were faint and weary, and he didn't fear God. 19 Therefore it shall be, when Jehovah your God has given you rest from all your enemies all around, in the land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance to possess it, that you shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under the sky. You shall. Deuteronomy 136. Not forget. Chapter 26. 1 It shall be, when you have come into the land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance, possess it, and dwell in it. 2 That you shall take some of the first of all the fruit of the ground, which you shall bring in from your land, that Jehovah your God gives you. You shall put it in a basket, and shall go to the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, to cause his name to dwell there. 3 You shall come to the priest who shall be in those days, and tell him, I profess today to Jehovah your God, that I have come to the land which Jehovah swore to our fathers to give us. For the priest shall take the basket out of your hand, and set it down before the altar of Jehovah your God. 5 You shall answer and say before Jehovah your God, my father was a Syrian ready to perish. He went down into Egypt, and lived there, few in number. There he became a great, mighty, and populous nation. 6 The Egyptians mistreated us, afflicted us, and imposed hard labor on us. 7 Then we cried to Jehovah, the God of our fathers. Jehovah heard our voice, and saw our affliction, our toil, and our oppression. 8 Jehovah brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand, with an outstretched arm, with great terror, with signs, and with wonders. 9 And he has brought us into this place, and has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. 10 Now, behold, I have brought the first of the fruit of the ground, which you, Jehovah, have given me. You shall set it down before Jehovah your God, and worship before Jehovah your God. 11 You shall rejoice in all the good which Jehovah your God has given to you, and to your house, you, and the Levite, and the foreigner who is among you. 12 When you have finished tithing all the tithe of your increase in the 3rd year, which is the year of tithing, then you shall give it to the Levite, to the foreigner, to the fatherless, and to the widow, that they may eat within your gates, and be filled. 13 You shall say before Jehovah your God, I have put away the holy things out of my house, and also have given them to the Levite, to the foreigner, to the fatherless, and to the widow, according to all your commandment, which you have commanded me. I have not transgressed any of your commandments, neither have I forgotten them. 14 I have not eaten of it in my mourning, neither have I removed any of it while I was unclean, nor given of it for the dead. I have listened to Jehovah my God's voice. I have done according to all that you have commanded me. 15 Look down from your holy habitation from heaven, and bless your people Israel, and the ground which you have given us, as you swore to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey. 16 Today Jehovah your God commands you to do these statutes and ordinances. You shall therefore keep and do them with all your heart, and with all your soul. 17 You have declared today that Jehovah is your God, and that you would walk in his ways, and keep his statutes, and his commandments, and his ordinances, and listen to his voice. 18 Jehovah has declared today that you are a people for his own possession, as he has promised you, and that you should keep all his commandments. 19 He will make you high above all nations that he has made, in praise, in name, and in honor, and that you may be a holy people to Jehovah your God, as he has spoken. Chapter 27. 1 Moses and the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, Keep all the commandment which I command you today. 2 It shall be on the day when you shall pass over the Jordan to the land which Jehovah your God gives you, that you shall set yourself up great stones, and coat them with plaster. 3 You shall write on them all the words of this law, when you have passed over, that you may go into the land which Jehovah your God gives you, a land flowing with milk and honey, as Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has promised you. 4 It shall be, when you have crossed over the Jordan, that you shall set up these stones, which I command you today, on Mount Ebal, and you shall coat them with plaster. 5 There you shall build an altar to Jehovah your God, an altar of stones. You shall not use any iron tool on them. 6 You shall build the altar of Jehovah your God of uncut stones. You shall offer burnt offerings on it to Jehovah your God. 7 You shall sacrifice peace offerings, and shall eat there. You shall rejoice before Jehovah your God. 8 You shall write on the stones all the words of this law very plainly. 9 Moses and the priests the Levites spoke to all Israel, saying, Be silent, and listen, Israel. Today you have become the people of Jehovah your God. 10 You shall therefore obey Jehovah your God's voice, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command you today. 11 Moses commanded the people the same day, saying, 12 These shall stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people, when you have crossed over the Jordan, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. 13 These shall stand on Mount Ebal for the curse, Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. 14 With a loud voice, the Levites shall say to all the men of Israel, 15 Cursed is the man who makes an engraved or molten image, an abomination to Jehovah, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and sets it up in secret. All the people shall answer and say, Amen. 16 Cursed is he who dishonors his father or his mother. All the people shall say, Amen. 17 Cursed is he who removes his neighbor's landmark. All the people shall say, Amen. 18 Cursed is he who leads the blind astray on the road. All the people shall say, Amen. 19 Cursed is he who withholds justice from the foreigner, fatherless, and widow. 137 Deuteronomy. All the people shall say, Amen. 20 Cursed is he who lies with his father's wife, because he dishonors his father's bed. All the people shall say, Amen. 21 Cursed is he who lies with any kind of animal. All the people shall say, Amen. 22 Cursed is he who lies with his sister, his father's daughter or his mother's daughter. All the people shall say, Amen. 23 Cursed is he who lies with his mother-in-law. All the people shall say, Amen. 24 Cursed is he who secretly kills his neighbor. All the people shall say, Amen. 25 Cursed is he who takes a bribe to kill an innocent person. All the people shall say, Amen. 26 Cursed is he who doesn't uphold the words of this law by doing them. All the people shall say, Amen. Chapter 28. 1. It shall happen, if you shall listen diligently to Jehovah your God's voice, to observe to do all his commandments which I command you today, that Jehovah your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth. 2. All these blessings will come upon you, and overtake you, if you listen to Jehovah your God's voice. 3. You shall be blessed in the city, and you shall be blessed in the field. 4. You shall be blessed in the fruit of your body, the fruit of your ground, the fruit of your animals, the increase of your livestock, and the young of your flock. 5. Your basket and your kneading trough shall be blessed. 6. You shall be blessed when you come in, and you shall be blessed when you go out. 7. Jehovah will cause your enemies who rise up against you to be struck before you. They will come out against you one way, and will flee before you 7 ways. 8. Jehovah will command the blessing on you in your barns, and in all that you put your hand to. He will bless you in the land which Jehovah your God gives you. 9. Jehovah will establish you for a holy people to himself, as he has sworn to you, if you shall keep the commandments of Jehovah your God, and walk in his ways. 10. All the peoples of the earth shall see that you are called by Jehovah's name, and they will be afraid of you. 11. Jehovah will grant you abundant prosperity, in the fruit of your body, in the fruit of your livestock, and in the fruit of your ground, in the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers to give you. 12. Jehovah will open to you his good treasure in the sky, to give the rain of your land in its season, and to bless all the work of your hand. You will lend to many nations, and you will not borrow. 13. Jehovah will make you the head, and not the tail. You will be above only, and you will not be beneath, if you listen to the commandments of Jehovah your God, which I command you today, to observe and to do. 14. And shall not turn aside from any of the words which I command you today, to the right hand, or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. 15. But it shall come to pass, if you will not listen to Jehovah your God's voice, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command you today, that all these curses will come on you, and overtake you. 16. You will be cursed in the city, and you will be cursed in the field. 17. Your basket and your kneading trough will be cursed. 18. The fruit of your body, the fruit of your ground, the increase of your livestock, and the young of your flock will be cursed. 19. You will be cursed when you come in, and you will be cursed when you go out. 20. Jehovah will send on you cursing, confusion, and rebuke, in all that you put your hand to do, until you are destroyed, and until you perish quickly, because of the evil of your doings, by which you have forsaken me. 21. Jehovah will make the pestilence cling to you, until he has consumed you from off the land, where you go in to possess it. 22. Jehovah will strike you with consumption, with fever, with inflammation, with fiery heat, with the sword, with blight, and with mildew. They will pursue you until you perish. 23. Your sky that is over your head will be brass, and the earth that is under you will be iron. 24. Jehovah will make the rain of your land powder and dust. It will come down on you from the sky, until you are destroyed. 25. Jehovah will cause you to be struck before your enemies. You will go out one way against them, and will flee 7 ways before them. You will be tossed back and forth among all the kingdoms of the earth. 26 Your dead body will be food to all birds of the sky, and to the animals of the earth, and there will be no one to frighten them away. 27 Jehovah will strike you with the boils of Egypt, with the tumors, with the scurvy, and with the itch, of which you cannot be healed. 28 Jehovah will strike you with madness, with blindness, and with astonishment of heart. 29 You will grope at noonday, as the blind gropes in darkness, and you shall not prosper in your ways. You will only be oppressed and robbed always, and there will be no one to save you. 30 You will betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. You will build a house, and you won't dwell in it. You will plant a vineyard, and not use its fruit. 31 Your ox will be slain before your eyes, and you will not eat any of it. Your donkey will be violently taken away from before your face, and will not be restored to you. Your sheep will be given to your enemies, and you will have no one to save you. 32 Your sons and your daughters will be given to another people. Your eyes will look, and fail with longing for them. All day long there will be no power in your hand. 33 A nation which you don't know will eat the fruit of your ground and all of your work. You will only be oppressed and crushed always. 34 So that the sights that you see with your eyes will drive you mad. 35 Jehovah will strike you in the knees and in the legs with a sore boil, of which you can Deuteronomy 138 not be healed, from the sole of your foot to the crown of your head. 36 Jehovah will bring you, and your king, whom you will set over yourselves, to a nation that you have not known, you nor your fathers. There you will serve other gods of wood and stone. 37 You will become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all the peoples, where Jehovah will lead you away. 38 You will carry much seed out into the field, and will gather little in, for the locust will consume it. 39 You will plant vineyards and dress them, but you will neither drink of the wine, nor harvest, because worms will eat them. 40 You will have olive trees throughout all your borders, but you won't anoint yourself with the oil, for your olives will drop off. 41 You will father sons and daughters, but they will not be yours, for they will go into captivity. 42 Locusts will consume all of your trees and the fruit of your ground. 43 The foreigner who is among you will mount up above you higher and higher, and you will come down lower and lower. 44 He will lend to you, and you won't lend to him. He will be the head, and you will be the tail. 45 All these curses will come on you, and will pursue you, and overtake you, until you are destroyed, because you didn't listen to Jehovah your God's voice, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded you. 46 They will be for a sign and for a wonder to you and to your offspring forever. 47 Because you didn't serve Jehovah your God with joyfulness, and with gladness of heart, by reason of the abundance of all things. 48 Therefore you will serve your enemies whom Jehovah sends against you, in hunger, in thirst, in nakedness, and in lack of all things. He will put an iron yoke on your neck, until he has destroyed you. 49 Jehovah will bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as the eagle flies, a nation whose language you will not understand. 50 A nation of fierce facial expressions, that doesn't respect the elderly, nor show favor to the young. 51 And they will eat the fruit of your livestock, and the fruit of your ground, until you are destroyed. They also won't leave you grain, new wine, or oil, the increase of your livestock, or the young of your flock, until they have caused you to perish. 52 They will besiege you in all your gates, until your high and fortified walls come down, in which you trusted, throughout all your land. They will besiege you in all your gates throughout all your land, which Jehovah your God has given you. 53 You will eat the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and of your daughters, whom Jehovah your God has given you, in the siege and in the distress with which your enemies will distress you. 54 The man who is tender among you, and very delicate, his eye will be evil toward his brother, toward the wife whom he loves, and toward the remnant of his children, whom he has remaining. 55 So that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children, whom he will eat, because he has nothing left to him, in the siege and in the distress with which your enemy will distress you in all your gates. 56 The tender and delicate woman among you, who would not venture to set the sole of her foot on the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye will be evil toward the husband that she loves, toward her son, toward her daughter. 57 Toward her young one who comes out from between her feet, and toward her children whom she bears, for she will eat them secretly for lack of all things, in the siege and in the distress with which your enemy will distress you in your gates. 58 If you will not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that you may fear this glorious and fearful name, Jehovah your God. 59 Then Jehovah will make your plagues fearful, and the plagues of your offspring, even great plagues, and of long duration, and severe sicknesses, and of long duration. 60 He will bring on you again all the diseases of Egypt, which you were afraid of, and they will cling to you. 61 Also every sickness and every plague, which is not written in the book of this law, Jehovah will bring them on you, until you are destroyed. 62 You will be left few in number, even though you were as the stars of the sky for multitude, because you didn't listen to Jehovah your God's voice. 63 It will happen that as Jehovah rejoiced over you to do you good, and to multiply you, so Jehovah will rejoice over you to cause you to perish, and to destroy you. You will be plucked from off of the land where you go in to possess it. 64 Jehovah will scatter you among all peoples, from one end of the earth to the other end of the earth. There you will serve other gods, which you have not known, you nor your fathers, even wood and stone. 65 Among these nations you will find no ease, and there will be no rest for the sole of your foot. But Jehovah will give you there a trembling heart, failing of eyes, and pining of soul. 66 Your life will hang in doubt before you. You will be afraid night and day, and will have no assurance of your life. 67 In the morning you will say, I wish it were evening, and at evening you will say, I wish it were morning, for the fear of your heart which you will fear, and for the sights which your eyes will see. 68 Jehovah will bring you into Egypt again with ships, by the way of which I told to you, that you would never see it again. There you will sell yourselves to your enemies for male and female slaves, and nobody will buy you. Chapter 29 1 These are the words of the covenant which Jehovah commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, in addition to the covenant which he made with them in Horeb. 2 Moses called to all Israel, and said to them, Your eyes have seen all that Jehovah did in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh, and to all his servants, and to all his land, 3 The great trials which your 139 Deuteronomy. I saw, the signs, and those great wonders. But Jehovah has not given you a heart to know, eyes to see, and ears to hear, to this day. 5 I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes have not grown old on you, and your shoes have not grown old on your feet. 6 You have not eaten bread, neither have you drunk wine or strong drink, that you may know that I am Jehovah your God. 7 When you came to this place, Sihon the king of Heshbon, and Og the king of Bashan, came out against us to battle, and we struck them. 8 We took their land and gave it for an inheritance to the Reubenites, and to the Gadites, and to the half-tribe of the Manassites. 9 Therefore keep the words of this covenant, and do them, that you may prosper in all that you do. 10 All of you stand today in the presence of Jehovah your God, your heads, your tribes, your elders, and your officers, even all the men of Israel. 11 Your little ones, your wives, and the foreigners who are in the middle of your camps, from the one who cuts your wood to the one who draws your water. 12 That you may enter into the covenant of Jehovah your God, and into his oath, which Jehovah your God makes with you today. 13 That he may establish you today as his people, and that he may be your God, as he spoke to you, and as he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. 14 Neither do I make this covenant and this oath with you only, 15 but with those who stand here with us today before Jehovah our God, and also with those who are not here with us today. 16 For you know how we lived in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the middle of the nations through which you passed. 17 And you have seen their abominations, and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them. 18 Lest there should be among you man, woman, family, or tribe whose heart turns away today from Jehovah our God, to go to serve the gods of those nations, lest there should be among you a root that produces bitter poison. 19 And it happen, when he hears the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the stubbornness of my heart, to destroy the moist with the dry. 20 Jehovah will not pardon him, but then Jehovah's anger and his jealousy will smoke against that man, and all the curse that is written in this book will fall on him, and Jehovah will blot out his name from under the sky. 21 Jehovah will set him apart for evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that is written in this book of the law. 22 The generation to come, your children who will rise up after you, and the foreigner who will come from a far land, will say, when they see the plagues of that land, and the sicknesses with which Jehovah has made it sick. 23 And that all of its land is sulfur, salt, and burning, that it is not sown, doesn't produce, nor does any grass grow in it, like the overthrow of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, which Jehovah overthrew in his anger, and in his wrath. 24 Even all the nations will say, why has Jehovah done thus to this land? What does the heat of this great anger mean? 25 Then men will say, because they abandoned the covenant of Jehovah, the God of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. 26 And went and served other gods, and worshipped them, gods that they didn't know, and that he had not given to them. 27 Therefore Jehovah's anger burned against this land, to bring on it all the curses that are written in this book. 28 Jehovah rooted them out of their land, in anger, in wrath, and in great indignation, and thrust them into another land, as it is today. 29 The secret things belong to Jehovah our God. But the things that are revealed belong to us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Chapter 30. 1 It shall happen, when all these things have come on you, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before you, and you shall call them to mind among all the nations, where Jehovah your God has driven you, to and return to Jehovah your God, and obey his voice according to all that I command you today, you and your children, with all your heart, and with all your soul. 3 That then Jehovah your God will release you from captivity, have compassion on you, and will return and gather you from all the peoples where Jehovah your God has scattered you. 4 If your outcasts are in the uttermost parts of the heavens, from there Jehovah your God will gather you, and from there he will bring you back. 5 Jehovah your God will bring you into the land which your fathers possessed, and you will possess it. He will do you good, and increase your numbers more than your fathers. 6 Jehovah your God will circumcise your heart, and the heart of your offspring, to love Jehovah your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, that you may live. 7 Jehovah your God will put all these curses on your enemies, and on those who hate you, who persecuted you. 8 You shall return and obey Jehovah's voice, and do all his commandments which I command you today. 9 Jehovah your God will make you plenteous in all the work of your hand, in the fruit of your body, in the fruit of your livestock, and in the fruit of your ground, for good, for Jehovah will again rejoice over you for good, as he rejoiced over your fathers. 10 If you will obey Jehovah your God's voice, to keep his commandments and his statutes which are written in this book of the law, if you turn to Jehovah your God with all your heart, and with all your soul. 11 For this commandment which I command you today is not too hard for you or too distant. 12 It is not in heaven, that you should say, who will go up for us to heaven, and bring it to us, and proclaim it to us, that we may do it. 13 Neither is it beyond the sea, that you should say, who will go over the sea for us, and bring it to us, and proclaim it to us, that we may do it. 14 But the Deuteronomy 140 word is very near to you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. 15 Behold, I have set before you today life and prosperity, and death and evil. 16 For I command you today to love Jehovah your God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, his statutes, and his ordinances, that you may live and multiply, and that Jehovah your God may bless you in the land where you go in to possess it. 17 But if your heart turns away, and you will not hear, but are drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18 I denounce to you today, that you will surely perish. You will not prolong your days in the land where you pass over the Jordan to go in to possess it. 19 I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, that I have set before you life and death, the blessing and the curse. Therefore choose life, that you may live, you and your descendants. 22 Love Jehovah your God, to obey his voice, and to cling to him, for he is your life, and the length of your days, that you may dwell in the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them. Chapter 31 1 Moses went and spoke these words to all Israel. 2 He said to them, I am 120 years old today. I can no more go out and come in. Jehovah has said to me, you shall not go over this Jordan. 3 Jehovah your God himself will go over before you. He will destroy these nations from before you, and you shall dispossess them. Joshua will go over before you, as Jehovah has spoken. 4 Jehovah will do to them as he did to Sihon and to Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land, whom he destroyed. 5 Jehovah will deliver them up before you, and you shall do to them according to all the commandment which I have commanded you. 6 Be strong and courageous. Don't be afraid or scared of them, for Jehovah your God himself is who goes with you. He will not fail you nor forsake you. 7 Moses called to Joshua, and said to him in the sight of all Israel, Be strong and courageous, for you shall go with this people into the land which Jehovah has sworn to their fathers to give them, and you shall cause them to inherit it. 8 Jehovah himself is who goes before you. He will be with you. He will not fail you nor forsake you. Don't be afraid. Don't be discouraged. 9 Moses wrote this law, and delivered it to the priests the sons of Levi, who bore the ark of Jehovah's covenant, and to all the elders of Israel. 10 Moses commanded them, saying, At the end of every 7 years, in the set time of the year of release, in the Feast of Tents, 11 When all Israel has come to appear before Jehovah your God in the place which he will choose, you shall read this law before all Israel in their hearing. 12 Assemble the people, the men and the women, and the little ones, and the foreigners who are within your gates, that they may hear, and that they may learn, and fear Jehovah your God, and observe to do all the words of this law. 13 And that their children, who have not known, may hear, and learn to fear Jehovah your God, as long as you live in the land where you go over the Jordan to possess it. 14 Jehovah said to Moses, Behold, your days approach that you must die. Call Joshua, and present yourselves in the tent of meeting, that I may commission him. Moses and Joshua went, and presented themselves in the tent of meeting. 15 Jehovah appeared in the tent in a pillar of cloud, and the pillar of cloud stood over the tent's door. 16 Jehovah said to Moses, Behold, you shall sleep with your fathers. This people will rise up and play the prostitute after the strange gods of the land, where they go to be among them, and will forsake me, and break my covenant which I have made with them. 17 Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall come on them, so that they will say in that day, Haven't these evils come on us because our God is not among us? 18 I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evil which they have done, in that they have turned to other gods. 19 Now therefore write this song for yourselves, and teach it to the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. 20 For when I have brought them into the land which I swore to their fathers, flowing with milk and honey, and they have eaten and filled themselves, and grown fat, then they will turn to other gods, and serve them, and despise me, and break my covenant. 21 It will happen, when many evils and troubles have come on them, that this song will testify before them as a witness, for it will not be forgotten out of the mouths of their descendants, for I know their ways and what they are doing today, before I have brought them into the land which I swore. 22 So Moses wrote this song the same day, and taught it to the children of Israel. 23 He commissioned Joshua the son of Nun, and said, Be strong and courageous, for you shall bring the children of Israel into the land which I swore to them. I will be with you. 24 When Moses had finished writing the words of this law in a book, until they were finished. 25 Moses commanded the Levites, who bore the ark of Jehovah's covenant, saying, 26 Take this book of the law, and put it by the side of the ark of the covenant of Jehovah your God, that it may be therefore a witness against you. 27 For I know your rebellion, and your stiff neck. Behold, while I am yet alive with you today, you have been rebellious against Jehovah. How much more after my death? 28 Assemble to me all the elders of your tribes, and your officers, that I may speak these words in their ears, and call heaven and earth to witness against them. 29 For I know that after my death you will utterly corrupt yourselves, and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will 141 Deuteronomy happen to you in the latter days, because you will do that which is evil in Jehovah's sight, to provoke him to anger through the work of your hands. 30 Moses spoke in the ears of all the assembly of Israel the words of this song, until they were finished. Chapter 32 1 Give ear, you heavens, and I will speak. Let the earth hear the words of my mouth. 2 My doctrine will drop as the rain. My speech will condense as the dew. As the misty rain on the tender grass. As the showers on the herb. 3 For I will proclaim Jehovah's name. Ascribe greatness to our God. For the rock, his work is perfect. For all his ways are just. A God of faithfulness who does no wrong. Just and right is he. 5 They have dealt corruptly with him. They are not his children, because of their defect. They are a perverse and crooked generation. 6 Is this the way you repay Jehovah? Foolish and unwise people? Isn't he your father who has bought you? He has made you and established you. 7 Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you. Your elders, and they will tell you. 8 When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance. When he separated the children of men. He set the bounds of the peoples. According to the number of the children of Israel. 9 For Jehovah's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. 10 He found him in a desert land. In the waste howling wilderness. He surrounded him. He cared for him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. 11 As an eagle that stirs up her nest. That flutters over her young. He spread abroad his wings. He took them. He bore them on his feathers. 12 Jehovah alone led him. There was no foreign god with him. 13 He made him ride on the high places of the earth. He ate the increase of the field. He caused him to suck honey out of the rock. Oil out of the flinty rock. 14 Butter from the herd, and milk from the flock. With fat of lambs. Rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats. With the finest of the wheat. From the blood of the grape, you drank wine. 15 But Jeshurun grew fat, and kicked. You have grown fat. You have grown thick. You have become sleek. Then he abandoned God who made him. And rejected the rock of his salvation. 16 They moved him to jealousy with strange gods. They provoked him to anger with abominations. 17 They sacrificed to demons, not God. To gods that they didn't know. To new gods that came up recently, which your fathers didn't dread. 18 Of the rock who became your father, you are unmindful, and have forgotten God who gave you birth. 19 Jehovah saw and abhorred, because of the provocation of his sons and his daughters. 20 He said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end will be. For they are a very perverse generation, children in whom is no faithfulness. 21 They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities. I will move them to jealousy with those who are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. 22 For a fire is kindled in my anger, that burns to the lowest Sheol, devours the earth with its increase, and sets the foundations of the mountains on fire. 23 I will heap evils on them. I will spend my arrows on them. 24 They shall be wasted with hunger, and devoured with burning heat, and bitter destruction. I will send the teeth of animals on them, with the venom of vipers that glide in the dust. 25 Outside the sword will bereave, and in the rooms, terror, on both young man and virgin, the nursing infant with the gray-haired man. 26 I said that I would scatter them afar. I would make their memory to cease from among men. 27 Were it not that I feared the provocation of the enemy, lest their adversaries should judge wrongly, lest they should say, Our hand is exalted. Jehovah has not done all this. 28 For they are a nation void of counsel. There is no understanding in them. 29 Oh that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. 30 How could one chase 1,000, and two put 10,000 to flight, unless their rock had sold them, and Jehovah had delivered them up? 31 For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves concede. Deuteronomy 142. 32 For their vine is of the vine of Sodom, of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are poison grapes. Their clusters are bitter. 33 Their wine is the poison of serpents, the cruel venom of asps. 34 Isn't this laid up in store with me, sealed up among my treasures? 35 Vengeance is mine, and recompense, at the time when their foot slides. For the day of their calamity is at hand. Their doom rushes at them. 36 For Jehovah will judge his people, and have compassion on his servants, when he sees that their power is gone, that there is no one remaining, shut up or left at large. 37 He will say, Where are their gods? The rock in which they took refuge. 38 Which ate the fat of their sacrifices, and drank the wine of their drink offering? Let them rise up and help you. Let them be your protection. 39 See now that I myself am He. There is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. There is no one who can deliver out of my hand. 44 I lift up my hand to heaven and declare, as I live forever. 41 If I sharpen my glittering sword, my hand grasps it in judgment. I will take vengeance on my adversaries, and will repay those who hate me. 42 I will make my arrows drunk with blood. My sword shall devour flesh with the blood of the slain and the captives, from the head of the leaders of the enemy. 43 Rejoice, you nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants. He will take vengeance on his adversaries, and will make atonement for his land and for his people. 44 Moses came and spoke all the words of this song in the ears of the people, he and Joshua the son of Nun. 45 Moses finished reciting all these Words to all Israel. 46 He said to them, set your heart to all the words which I testify to you today, which you shall command your children to observe to do, all the words of this law. 47 For it is no vain thing for you, because it is your life. And through this thing you shall prolong your days in the land, where you go over the Jordan to possess it. 48 Jehovah spoke to Moses that same day, saying, 49 Go up into this mountain of Abadim, to Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, that is across from Jericho, and see the land of Canaan, which I give to the children of Israel for a possession. 50 Die on the mountain where you go up, and be gathered to your people, as Aaron your brother died on Mount Hor, and was gathered to his people. 51 Because you trespassed against me among the children of Israel at the waters of Meribah of Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin, because you didn't uphold my holiness among the children of Israel. 52 For you shall see the land from a distance, but you shall not go there into the land which I give the children of Israel. Chapter 33 1 This is the blessing with which Moses the man of God blessed the children of Israel before his death. 2 He said, Jehovah came from Sinai, and rose from Seir to them. He shone from Mount Paran. He came from the 10,000s of holy ones. At his right hand was a fiery law for them. 3 Yes, he loves the people. All his saints are in your hand. They sat down at your feet. Each receives your words. For Moses commanded us a law, an inheritance for the assembly of Jacob. 5 He was king in Jeshurun, when the heads of the people were gathered, all the tribes of Israel together. 6 Let Reuben live, and not die, nor let his men be few. 7 This is for Judah. He said, Hear, Jehovah, the voice of Judah. Bring him in to his people. With his hands he contended for himself. You shall be a help against his adversaries. 8 About Levi he said, Your Thummim and your Urim are with your godly one, whom you proved at Massah, with whom you contended at the waters of Meribah. 9 He said of his father, and of his mother, I have not seen him. He didn't acknowledge his brothers, nor did he know his own children. For they have observed your word, and keep your covenant. 10 They shall teach Jacob your ordinances, and Israel your law. They shall put incense before you, and whole burnt offering on your altar. 11 Jehovah, bless his skills. Accept the work of his hands. Strike through the hips of those who rise up against him, of those who hate him, that they not rise again. 12 About Benjamin he said, The beloved of Jehovah will dwell in safety by him. He covers him all day long. He dwells between his shoulders. 13 About Joseph he said, His land is blessed by Jehovah. For the precious things of the heavens, for the dew, for the deep that couches beneath. 14 For the precious things of the fruits of the sun, for the precious things that the moon can yield. 143 Deuteronomy. 15 For the best things of the ancient mountains, for the precious things of the everlasting hills. 16 For the precious things of the earth and its fullness, the goodwill of him who lived in the bush. Let this come on the head of Joseph, on the crown of the head of him who was separated from his brothers. 17 The firstborn of his herd, majesty is his. His horns are the horns of the wild ox. With them he will push all the peoples, to the ends of the earth. They are the 10,000s of Ephraim. They are the thousands of Manasseh. 18 About Zebulun he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar, in your tents. 19 They will call the peoples to the mountain. There they will offer sacrifices of righteousness. For they will draw out the abundance of the seas, the hidden treasures of the sand. 20 About Gad he said, he who enlarges Gad is blessed. He dwells as a lioness, and tears the arm, yes, the crown of the head. 21 He provided the first part for himself, for the lawgiver's portion was reserved for him. He came with the heads of the people. He executed the righteousness of Jehovah, his ordinances with Israel. 22 About Dan he said, Dan is a lion's cub that leaps out of Bashan. 23 About Naphtali he said, Naphtali, satisfied with favor, full of Jehovah's blessing, possess the west and the south. 24 About Asher he said, Asher is blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brothers. Let him dip his foot in oil. 25 Your bars will be iron and brass. As your days, so your strength will be. 26 There is no one like God, Jeshurun, who rides on the heavens for your help, in his excellency on the skies. 27 The eternal God is your dwelling place. Underneath are the everlasting arms. He thrust out the enemy from before you, and said, Destroy. 28 Israel dwells in safety, the fountain of Jacob alone, in a land of grain and new wine. Yes, his heavens drop down dew. 29 You are happy, Israel. Who is like you, a people saved by Jehovah? The shield of your help, the sword of your excellency? Your enemies will submit themselves to you. You will tread on their high places. Chapter 34 1 Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, that is over against Jericho. Jehovah showed him all the land of Gilead, to Dan, to and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah, to the western sea, 3 and the south, and the plain of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees, to Zor. For Jehovah said to him, This is the land which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, I will give it to your offspring. I have caused you to see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there. 5 So Moses the servant of Jehovah died there in the land of Moab, according to Jehovah's word. 6 He buried him in the valley in the land of Moab, opposite Beth Peor, but no man knows where his tomb is to this day. 7 Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his strength gone. 8 The children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days, until the days of weeping in the morning for Moses were ended. 9 Joshua the son of Nun was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands on him. The children of Israel listened to him, and did as Jehovah commanded Moses. 10 Since then, there has not arisen a prophet in Israel like Moses, whom Jehovah knew face to face. 11 In all the signs and the wonders, which Jehovah sent him to do in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh, and to all his servants, and to all his land, 12 And in all the mighty hand, and in all the awesome deeds, which Moses did in the sight of all Israel. Underscore 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 un. Joshua. Chapter 1. 1 Now after the death of Moses the servant of Jehovah, Jehovah spoke to Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' servant, saying, 2 Moses my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, go across this Jordan, you, and all these people, to the land which I am giving to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. I have given you every place that the sole of your foot will tread on, as I told Moses. 4. From the wilderness, and this Lebanon, even to the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and to the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your border. 5. No man will be able to stand before you all the days of your life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will not fail you nor forsake you. 6. Be strong and courageous, for you shall cause this people to inherit the land which I swore to their fathers to give them. 7. Only be strong and very courageous. Be careful to observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded you. Don't turn from it to the right hand or to the left, that you may have good success wherever you go. 8. This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night, that you may observe to do. Joshua 144. According to all that is written in it, for then you shall make your way prosperous, and then you shall have good success. 9. Haven't I commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Don't be afraid. Don't be dismayed, for Jehovah your God is with you wherever you go. 10. Then Joshua commanded the officers of the people, saying, 11. Pass through the middle of the camp, and command the people, saying, prepare food, for within 3 days you are to pass over this Jordan, to go in to possess the land which Jehovah your God gives you to possess it. 12. Joshua spoke to the Reubenites, and to the Gadites, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, saying, 13. Remember the word which Moses the servant of Jehovah commanded you, saying, Jehovah your God gives you rest, and will give you this land. 14. Your wives, your little ones, and your livestock, shall live in the land which Moses gave you beyond the Jordan, but you shall pass over before your brothers armed, all the mighty men of valor, and shall help them. 15. Until Jehovah has given your brothers rest, as he has given you, and they have also possessed the land which Jehovah your God gives them. Then you shall return to the land of your possession, and possess it, which Moses the servant of Jehovah gave you beyond the Jordan toward the sunrise. 16. They answered Joshua, saying, all that you have commanded us we will do, and wherever you send us we will go. 17. Just as we listened to Moses in all things, so will we listen to you. Only may Jehovah your God be with you, as he was with Moses. 18. Whoever rebels against your commandment, and doesn't listen to your words in all that you command him, shall himself be put to death. Only be strong and courageous. Chapter 2. 1. Joshua the son of Nun secretly sent 2 men out of Shittim as spies, saying, go, view the land, including Jericho. They went and came into the house of a prostitute whose name was Rahab, and slept there. 2. The king of Jericho was told, behold, men of the children of Israel came in here tonight to spy out the land. 3. Jericho's king sent to Rahab, saying, bring out the men who have come to you, who have entered into your house, for they have come to spy out all the land. 4. The woman took the 2 men and hid them. Then she said, yes, the men came to me, but I didn't know where they came from. 5. About the time of the shutting of the gate, when it was dark, the men went out. Where the men went, I don't know. Pursue them quickly. You may catch up with them. 6. But she had brought them up to the roof, and hidden them under the stalks of flax, which she had laid in order on the roof. 7. The men pursued them along the way to the fords of the Jordan River. As soon as those who pursued them had gone out, they shut the gate. 8. Before they had lain down, she came up to them on the roof. 9. She said to the men, I know that Jehovah has given you the land, and that the fear of you has fallen upon us, and that all the inhabitants of the land melt away before you. 10. For we have heard how Jehovah dried up the water of the Red Sea before you, when you came out of Egypt, and what you did to the 2 kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan, to Sihon and to Og, whom you utterly destroyed. 11. As soon as we had heard it, our hearts melted, and there wasn't any more spirit in any man, because of you, for Jehovah your God, He is God in heaven above, and on earth beneath. 12. Now, therefore, please swear to me by Jehovah, since I have dealt kindly with you, that you also will deal kindly with my father's house, and give me a true sign. 13. And that you will save alive my father, my mother, my brothers, and my sisters, and all that they have, and will deliver our lives from death. 14. The men said to her, Our life for yours, if you don't talk about this business of ours, and it shall be, when Jehovah gives us the land, that we will deal kindly and truly with you. 15. Then she let them down by a cord through the window, for her house was on the side of the wall, and she lived on the wall. 16. She said to them, Go to the mountain, lest the pursuers find you. Hide yourselves there 3 days, until the pursuers have returned. Afterward, you may go your way. 17. The men said to her, We will be guiltless of this your oath which you've made us to swear. 18. Behold, when we come into the land, tie this line of scarlet thread in the window which you used to let us down. Gather to yourself into the house your father, your mother, your brothers, and all your father's household. 19. It shall be that whoever goes out of the doors of your house into the street, his blood will be on his head, and we will be guiltless. Whoever is with you in the house, his blood shall be on our head, if any hand is on him. 20. But if you talk about this business of ours, then we shall be guiltless of your oath which you've made us to swear. 21. She said, Let it be as you have said. She sent them away, and they departed. Then she tied the scarlet line in the window. 22. They went, and came to the mountain, and stayed there 3 days, until the pursuers had returned. The pursuers sought them all along the way, but didn't find them. 23. Then the 2 men returned, descended from the mountain, crossed the river, and came to Joshua the son of Nun. They told him all that had happened to them. 24. They said to Joshua, Truly Jehovah has delivered all the land into our hands. Moreover, all the inhabitants of the land melt away before us. Chapter 3. 1. Joshua got up early in the morning, and they moved from Shittim, and came to the Jordan, he and all the children of Israel. They camped there before they crossed over. 2. After 3 days, the officers went through the middle of the camp. 3. And they commanded the people, saying, When you see the ark of Jehovah your God's covenant. 145. Joshua and the priests the Levites bearing it, then leave your place, and follow it. For yet there shall be a space between you and it, about 2,000 cubits by measure. Don't come near it, that you may know the way by which you must go, for you have not passed this way before. 5 Joshua said to the people, Sanctify yourselves, for tomorrow Jehovah will do wonders among you. 6 Joshua spoke to the priests, saying, Take up the ark of the covenant, and cross over before the people. They took up the ark of the covenant, and went before the people. 7 Jehovah said to Joshua, Today I will begin to magnify you in the sight of all Israel, that they may know that as I was with Moses, so I will be with you. 8 You shall command the priests who bear the ark of the covenant, saying, When you come to the brink of the waters of the Jordan, you shall stand still in the Jordan. 9 Joshua said to the children of Israel, Come here, and hear the words of Jehovah your God. 10 Joshua said, By this you shall know that the living God is among you, and that he will without fail drive the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Hivite, and the Perizzite, and the Girgashite, and the Amorite, and the Jebusite out from before you. 11 Behold, the ark of the covenant of the Lord of all the earth passes over before you into the Jordan. 12 Now therefore take 12 men out of the tribes of Israel, for every tribe a man. 13 It shall be that when the soles of the feet of the priests who bear the ark of Jehovah, the Lord of all the earth, rest in the waters of the Jordan, that the waters of the Jordan will be cut off. The waters that come down from above shall stand in one heap. 14 When the people moved from their tents to pass over the Jordan, the priests who bore the ark of the covenant being before the people. 15 And when those who bore the ark had come to the Jordan, and the feet of the priests who bore the ark had dipped in the edge of the water, for the Jordan overflows all its banks all the time of harvest. 16 The waters which came down from above stood, and rose up in one heap, a great way off, at Adam, the city that is beside Zair then, and those that went down toward the sea of the Arabah, even the salt sea, were wholly cut off. Then the people passed over near Jericho. 17 The priests who bore the ark of Jehovah's covenant stood firm on dry ground in the middle of the Jordan, and all Israel crossed over on dry ground, until all the nation had passed completely over the Jordan. Chapter 4 1 When all the nation had completely crossed over the Jordan, Jehovah spoke to Joshua, saying, 2 Take 12 men out of the people, a man out of every tribe. 3 And command them, saying, Take from out of the middle of the Jordan, out of the place where the priest's feet stood firm, 12 stones, and carry them over with you, and lay them down in the place where you'll camp tonight. For then Joshua called the 12 men, whom he had prepared of the children of Israel, a man out of every tribe. 5 Joshua said to them, Cross before the ark of Jehovah your God into the middle of the Jordan, and each of you pick up a stone and put it on your shoulder, according to the number of the tribes of the children of Israel. 6 That this may be a sign among you, that when your children ask in the future, saying, What do you mean by these stones? 7 Then you shall tell them, because the waters of the Jordan were cut off before the ark of Jehovah's covenant. When it crossed over the Jordan, the waters of the Jordan were cut off. These stones shall be for a memorial to the children of Israel forever. 8 The children of Israel did as Joshua commanded, and took up 12 stones out of the middle of the Jordan, as Jehovah spoke to Joshua, according to the number of the tribes of the children of Israel. They carried them over with them to the place where they camped, and laid them down there. 9 Joshua set up 12 stones in the middle of the Jordan, in the place where the feet of the priests who bore the Ark of the Covenant stood, and they are there to this day. 10 For the priests who bore the ark stood in the middle of the Jordan, until everything was finished that Jehovah commanded Joshua to speak to the people, according to all that Moses commanded Joshua. And the people hurried and passed over. 11 When all the people had completely crossed over, Jehovah's ark crossed over, with the priests, in the presence of the people. 12 The children of Reuben, and the children of Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, crossed over, armed before the children of Israel, as Moses spoke to them. 13 About 40,000 men, ready and armed for war, passed over before Jehovah to battle, to the plains of Jericho. 14 On that day, Jehovah magnified Joshua in the sight of all Israel, and they feared him, as they feared Moses, all the days of his life. 15 Jehovah spoke to Joshua, saying, 16 Command the priests who bear the ark of the testimony, that they come up out of the Jordan. 17 Joshua therefore commanded the priests, saying, Come up out of the Jordan. 18 When the priests who bore the ark of Jehovah's covenant had come up out of the middle of the Jordan, and the soles of the priests' feet had been lifted up to the dry ground, the waters of the Jordan returned to their place, and went over all its banks, as before. 19 The people came up out of the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and encamped in Gilgal, on the east border of Jericho. 20 Joshua set up those 12 stones, which they took out of the Jordan, in Gilgal. 21 He spoke to the children of Israel, saying, When your children ask their fathers in time to come, saying, What do these stones mean? 22 Then you shall let your children know, saying, Israel came over this Jordan on dry land. 23 For Jehovah your God dried up the waters of the Jordan from before you, until Joshua 146. You had crossed over, as Jehovah your God did to the Red Sea, which he dried up from before us, until we had crossed over. 24 That all the peoples of the earth may know that Jehovah's hand is mighty, that you may fear Jehovah your God forever. Chapter 5 1 When all the kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan westward, and all the kings of the Canaanites, who were by the sea, heard how Jehovah had dried up the waters of the Jordan from before the children of Israel, until we had crossed over, their heart melted, and there was no more spirit in them, because of the children of Israel. 2 At that time, Jehovah said to Joshua, Make flint knives, and circumcise again the sons of Israel the second time. 3 Joshua made himself flint knives, and circumcised the sons of Israel at the hill of the foreskins. For this is the reason Joshua circumcised them. All the people who came out of Egypt, who were males, even all the men of war, died in the wilderness along the way, after they came out of Egypt. 5 For all the people who came out were circumcised, but all the people who were born in the wilderness along the way as they came out of Egypt had not been circumcised. 6 For the children of Israel walked 40 years in the wilderness, until all the nation, even the men of war who came out of Egypt, were consumed, because they didn't listen to Jehovah's voice. Jehovah swore to them that he wouldn't let them see the land which Jehovah swore to their fathers that he would give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. 7 Their children, whom he raised up in their place, were circumcised by Joshua, for they were uncircumcised, because they had not circumcised them on the way. 8 When they were Done circumcising the whole nation, they stayed in their places in the camp until they were healed. 9 Jehovah said to Joshua, Today I have rolled away the reproach of Egypt off of you. Therefore the name of that place was called Gilgal, to this day. 10 The children of Israel encamped in Gilgal. They kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. 11 They ate unleavened cakes and parched grain of the produce of the land on the next day after the Passover, in the same day. 12 The manna ceased on the next day, after they had eaten of the produce of the land. The children of Israel didn't have manna anymore, but they ate of the fruit of the land of Canaan that year. 13 When Joshua was by Jericho, he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a man stood in front of him with his sword drawn in his hand. Joshua went to him and said to him, Are you for us, or for our enemies? 14 He said, No, but I have come now as commander of Jehovah's army. Joshua fell on his face to the earth, and worshipped, and asked him, What does my Lord say to his servant? 15 The prince of Jehovah's army said to Joshua, Take your shoes off of your feet, for the place on which you stand is holy. Joshua did so. Chapter 6 1 Now Jericho was tightly shut up because of the children of Israel. No one went out, and no one came in. 2 Jehovah said to Joshua, Behold, I have given Jericho into your hand, with its king and the mighty men of valor. 3 All of your men of war shall march around the city, going around the city once. You shall do this 6 days. For 7 priests shall bear 7 trumpets of ram's horns before the ark. On the 7th day, you shall march around the city 7 times, and the priests shall blow the trumpets. 5 It shall be that when they make a long blast with the ram's horn, and when you hear the sound of the trumpet, all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall the city shall fall down flat, and the people shall go up, every man straight in front of him. 6 Joshua the son of Nun called the priests, and said to them, Take up the ark of the covenant, and let 7 priests bear 7 trumpets of rams' horns before Jehovah's ark. 7 They said to the people, Advance, march around the city, and let the armed men pass on before Jehovah's ark. 8 It was so, that when Joshua had spoken to the people, the 7 priests bearing the 7 trumpets of ram's horns before Jehovah advanced and blew the trumpets, and the ark of Jehovah's covenant followed them. 9 The armed men went before the priests who blew the trumpets, and the ark went after them. The trumpets sounded as they went. 10 Joshua commanded the people, saying, You shall not shout, nor let your voice be heard, neither shall any word proceed out of your mouth, until the day I tell you to shout. Then you shall shout. 11 So he caused Jehovah's ark to go around the city, going about it once. Then they came into the camp, and stayed in the camp. 12 Joshua rose early in the morning, and the priests took up Jehovah's ark. 13 The 7 priests bearing the 7 trumpets of ram's horns in front of Jehovah's ark went on continually, and blew the trumpets. The armed men went in front of them. The rear guard came after Jehovah's ark. The trumpets sounded as they went. 14 The second day they marched around the city once, and returned into the camp. They did this 6 days. 15 On the 7th day, they rose early at the dawning of the day, and marched around the city in the same way 7 times. Only on this day they marched around the city 7 times. 16 At the 7th time, when the priests blew the trumpets, Joshua said to the people, "Shout, for Jehovah has given you the city." 17 The city shall be devoted, even it and all that is in it, to Jehovah. Only Rahab, the prostitute, shall live, she and all who are with her in the house, because she hid the messengers that we sent. 18 But as for you, only keep yourselves from what is devoted to destruction, lest, when you have devoted it, you take up the devoted thing, so you would make the camp of Israel 147 Joshua accursed, and trouble it. 19 But all the silver, gold, and vessels of brass and iron, are holy to Jehovah. They shall come into Jehovah's treasury. 20 So the people shouted and the priests blew the trumpets. When the people heard the sound of the trumpet, the people shouted with a great shout, and the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight in front of him, and they took the city. 21 They utterly destroyed all that was in the city, both man and woman, both young and old, and ox, sheep, and donkey, with the edge of the sword. 22 Joshua said to the 2 men who had spied out the land, "Go into the prostitute's house, and bring the woman and all that she has out from there, as you swore to her." 23 The young men who were spies went in, and brought out Rahab, with her father, her mother, her brothers, and all that she had. They also brought out all of her relatives, and they set them outside of the camp of Israel. 24 They burnt the city with fire, and all that was in it. Only they put the silver, the gold, and the vessels of brass and of iron into the treasury of Jehovah's house. 25 But Rahab the prostitute, her father's household, and all that she had, Joshua saved alive. She lives in the middle of Israel to this day, because she hid the messengers, whom Joshua sent to spy out Jericho. 26 Joshua commanded them with an oath at that time, saying, "Cursed is the man before Jehovah, who rises up and builds this city Jericho. With the loss of his firstborn he will lay its foundation, and with the loss of his youngest son he will set up its gates." 27 So Jehovah was with Joshua, and his fame was in all the land. Chapter 7 1 But the children of Israel committed a trespass in the devoted things, for Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took some of the devoted things. Therefore Jehovah's anger burned against the children of Israel. 2 Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is beside Beth-aven, on the east side of Bethel, and spoke to them, saying, "Go up and spy out the land." The men went up and spied out Ai. 3 They returned to Joshua, and said to him, "Don't let all the people go up, but let about 2 or 3 thousand men go up and strike Ai. Don't make all the people to toil there, for there are only a few of them." For so about 3,000 men of the people went up there, and they fled before the men of Ai. 5 The men of Ai struck about 36 men of them, and they chased them from before the gate even to Shebarim, and struck them at the descent. The hearts of the people melted and became like water. 6 Joshua tore his clothes and fell to the earth on his face before Jehovah's ark until the evening, he and the elders of Israel. And they put dust on their heads. 7 Joshua said, "Alas, Lord Jehovah, why have you brought this people over the Jordan at all, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites, to cause us to perish? I wish that we had been content and lived beyond the Jordan. 8 O Lord, what shall I say, after Israel has turned their backs before their enemies? 9 For the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land will hear of it, and will surround us, and cut off our name from the earth. What will you do for your great name? 10 Jehovah said to Joshua, Get up. Why have you fallen on your face like that? 11 Israel has sinned. Yes, they have even transgressed my covenant which I commanded them. Yes, they have even taken some of the devoted things, and have also stolen, and also deceived. They have even put it among their own stuff. 12 Therefore the children of Israel can't stand before their enemies. They turn their backs before their enemies, because they have become devoted for destruction. I will not be with you any more, unless you destroy the devoted things from among you. 13 Get up. Sanctify the people, and say, Sanctify yourselves for tomorrow, for Jehovah, the God of Israel, says, There is a devoted thing among you, Israel. You cannot stand before your enemies until you take away the devoted thing from among you. 14 In the morning therefore you shall be brought near by your tribes. It shall be that the tribe which Jehovah selects shall come near by families. The family which Jehovah selects shall come near by households. The household which Jehovah selects shall come near man by man. 15 It shall be that he who is taken with the devoted thing shall be burnt with fire, he and all that he has, because he has transgressed the covenant of Jehovah, and because he has done a disgraceful thing in Israel. 16 So Joshua rose up early in the morning and brought Israel near by their tribes. The tribe of Judah was selected. 17 He brought near the family of Judah, and he selected the family of the Zerahites. He brought near the family of the Zerahites man by man, and Zabdi was selected. 18 He brought near his household man by man. And Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, was selected. 19 Joshua said to Achan, My son, please give glory to Jehovah, the God of Israel, and make confession to him. Tell me now what you have done. Don't hide it from me. 20 Achan answered Joshua, and said, I have truly sinned against Jehovah, the God of Israel, and this is what I have done. 21 When I saw among the plunder a beautiful Babylonian robe, 200 shekels of silver, and a wedge of gold weighing 50 shekels, then I coveted them and took them. Behold, they are hidden in the ground in the middle of my tent, with the silver under it. 22 So Joshua sent messengers, and they ran to the tent. Behold, it was hidden in his tent, with the silver under it. 23 They took them from the middle of the tent, and brought them to Joshua and to all the children of Israel. They laid them down before Jehovah. 24 Joshua, and all Israel with him, took Achan the son of Zerah, the silver, the robe, the wedge of gold, his sons, his daughters, his cattle. Joshua 148. His donkeys, his sheep, his tent, and all that he had, and they brought them up to the valley of Achor. 25 Joshua said, Why have you troubled us? Jehovah will trouble you today. All Israel stoned him with stones, and they burned them with fire and stoned them with stones. 26 They raised over him a great heap of stones that remains to this day. Jehovah turned from the fierceness of his anger. Therefore the name of that place was called the Valley of Achor to this day. Chapter 8. 1 Jehovah said to Joshua, "Don't be afraid, and don't be dismayed. Take all the warriors with you, and arise, go up to Ai. Behold, I have given into your hand the king of Ai, with his people, his city, and his land. To you shall do to Ai and her king as you did to Jericho and her king, except you shall take its goods and its livestock for yourselves. Set an ambush for the city behind it." 3 So Joshua arose, with all the warriors, to go up to Ai. Joshua chose 30,000 men, the mighty men of valor, and sent them out by night. For he commanded them, saying, "Behold, you shall lie in ambush against the city, behind the city. Don't go very far from the city, but all of you be ready. 5 I and all the people who are with me will approach to the city. It shall happen, when they come out against us, as at the first, that we will flee before them. 6 They will come out after us, until we have drawn them away from the city, for they will say, they flee before us, like the first time. So we will flee before them. 7 And you shall rise up from the ambush, and take possession of the city, for Jehovah your God will deliver it into your hand. 8 It shall be, when you have seized the city, that you shall set the city on fire. You shall do this according to Jehovah's word. Behold, I have commanded you. 9 Joshua sent them out, and they went to set up the ambush, and stayed between Bethel and Ai, on the west side of Ai, but Joshua stayed among the people that night. 10 Joshua rose up early in the morning, mustered the people, and went up, he and the elders of Israel, before the people to Ai. 11 All the people, even the men of war who were with him, went up, and came near, and came before the city, and encamped on the north side of Ai. Now there was a valley between him and Ai. 12 He took about 5,000 men, and set them in ambush between Bethel and Ai, on the west side of the city. 13 So they set the people, even all the army who was on the north of the city, and their ambush on the west of the city, and Joshua went that night into the middle of the valley. 14 When the king of Ai saw it, they hurried and rose up early, and the men of the city went out against Israel to battle, he and all his people, at the time appointed, before the Arabah. But he didn't know that there was an ambush against him behind the city. 15 Joshua and all Israel made as if they were beaten before them, and fled by the way of the wilderness. 16 All the people who were in the city were called together to pursue after them. They pursued Joshua, and were drawn away from the city. 17 There was not a man left in Ai or Bethel who didn't go out after Israel. They left the city open, and pursued Israel. 18 Jehovah said to Joshua, "Stretch out the javelin that is in your hand toward Ai, for I will give it into your hand." Joshua stretched out the javelin that was in his hand toward the city. 19 The ambush arose quickly out of their place, and they ran as soon as he had stretched out his hand, and entered into the city, and took it. They hurried and set the city on fire. 20 When the men of Ai looked behind them, they saw, and behold, the smoke of the city ascended up to heaven, and they had no power to flee this way or that way. the people who fled to the wilderness turned back on the pursuers. 21 When Joshua and all Israel saw that the ambush had taken the city, and that the smoke of the city ascended, then they turned again, and killed the men of Ai. 22 The others came out of the city against them, so they were in the middle of Israel, some on this side, and some on that side. They struck them, so that they let none of them remain or escape. 23 They captured the king of Ai alive, and brought him to Joshua. 24 When Israel had finished killing all the inhabitants of Ai in the field, in the wilderness in which they pursued them, and they had all fallen by the edge of the sword, until they were consumed, all Israel returned to Ai, and struck it with the edge of the sword. 25 All that fell that day, both of men and women, were 12,000, even all the men of Ai. 26 For Joshua didn't draw back his hand, with which he stretched out the javelin, until he had utterly destroyed all the inhabitants of Ai. 27 Israel took for themselves only the livestock and the goods of that city, according to Jehovah's word which he commanded Joshua. 28 So Joshua burnt Ai, and made it a heap forever, even a desolation, to this day. 29 He hanged the king of Ai on a tree until the evening, and at sundown Joshua commanded, and they took his body down from the tree, and threw it at the entrance of the gate of the city, and raised a great heap of stones on it that remains to this day. 30 Then Joshua built an altar to Jehovah, the God of Israel, on Mount Ebal. 31 As Moses the servant of Jehovah commanded the children of Israel, as it is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of uncut stones, on which no one had lifted up any iron. They offered burnt offerings on it to Jehovah, and sacrificed peace offerings. 32 He wrote there on the stones a copy of Moses' law, which he wrote in the presence of the children of Israel. 33 All Israel, their elders and officers, and their judges, stood on both sides of the ark, before the priests the Levites, who carried the ark of Jehovah's covenant, the foreigner as well as the native, half of them in front of Mount Gerizim, and half of them in front of Mount Ebal, as Moses the servant of Jehovah had commanded at the first, that they should bless the people of Israel. 34 Afterward he read all the words of the law, the 149 Joshua, blessing and the curse, according to all that is written in the book of the law. 35 There was not a word of all that Moses commanded, which Joshua didn't read before all the assembly of Israel, with the women, the little ones, and the foreigners who were among them. Chapter 9 1 When all the kings who were beyond the Jordan, in the hill country, and in the lowland, and on all the shore of the great sea in front of Lebanon, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, heard of it too, they gathered themselves together to fight with Joshua and with Israel, with one accord. 3 But when the inhabitants of Gibeon heard what Joshua had done to Jericho and to Ai, for they also resorted to a ruse, and went and made as if they had been ambassadors, and took old sacks on their donkeys, and old, torn up and bound up wineskins, 5 And old and patched shoes on their feet, and wore old garments. All the bread of their food supply was dry and moldy. 6 They went to Joshua at the camp at Gilgal, and said to him and to the men of Israel, We have come from a far country. Now therefore make a covenant with us. 7 The men of Israel said to the Hivites, What if you live among us, how could we make a covenant with you? 8 They said to Joshua, we are your servants. Joshua said to them, who are you? Where do you come from? 9 They said to him, your servants have come from a very far country because of the name of Jehovah your God, for we have heard of his fame. All that he did in Egypt, 10 And all that he did to the 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, to Sihon king of Heshbon and to Og king of Bashan, who was at Ashtaroth. 11 Our elders and all the inhabitants of our country spoke to us, saying, take supplies in your hand for the journey, and go to meet them. Tell them, we are your servants. Now make a covenant with us. 12 This our bread we took hot for our supplies out of our houses on the day we went out to go to you, but now, behold, it is dry, and has become moldy. 13 These wineskins, which we filled, were new, and behold, they are torn. These our garments and our shoes have become old because of the very long journey. 14 The men sampled their provisions, and didn't ask counsel from Jehovah's mouth. 15 Joshua made peace with them, and made a covenant with them, to let them live. The princes of the congregation swore to them. 16 At the end of 3 days after they had made a covenant with them, they heard that they were their neighbors, and that they lived among them. 17 The children of Israel traveled and came to their cities on the 3rd day. Now their cities were Gibeon, Chephirah, Beeroth, and Kiriath-Jearim. 18 The children of Israel didn't strike them, because the princes of the congregation had sworn to them by Jehovah, the God of Israel. All the congregation murmured against the princes. 19 But all the princes said to all the congregation, we have sworn to them by Jehovah, the God of Israel. Now, therefore we may not touch them. 20 We will do this to them, and let them live, lest wrath be on us, because of the oath which we swore to them. 21 The princes said to them, let them live. So they became woodcutters and drawers of water for all the congregation, as the princes had spoken to them. 22 Joshua called for them, and he spoke to them, saying, why have you deceived us, saying, we are very far from you, when you live among us? 23 Now therefore you are cursed, and some of you will never fail to be slaves, both woodcutters and drawers of water for the house of my God. 24 They answered Joshua, and said, because your servants were certainly told how Jehovah your God commanded his servant Moses to give you all the land, and to destroy all the inhabitants of the land from before you. Therefore we were very afraid for our lives because of you, and have done this thing. 25 Now, behold, we are in your hand. Do to us as it seems good and right to you to do. 26 He did so to them, and delivered them out of the hand of the children of Israel, so that they didn't kill them. 27 That day Joshua made them woodcutters and drawers of water for the congregation and for the altar of Jehovah to this day, in the place which he should choose. Chapter 10 1 Now it happened when Adonizedek king of Jerusalem heard how Joshua had taken Ai, and had utterly destroyed it, as he had done to Jericho and her king, so he had done to Ai and her king, and how the inhabitants of Gibeon had made peace with Israel, and were among them, too, that they were very afraid, because Gibeon was a great city, as one of the royal cities, and because it was greater than Ai, and all its men were mighty. 3 Therefore Adonizedek king of Jerusalem sent to Hoam, king of Hebron, Piram king of Jarmuth, Japhiah, king of Lachish, and Debir king of Eglon, saying, come up to me and help me. Let us strike Gibeon, for they have made peace with Joshua, and with the children of Israel. 5 Therefore the 5 kings of the Amorites, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon, gathered themselves together and went up, they and all their armies, and encamped against Gibeon, and made war against it. 6 The men of Gibeon sent to Joshua at the camp at Gilgal, saying, Don't abandon your servants. Come up to us quickly and save us. Help us, for all the kings of the Amorites that dwell in the hill country have gathered together against us. 7 So Joshua went up from Gilgal, he, and the whole army with him, including all the mighty men of valor. 8 Jehovah said to Joshua, Don't fear them, for I have delivered them into your hands. Not a man of them will stand before you. 9 Joshua therefore came to them suddenly. He marched from Gilgal all night. 10 Jehovah Joshua 150 confused them before Israel. He killed them with a great slaughter at Gibeon, and chased them by the way of the ascent of Beth Horon, and struck them to Azekah and to Makkedah. 11 As they fled from before Israel, while they were at the descent of Beth Horon, Jehovah hurled down great stones from the sky on them to Azekah, and they died. There were more who died from the hailstones than those whom the children of Israel killed with the sword. 12 Then Joshua spoke to Jehovah in the day when Jehovah delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. He said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand still on Gibeon. You, moon, stop in the valley of Ajalon. 13 The sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the nation had avenged themselves of their enemies. Isn't this written in the book of Jasher? The sun stayed in the middle of the sky, and didn't hurry to go down about a whole day. 14 There was no day like that before it or after it, that Jehovah listened to the voice of a man, for Jehovah fought for Israel. 15 Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to the camp to Gilgal. 16 These 5 kings fled, and hid themselves in the cave at Makkedah. 17 Joshua was told, saying, The 5 kings have been found, hidden in the cave at Makkedah. 18 Joshua said, Roll large stones to cover the cave's entrance, and set men by it to guard them. 19 But don't stay there. Pursue your enemies, and attack them from the rear. Don't allow them to enter into their cities, for Jehovah your God has delivered them into your hand. 20 When Joshua and the children of Israel had finished killing them with a very great slaughter, until they were consumed, and the remnant which remained of them had entered into the fortified cities, 21 All the people returned to the camp to Joshua at Makkedah in peace. None moved his tongue against any of the children of Israel. 22 Then Joshua said, Open the cave entrance, and bring those 5 kings out of the cave to me. 23 They did so, and brought those 5 kings out of the cave to him, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon. 24 When they brought those kings out to Joshua, Joshua called for all the men of Israel, and said to the chiefs of the men of war who went with him, Come near. Put your feet on the necks of these kings. They came near, and put their feet on their necks. 25 Joshua said to them, "Don't be afraid, nor be dismayed. Be strong and courageous, for Jehovah will do this to all your enemies against whom you fight." 26 Afterward Joshua struck them, put them to death, and hanged them on 5 trees. They were hanging on the trees until the evening. 27 At the time of the going down of the sun, Joshua commanded, and they took them down off the trees, and threw them into the cave in which they had hidden themselves, and laid great stones on the mouth of the cave, which remained to this very day. 28 Joshua took Makkedah on that day, and struck it with the edge of the sword, with its king. He utterly destroyed it and all the souls who were in it. He left no one remaining. He did to the king of Makkedah as he had done to the king of Jericho. 29 Joshua passed from Makkedah, and all Israel with him, to Libnah, and fought against Libnah. 30 Jehovah delivered it also, with its king, into the hand of Israel. He struck it with the edge of the sword, and all the souls who were in it. He left no one remaining in it. He did to its king as he had done to the king of Jericho. 31 Joshua passed from Libnah, and all Israel with him, to Lachish, and encamped against it, and fought against it. 32 Jehovah delivered Lachish into the hand of Israel. He took it on the 2nd day, and struck it with the edge of the sword, with all the souls who were in it, according to all that he had done to Libnah. 33 Then Horam king of Gezer came up to help Lachish, and Joshua struck him and his people, until he had left him no one remaining. 34 Joshua passed from Lachish, and all Israel with him, to Eglon, and they encamped against it, and fought against it. 35 They took it on that day, and struck it with the edge of the sword. He utterly destroyed all the souls who were in it that day, according to all that he had done to Lachish. 36 Joshua went up from Eglon, and all Israel with him, to Hebron, and they fought against it. 37 They took it, and struck it with the edge of the sword, with its king and all its cities, and all the souls who were in it. He left no one remaining, according to all that he had done to Eglon, but he utterly destroyed it, and all the souls who were in it. 38 Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to Debir, and fought against it. 39 He took it, with its king and all its cities. They struck them with the edge of the sword, and utterly destroyed all the souls who were in it. He left no one remaining. As he had done to Hebron, so he did to Debir, and to its king, as he had done also to Libnah, and to its king. 40 So Joshua struck all the land, the hill country, the south, the lowland, the slopes, and all their kings. He left no one remaining, but he utterly destroyed all that breathed, as Jehovah, the God of Israel, commanded. 41 Joshua struck them from Kadesh Barnea even to Gaza, and all the country of Goshen, even to Gibeon. 42 Joshua took all these kings and their land at one time, because Jehovah, the God of Israel, fought for Israel. 43 Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to the camp to Gilgal. Chapter 11 1 When Jabin king of Hazor heard of it, he sent to Jobab king of Madon, to the king of Shimron, to the king of Akshaph, and to the kings who were on the north, in the hill country, in the Arabah, south of Chinnereth, in the lowland, and in the heights of Dor on the west, 3 to the Canaanite on the east and on the west, the Amorite, the Hittite, 151 Joshua, the Perizzite, the Jebusite in the hill country, and the Hivite under Hermon in the land of Mizpah. For they went out, they and all their armies with them, many people, even as the sand that is on the seashore in multitude, with very many horses and chariots. 5 All these kings met together, and they came and encamped together at the waters of Merom, to fight with Israel. 6 Jehovah said to Joshua, Don't be afraid because of them, for tomorrow at this time, I will deliver them up all slain before Israel. You shall hamstring their horses and burn their chariots with fire. 7 So Joshua came suddenly, with all the warriors, against them by the waters of Merom, and attacked them. 8 Jehovah delivered them into the hand of Israel, and they struck them, and chased them to Great Sidon, and to Misrephoth Maim, and to the valley of Mizpah eastward. They struck them until they left them no one remaining. 9 Joshua did to them as Jehovah told him. He hamstrung their horses and burned their chariots with fire. 10 Joshua turned back at that time, and took Hazor, and struck its king with the sword, for Hazor used to be the head of all those kingdoms. 11 They struck all the souls who were in it with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying them. There was no one left who breathed. He burned Hazor with fire. 12 Joshua captured all the cities of those kings, with their kings, and he struck them with the edge of the sword, and utterly destroyed them, as Moses the servant of Jehovah commanded. 13 But as for the cities that stood on their mounds, Israel burned none of them, except Hazor only. Joshua burned that. 14 The children of Israel took all the plunder of these cities, with the livestock, as plunder for themselves, but every man they struck with the edge of the sword, until they had destroyed them. They didn't leave any who breathed. 15 As Jehovah commanded Moses his servant, so Moses commanded Joshua. Joshua did so. He left nothing undone of all that Jehovah commanded Moses. 16 So Joshua captured all that land, the hill country, all the south, all the land of Goshen, the lowland, the Arabah, the hill country of Israel, and the lowland of the same. 17 From Mount Halak, that goes up to Seir, even to Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon under Mount Hermon. He took all their kings, struck them, and put them to death. 18 Joshua made war a long time with all those kings. 19 There was not a city that made peace with the children of Israel, except the Hivites, the inhabitants of Gibeon. They took all in battle. 24 It was of Jehovah to harden their hearts, to come against Israel in battle, that he might utterly destroy them, that they might have no favor, but that he might destroy them, as Jehovah commanded Moses. 21 Joshua came at that time, and cut off the Anakim from the hill country, from Hebron, from Debir, from Anab, and from all the hill country of Judah, and from all the hill country of Israel. Joshua utterly destroyed them with their cities. 22 There were none of the Anakim left in the land of the children of Israel. Only in Gaza, in Gath, and in Ashdod, did some remain. 23 So Joshua took the whole land, according to all that Jehovah spoke to Moses, and Joshua gave it for an inheritance to Israel according to their divisions by their tribes. The land had rest from war. Chapter 12. 1 Now these are the kings of the land, whom the children of Israel struck, and possessed their land beyond the Jordan toward the sunrise, from the valley valley of the Arnon to Mount Hermon, and all the Arabah eastward, to Sihon king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and ruled from Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the middle of the valley, and half Gilead, even to the river Jabbok, the border of the children of Ammon, 3 and the Arabah to the sea of Chinnereth, eastward, and to the sea of the Arabah, even the salt sea, eastward, the way to Beth Shemoth, and on the south, under the slopes of Pisgah, 4 and the border of Og king of Bashan, of the remnant of the Rephaim, who lived at Ashtaroth and at Edrei, 5 and ruled Indiana Mount Hermon, and in Salcah, and in all Bashan, to the border of the Geshurites and the Maacathites, and half Gilead, the border of Sihon king of Heshbon. 6 Moses the servant of Jehovah and the children of Israel struck them. Moses the servant of Jehovah gave it for a possession to the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. 7 These are the kings of the land whom Joshua and the children of Israel struck beyond the Jordan, westward, from Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon, even to Mount Halak, that goes up to Seir. Joshua gave it to the tribes of Israel for a possession, according to their divisions. 8 Indiana the hill country, and in the lowland, and in the Arabah, and in the slopes, and in the wilderness, and in the south, the Hittite, the Amorite, and the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite. 9 The king of Jericho, 1. The king of Ai, which is beside Bethel, 1. 10 The king of Jerusalem, 1. The king of Hebron, 1. 11 The king of Jarmuth, 1. The king of Lachish, 1. 12 The king of Eglon, 1. The king of Gezer, 1. 13 The king of Debir, 1. The king of Gedor, 1. 14 The king of Hormah, 1. The king of Arad, 1. 15 The king of Libnah, 1. The king of Adullam, 1. 16 The king of Makkedah, 1. The king of Bethel, 1. 17 The king of Tappuah, 1. The king of Hepher, 1. 18 The king of Aphek, 1. The king of Las-Haran, 1. 19 The king of Madon, 1. The king of Hazor, 1. 20 The king of Shimron-Meron, 1. Joshua 152. The king of Akshaph, 1. 21 The king of Tanaj, 1. The king of Megiddo, 1. 22 The king of Kadesh, 1. The king of Joniam in Carmel, 1. 23 The king of Dor in the height of Dor, 1. The king of Goyim in Gilgal, 1. 24 The king of Tirzah, 1. All the kings 31. Chapter 13. 1 Now Joshua was old and well advanced in years. Jehovah said to him, You are old and advanced in years, and there remains yet very much land to be possessed. 2 This is the land that still remains, all the regions of the Philistines, and all the Geshurites. 3 From the Shear, which is before Egypt, even to the border of Ekron northward, which is counted as Canaanite, the 5 lords of the Philistines, the Gazites, and the Ashdodites, the Ashkelonites, the Gittites, and the Ekronites, also the Avim, 4 on the south, all the land of the Canaanites, and Mearah that belongs to the Sidonians, to Aphek, to the border of the Amorites, 5 and the land of the Gabalites, and all Lebanon, toward the sunrise, from Baal-Gad under Mount Hermon to the entrance of Hamath, 6 All the inhabitants of the hill country from Lebanon to Misrephoth Maim, even all the Sidonians. I will drive them out from before the children of Israel. Just allocate it to Israel for an inheritance, as I have commanded you. 7 Now therefore divide this land for an inheritance to the 9 tribes and the half-tribe of Manasseh. 8 With him the Reubenites and the Gadites received their inheritance, which Moses gave them, beyond the Jordan eastward, even as Moses, the servant of Jehovah, gave them. 9 From Aroer, that is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the city that is in the middle of the valley, and all the plain of Medba to Dibon. 10 And all the cities of Sihon king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, to the border of the children of Ammon. 11 And Gilead, and the border of the Geshurites and Maacathites, and all Mount Hermon, and all Bashan to Salcah. 12 All the kingdom of Og in Bashan, who reigned in Ashtaroth and in Edrei. The same was left of the remnant of the Rephaim, for Moses attacked these, and drove them out. 13 Nevertheless the children of Israel didn't drive out the Geshurites, nor the Maacathites. But Geshur and Maacath live within Israel to this day. 14 Only he gave no inheritance to the tribe of Levi. The offerings of Jehovah, the God of Israel, made by fire are his inheritance, as he spoke to him. 15 Moses gave to the tribe of the children of Reuben according to their families. 16 Their border was from Aroer, that is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the city that is in the middle of the valley, and all the plain by Medba. 17 Heshbon, and all its cities that are in the plain. Dibon, Bamoth Baal, Beth Baalmeon. 18 Hahaz, Kedemoth, Mephaath. 19 Kiriathaim, Sibmah, Zereth Shahar in the mount of the valley. 20 Beth Peor, the slopes of Pisgah, Beth Shemoth. 21 All the cities of the plain, and all the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, whom Moses struck with the chiefs of Midian, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the princes of Sihon, who lived in the land. 22 The children of Israel also killed Balaam the son of Beor, the soothsayer, with the sword, among the rest of their slain. 23 The border of the children of Reuben was the bank of the Jordan. This was the inheritance of the children of Reuben according to their families, the cities and its villages. 24 Moses gave to the tribe of Gad, to the children of Gad, according to their families. 25 Their border was Jazer, and all the cities of Gilead, and half the land of the children of Ammon, to Aroer that is near Rabbah. 26 And from Heshbon to Ramoth Mizpeh, and Betanim, and from Mahanaim to the border of Debir. 27 And in the valley, Beth Haram, Beth Nimrah, Sukkos, and Zaphon, the rest of the kingdom of Sihon king of Heshbon, the Jordan's bank, to the uttermost part of the sea of Chinnereth beyond the Jordan, eastward. 28 This is the inheritance of the children of Gad according to their families, the cities and its villages. 29 Moses gave an inheritance to the half-tribe of Manasseh. It was for the half-tribe of the children of Manasseh according to their families. 30 Their border was from Mahanaim, all Bashan, all the kingdom of Og king of Bashan, and all the towns of Jair, which are in Bashan, 60 cities. 31 Half Gilead, Ashtaroth, and Edrei, the cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan, were for the children of Machir the son of Manasseh, even for the half of the children of Machir according to their families. 32 These are the inheritances which Moses distributed in the plains of Moab, beyond the Jordan at Jericho, eastward. 33 But Moses gave no inheritance to the tribe of Levi. Jehovah, the God of Israel, is their inheritance, as he spoke to them. Chapter 14. 1. These are the inheritances which the children of Israel took in the land of Canaan, which Eleazar the priest, Joshua the son of Nun, and the heads of the fathers' houses of the tribes of the children of Israel, distributed to them, 2 by the lot of their inheritance, as Jehovah commanded by Moses, for the 9 tribes, and for the half-tribe. 3 For Moses had given the inheritance of the 2 tribes and the half-tribe beyond the Jordan, but to the Levites he gave no inheritance among them. 4 For the children of Joseph were 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim. They gave no portion to the Levites in the land, except cities to dwell in, with their suburbs for their livestock and for their property. 5 The children of Israel did as Jehovah commanded Moses, and they divided the land. 6 Then the children of Judah came near to Joshua in Gilgal. Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite said to him, You know the thing that Jehovah spoke to Moses the man of God. 153 Joshua. Concerning me and concerning you in Kadesh Barnea. 7 I was 40 years old when Moses the servant of Jehovah sent me from Kadesh Barnea to spy out the land. I brought him word again as it was in my heart. 8 Nevertheless, my brothers who went up with me made the heart of the people melt, but I wholly followed Jehovah my God. 9 Moses swore on that day, saying, Surely the land where you walked shall be an inheritance to you and to your children forever, because you have wholly followed Jehovah my God. 10 Now, behold, Jehovah has kept me alive, as he spoke, these 45 years, from the time that Jehovah spoke this word to Moses, while Israel walked in the wilderness. Now, behold, I am 85 years old, today. 11 As yet I am as strong today as I was in the day that Moses sent me. As my strength was then, even so is my strength now for war, to go out and to come in. 12 Now therefore give me this hill country, of which Jehovah spoke in that day, for you heard in that day how the Anakim were there, and great and fortified cities. It may be that Jehovah will be with me, and I shall drive them out, as Jehovah said. 13 Joshua blessed him, and he gave Hebron to Caleb the son of Jephunneh for an inheritance. 14 Therefore Hebron became the inheritance of Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite to this day, because he followed Jehovah, the God of Israel wholeheartedly. 15 Now the name of Hebron before was Kiriath Arba, after the greatest man among the Anakim. Then the land had rest from war. Chapter 15. 1 The lot for the tribe of the children of Judah, according to their families, was to the border of Edom, even to the wilderness of Zin southward, at the uttermost part of the south. To their south border was from the uttermost part of the Salt Sea, from the bay that looks southward. 3 And it went out southward of the ascent of Akrabim, and passed along to Zin, and went up by the south of Kadesh Barnea, and passed along by Hezron, went up to Adar, and turned towards Karka. 4 And it passed along to Asmon, went out at the brook of Egypt, and the border ended at the sea. This shall be your south border. 5 The east border was the Salt Sea, even to the end of the Jordan. The border of the north quarter was from the bay of the sea at the end of the Jordan. 6 The border went up to Beth Hogla, and passed along by the north of Beth Araba, and the border went up to the stone of Bohan the son of Reuben. 7 The border went up to Debir from the valley of Achor, and so northward, looking toward Gilgal, that faces the ascent of Adumim, which is on the south side of the river. The border passed along to the waters of En Shemesh, and ended at En Rogel. 8. The border went up by the valley of the son of Hinnom to the side of the Jebusite, also called Jerusalem, southward, and the border went up to the top of the mountain that lies before the valley of Hinnom westward, which is at the farthest part of the valley of Rephaim northward. 9. The border extended from the top of the mountain to the spring of the waters of Nephtoah, and went out to the cities of Mount Ephron, and the border extended to Baalah, also called Kiriath Jearim. 10. And the border turned about from Baalah westward to Mount Seir, and passed along to the side of Mount Jearim, also called Chesalon, on the north, and went down to Beth Shemesh, and passed along by Timnah. 11. And the border went out to the side of Ekron northward, and the border extended to Shikkaron, and passed along to Mount Baalah, and went out at Jabneel, and the goings out of the border were at the sea. 12. The west border was to the shore of the great sea. This is the border of the children of Judah according to their families. 13. He gave to Caleb the son of Jephunneh a portion among the children of Judah, according to the commandment of Jehovah to Joshua, even Kiriath Arba, named after the father of Anak, also called Hebron. 14. Caleb drove out the 3 sons of Anak, Sheshai and Ahiman and Talmah, the children of Anak. 15. He went up against the inhabitants of Debir. Now the name of Debir before was Kiriath Sepher. 16. Caleb said, He who strikes Kiriath Sepher, and takes it, to him I will give Achsah my daughter as wife. 17. Othniel the son of Kenaz, the brother of Caleb, took it, and he gave him Achsah his daughter as wife. 18. When she came, she had him ask her father for a field. She got off of her donkey, and Caleb said, What do you want? 19. She said, Give me a blessing. Because you have set me in the land of the south, give me also springs of water. So he gave her the upper springs and the lower springs. 20. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Judah according to their families. 21. The farthest cities of the tribe of the children of Judah toward the border of Edom in the south were Kabzeel, Eder, Jagur. 22. Kena, Dimonah, Adadah. 23. Kadesh, Hazer, Ithnan. 24. Ziph, Telem, Belath. 25. Hazer Hadadah, Kirioth, Hezron, also called Hazer. 26. Ammon, Shema, Molada. 27. Hazar Gaddah, Heshmon, Beth Pelet. 28. Hazar Shual, Beersheba, Beziotia. 29. Baalah, Iim, Izem. 30. El Talad, Chesel, Hormah. 31. Ziklag, Madmanah, Sanzanah. 32. Lebaoth, Shilham, An, and Rimmon. All the cities are 29, with their villages. 33. In the lowland, Eshtaol, Zorah, Ashna. 34. Zanoah, and Ganim, Tapwah, Enam. 35. Jarmuth, Adullam, Sakah, Azekah. 36. Sha'araim, Adathaim, and Gadira, or Gadirathaim. 14. Cities with their villages. 37. Zanan, Hadashah, Migdal-Gad. 38. Dilian, Mizpah, Joktheel. 39. Lachish, Bozkath, Eglon. 40. Kaban, Lamam, Chitlish. 41. Gedroth, Beth Dagon, Nama and Makkedah. 16. Cities with their villages. 42. Libnah, Ether, Ashan. 43. Ephta, Ashna, Nezib. 44. Keilah, Achzib and Mareshah. 9. Cities with their villages. Joshua 154. 45. Ekron, with its towns and its villages. 46 from Ekron even to the sea, all that were by the side of Ashdod, with their villages. 47 Ashdod, its towns and its villages, Gaza, its towns and its villages, to the brook of Egypt, and the Great Sea with its coastline. 48 Indiana, the hill country, Shamir, Jatir, Sakah. 49 Dana, Kiriath Sunnah, which is Debir. 50 Anab, Eshtema, Anam. 51 Goshen, Holon, and Gilo, 11 cities with their villages. 52 Arab, Duma, Eshan. 53 Janam, Beth Tapwa, Aphekah. 54 Humta, Kiriath Arba, also called Hebron, and Zeir, 9 cities with their villages. 55 Maon, Carmel, Ziph, Jutah. 56 Jezreel, Jokdeam, Zanoah. 57 Cain, Gibeah and Timnah, 10 cities with their villages. 58 Halhul, Bethzur, Geder. 59 Ma'arath, Beth Anath, and El-Tikon, 6 cities with their villages. 60 Kiriath Baal, also called Kiriath Jearim, and Rabbah, 2 cities with their villages. 61 in the wilderness, Beth Araba, Middin, Sekaka. 62 Nibshan, the city of salt, and En Gadai, 6 cities with their villages. 63 As for the Jebusites, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the children of Judah couldn't drive them out, but the Jebusites live with the children of Judah at Jerusalem to this day. Chapter 16. 1 The lot came out for the children of Joseph from the Jordan at Jericho, at the waters of Jericho on the east, even the wilderness, going up from Jericho through the hill country to Bethel. 2 It went out from Bethel to Luz, and passed along to the border of the Archites to Adaroth. 3 And it went down westward to the border of the Japhletites, to the border of Beth Horon the lower, and on to Gezer, and ended at the sea. For the children of Joseph, Manasseh and Ephraim, took their inheritance. 5 This was the border of the children of Ephraim according to their families. The border of their inheritance eastward was Adaroth Adar, to Beth Horon the upper. 6 The border went out westward at Mikmetheth on the north. The border turned about eastward to Tanath Shiloh, and passed along it on the east of Genoa. 7 It went down from Genoa to Adaroth, to Nara, reached to Jericho, and went out at the Jordan. 8 From Tapua the border went along westward to the brook of Cana, and ended at the sea. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Ephraim, according to their families, 9 together with the cities which were set apart for the children of Ephraim in the middle of the inheritance of the children of Manasseh, all the cities with their villages. 10 They didn't drive out the Canaanites who lived in Gezer, but the Canaanites dwell in the territory of Ephraim to this day, and have become servants to do forced labor. Chapter 17. 1 This was the lot for the tribe of Manasseh, for he was the firstborn of Joseph. As for Machir the firstborn of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, because he was a man of war, therefore he had Gilead and Bashan. 2 So this was for the rest of the children of Manasseh according to their families. For the children of Abiezer, for the children of Helek, for the children of Asriel, for the children of Shechem, for the children of Hepher, and for the children of Shemitah. These were the male children of Manasseh the son of Joseph according to their families. 3 But Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, had no sons, but daughters. These are the names of his daughters, Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. For they came to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua, the son of Nun, and to the princes, saying, Jehovah commanded Moses to give us an inheritance among our brothers. Therefore, according to the commandment of Jehovah he gave them an inheritance among the brothers of their father. 5/10 parts fell to Manasseh, besides the land of Gilead and Bashan, which is beyond the Jordan. 6 Because the daughters of Manasseh had an inheritance among his sons. The land of Gilead belonged to the rest of the sons of Manasseh. 7 The border of Manasseh was from Asher to Michmetheth, which is before Shechem. The border went along to the right hand, to the inhabitants of En-Tappuah. 8 The land of Tappuah belonged to Manasseh, but Tappuah on the border of Manasseh belonged to the children of Ephraim. 9 The border went down to the brook of Cana, southward of the brook. These cities belonged to Ephraim among the cities of Manasseh. The border of Manasseh was on the north side of the brook, and ended at the sea. 10 Southward it was Ephraim's, and northward it was Manasseh's, and the sea was his border. They reached to Asher on the north, and to Issachar on the east. 11 Manasseh had 3 heights in Issachar, in Asher Bethshean and its towns, and Ibleam and its towns, and the inhabitants of Dor and its towns, and the inhabitants of Ender and its towns, and the inhabitants of Tanaj and its towns, and the inhabitants of Megiddo and its towns. 12 Yet the children of Manasseh couldn't drive out the inhabitants of those cities, but the Canaanites would dwell in that land. 13 When the children of Israel had grown strong, they put the Canaanites to forced labor, and didn't utterly drive them out. 14 The children of Joseph spoke to Joshua, saying, Why have you given me just one lot and one part for an inheritance, since we are a numerous people, because Jehovah has blessed us so far? 15 Joshua said to them, If you are a numerous people, go up to the forest, and clear land for yourself there in the land of the Perizzites and of the Rephaim, since the hill country of Ephraim is too narrow for you. 16 The children of Joseph said, The hill country is not enough for us. All the Canaanites who dwell in the land of the valley have chariots of iron, both those who are in Bethshean and its towns, and 155 Joshua, those who are in the valley of Jezreel. 17 Joshua spoke to the house of Joseph, that is, to Ephraim and to Manasseh, saying, You are a numerous people, and have great power. You shall not have one lot only. 18 But the hill country shall be yours. Although it is a forest, you shall cut it down, and its farthest extent shall be yours. For you shall drive out the Canaanites, though they have chariots of iron, and though they are strong. Chapter 18 1 The whole congregation of the children of Israel assembled themselves together at Shiloh, and set up the tent of meeting there. The land was subdued before them. 7 tribes remained among the children of Israel, which had not yet divided their inheritance. 3 Joshua said to the children of Israel, How long will you neglect to go in to possess the land, which Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has given you? 4 Appoint for yourselves 3 men from each tribe. I will send them, and they shall arise, walk through the land, and describe it according to their inheritance, and they shall come to me. 5 They shall divide it into 7 portions. Judah shall live in his borders on the south, and the house of Joseph shall live in their borders on the north. 6. You shall survey the land into 7 parts, and bring the description here to me, and I will cast lots for you here before Jehovah our God. 7. However, the Levites have no portion among you, for the priesthood of Jehovah is their inheritance. Gad, Reuben, and the half tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance east of the Jordan, which Moses the servant of Jehovah gave them. 8. The men arose and went. Joshua commanded those who went to survey the land, saying, Go, walk through the land, survey it, and come again to me. I will cast lots for you here before Jehovah in Shiloh. 9. The men went and passed through the land, and surveyed it by cities into 7 portions in a book. They came to Joshua to the camp at Shiloh. 10. Joshua cast lots for them in Shiloh before Jehovah. There Joshua divided the land to the children of Israel according to their divisions. 11. The lot of the tribe of the children of Benjamin came up according to their families. The border of their lot went out between the children of Judah and the children of Joseph. 12. Their border on the north quarter was from the Jordan. The border went up to the side of Jericho on the north, and went up through the hill country westward. It ended at the wilderness of Beth Aven. 13. The border passed along from there to Luz, to the side of Luz, also called Bethel, southward. The border went down to Adaroth Adar, by the mountain that lies on the south of Beth Horon the lower. 14. The border extended and turned around on the west quarter southward from the mountain that lies before Beth Horon southward, and ended at Kiriath Baal, also called Kiriath Jearim, a city of the children of Judah. This was the west quarter. 15. The south quarter was from the farthest part of Kiriath Jearim. The border went out westward, and went out to the spring of the waters of Nephtoah. 16. The border went down to the farthest part of the mountain that lies before the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is in the valley of Rephaim northward. It went down to the valley of Hinnom, to the side of the Jebusite southward, and went down to En-Rogel. 17. It extended northward, went out at En-Shemesh, and went out to Jelilith, which is over against the ascent of Adumim. It went down to the stone of Bohan the son of Reuben. 18. It passed along to the side over against the Arabah northward, and went down to the Arabah. 19. The border passed along to the side of Beth Hogla northward, and the border ended at the north bay of the Salt Sea, at the south end of the Jordan. This was the south border. 20. The Jordan was its border on the east quarter. This was the inheritance of the children of Benjamin, by the borders around it, according to their families. 21. Now the cities of the tribe of the children of Benjamin according to their families were Jericho, Beth Hogla, Emek Keziz, 22. Beth Arabah, Zemaraim, Bethel, 23. Avim, Para, Ophrah, 24. Chephar Ammoni, Ophni, and Geba, 12. Cities with their villages. 25. Gibeon, Ramah, Beeroth, 26. Mizpeh, Chephirah, Moza, 27. Rechem, Irpeel, Tarala, 28. Zelah, Eleph, the Jebusite, also called Jerusalem, Jibeth, and Kiriath, 14. Cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the children of Benjamin, according to their families. Chapter 19. 1. The second lot came out for Simeon, even for the tribe of the children of Simeon according to their families. Their inheritance was in the middle of the inheritance of the children of Judah. 2. They had for their inheritance Beersheba, or Sheba, Molada, 3 Hazar Shual, Bala, Izem, 4 El Talad. Bethul, Horma, 5 Ziklag, Beth Markaboth, Hazar. Susa, 6 Beth Lebaoth, and Sharuan, 13. Cities with their villages, 7 An, Rimmon, Ether. Anishan, 4 cities with their villages, 8 in all. The villages that were around these cities to Baalath. Beer, Ramah of the south. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Simeon according to their families. 9 out of the part of the children of Judah was the inheritance of the children of Simeon, for the portion of the children of Judah was too much for them. Therefore the children of Simeon had inheritance in the middle of their inheritance. 10 The third lot came up for the children of Zebulun according to their families. The border of their inheritance was to Sarid. 11 Their border went up westward, even to Marilah, and reached to Dab's Hate. It reached to the brook that is before Jonium. 12 It turned from Sarid eastward toward the sunrise to the border of Kisloth Tabor. It went out to Dabrath, and went up to Japhiah. 13 From there it passed along eastward to Gath Hefer, to Ethkazin, and it went out at Rimmon which stretches to Ne. 14 The border turned around it. Joshua 156. On the north to Hanathon, and it ended at the valley of Ephta El. 15 Kadath, Nahalal, Shimron, Idala, and Bethlehem, 12 cities with their villages. 16 This is the inheritance of the children of Zebulun according to their families, these cities with their villages. 17 The fourth lot came out for Issachar, even for the children of Issachar according to their families. 18 Their border was to Jezreel, Chisaleth, Shunem, 19 Hapharaim, Shan, Anna-Arath, 20 Rabbath, Kishan, Ebez, 21 Remoth, in Ganim, and Hattah, and Beth Pazeh. 22 The border reached to Tabor, Shahazumah, and Beth Shemesh. Their border ended at the Jordan, 16 cities with their villages. 23 This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Issachar according to their families, the cities with their villages. 24 The fifth lot came out for the tribe of the children of Asher according to their families. 25 Their border was Helkoth, Hali, Bidden, Akshaph. 26 Alamelech, Amad, Mishal. It reached to Carmel westward, and to Shahor-Libnath. 27 It turned toward the sunrise to Beth Dagon, and reached to Zebulun, and to the valley of Ephta El northward to Beth Emek and Neiel. It went out to Kabul on the left hand. 28 And Ebron, Rehob, Hammon, and Kenna, even to Great Sidon. 29 The border turned to Ramah, to the fortified city of Tyre, and the border turned to Hosath. It ended at the sea by the region of Achzib, 30 also, and Aphek, and Rehob. 22 cities with their villages. 31 This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Asher according to their families, these cities with their villages. 32 The sixth lot came out for the children of Naphtali, even for the children of Naphtali according to their families. 33 Their border was from Heleph, from the oak in Zonanim, Adamin-Keb, and Jabneel, to Lichem. It ended at the Jordan. 34 The border turned westward to Aznoth Tabor, and went out from there to Hukkok. It reached to Zebulun on the south, and reached to Asher on the west, and to Judah at the Jordan toward the sunrise. 35 The fortified cities were Ziddim, Zer, Hamath, Rakkath, Chinnereth, 36 Adamah, Ramah, Hazer, 37 Kadesh, Edrei, and Hazer, 38 Iron, Migdal El, Horem, Beth Anath, and Beth Shemesh, 19 cities with their villages. 39 This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, according to their families, the cities with their villages. 40 The seventh lot came out for the tribe of the children of Dan according to their families. 41 The border of their inheritance was Zorah, Eshtaol, Shemesh, 42 Shalaban, Aijalon, Ithla, 43 Elon, Timnah, Ekron, 44 Ltk, Gibbethon, Baalath, 45 Jehud, Bani Barak, Geth, Rimmon, 46 Mejarkon, and Rakan, with the border over against Joppa. 47 The border of the children of Dan went out beyond them, for the children of Dan went up and fought against Leshem, and took it, and struck it with the edge of the sword, and possessed it, and lived therein, and called Leshem, Dan, after the name of Dan their forefather. 48 This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Dan according to their families, these cities with their villages. 49 So they finished distributing the land for inheritance by its borders. The children of Israel gave an inheritance to Joshua the son of Nun. Among them, 50 according to Jehovah's commandment, they gave him the city which he asked, even Timnath-Serah in the hill country of Ephraim, and he built the city, and lived there. 51 These are the inheritances, which Eleazar the priest, Joshua the son of Nun, and the heads of the fathers' houses of the tribes of the children of Israel, distributed for inheritance by lot in Shiloh, before Jehovah, at the door of the tent of meeting. So they finished dividing the land. Chapter 20. 1 Jehovah spoke to Joshua, saying, 2 Speak to the children of Israel, saying, Assign the cities of refuge, of which I spoke to you by Moses. 3 That the manslayer who kills any person accidentally or unintentionally may flee there. They shall be to you for a refuge from the avenger of blood. 4 He shall flee to one of those cities, and shall stand at the entrance of the gate of the city, and declare his case in the ears of the elders of that city. They shall take him into the city with them, and give him a place, that he may live among them. 5 If the avenger of blood pursues him, then they shall not deliver up the manslayer into his hand, because he struck his neighbor unintentionally, and didn't hate him before. 6 He shall dwell in that city until he stands before the congregation for judgment, until the death of the high priest that shall be in those days. Then the manslayer shall return, and come to his own city, and to his own house, to the city he fled from. 7 They set apart Kadesh in Galilee in the hill country of Naphtali, Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim, and Kiriath Arba, also called Hebron, in the hill country of Judah. 8 Beyond the Jordan at Jericho eastward, they assigned Bezer in the wilderness in the plain out of the tribe of Reuben, Ramoth in Gilead out of the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan out of the tribe of Manasseh. 9 These were the appointed cities for all the children of Israel, and for the alien who lives among them, that whoever kills any person unintentionally might flee there, and not die by the hand of the avenger of blood, until he stands trial before the congregation. Chapter 21. 1 Then the heads of fathers' houses of the Levites came near to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the heads of fathers' houses of the tribes of the children of Israel. 2 They spoke to them at Shiloh in the land of Canaan, saying, Jehovah commanded Moses to give us cities to dwell in, with their suburbs for our livestock. 3. The children of Israel gave to the Levites out 157 Joshua of their inheritance, according to the commandment of Jehovah, these cities with their suburbs. 4. The lot came out for the families of the Kohathites. The children of Aaron the priest, who were of the Levites, had 13 cities by lot out of the tribe of Judah, out of the tribe of the Simeonites, and out of the tribe of Benjamin. 5. The rest of the children of Kohath had 10 cities by lot out of the families of the tribe of Ephraim, out of the tribe of Dan, and out of the half-tribe of Manasseh. 6. The children of Gershon had 13 cities by lot out of the families of the tribe of Issachar, out of the tribe of Asher, out of the tribe of Naphtali, and out of the half-tribe of Manasseh, in Bashan. 7. The children of Merari according to their families had 12 cities out of the tribe of Reuben, out of the tribe of Gad, and out of the tribe of Zebulun. 8. The children of Israel gave these cities with their suburbs by lot to the Levites, as Jehovah commanded by Moses. 9. They gave out of the tribe of the children of Judah, and out of the tribe of the children of Simeon, these cities which are mentioned by name, 10. And they were for the children of Aaron, of the families of the Kohathites, who were of the children of Levi, for theirs was the first lot. 11. They gave them Kiriath Arba, named after the father of Anak, also called Hebron, in the hill country of Judah, with its suburbs around it. 12. But they gave the fields of the city and its villages to Caleb the son of Jephunneh for his possession. 13. To the children of Aaron the priest they gave Hebron with its suburbs, the city of refuge for the manslayer, Libnah with its suburbs. 14. Jatir with its suburbs, Eshtemo with its suburbs. 15. Holon with its suburbs, Debir with its suburbs. 16. An with its suburbs, Judah with its suburbs, and Beth Shemesh with its suburbs. 9 cities out of those 2 tribes. 17. Out of the tribe of Benjamin, Gibeon with its suburbs, Gabal with its suburbs. 18. Anathoth with its suburbs, and Almon with its suburbs, 4 cities. 19. All the cities of the children of Aaron, the priests, were 13 cities, with their suburbs. 20. The families of the children of Kohath, the Levites, even the rest of the children of Kohath, had the cities of their lot out of the tribe of Ephraim. 21. They gave them Shechem with its suburbs in the hill country of Ephraim, the city of refuge for the manslayer, and Gezer with its suburbs. 22. Kibzaim with its suburbs, and Beth Horon with its suburbs, 4 cities. 23. Out of the tribe of Dan, Eltek with its suburbs, Gibbethon with its suburbs. 24. Aijalon with its suburbs, Gathrimmon with its suburbs, 4 cities. 25. Out of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Tanach with its suburbs, and Gathrimmon with its suburbs, 2 cities. 26. All the cities of the families of the rest of the children of Kohath were 10 with their suburbs. 27. They gave to the children of Gershon, of the families of the Levites, out of the half-tribe of Manasseh Golan in Bashan with its suburbs, the city of refuge for the manslayer, and Beeshterah with its suburbs, 2 cities. 28. Out of the tribe of Issachar, Kishon with its suburbs, Dabrath with its suburbs. 29. Jarmuth with its suburbs, and Ganim with its suburbs, 4 cities. 30. Out of the tribe of Asher, Mishol with its suburbs, Abdon with its suburbs, 31 Helkath with its suburbs, and Riyadh with its suburbs, 4 cities. 32 out of the tribe of Naphtali, Kadesh in Galilee with its suburbs, the city of refuge for the manslayer. Hamathdir with its suburbs, and Kartan with its suburbs, 3 cities. 33 All the cities of the Gershonites according to their families were 13 cities with their suburbs. 34 To the families of the children of Merari, the rest of the Levites, out of the tribe of Zebulun. Joniam with its suburbs, Karta with its suburbs. 35 Dimna with its suburbs, and Nahalal with its suburbs, 4 cities. 36 Out of the tribe of Reuben. Bezer with its suburbs, Hahaz with its suburbs. 37 Kedemoth with its suburbs, and Mephaath with its suburbs, 4 cities. 38 Out of the tribe of Gad. Ramoth in Gilead with its suburbs, the city of refuge for the manslayer, and Mahanaim with its suburbs. 39 Heshbon with its suburbs, Jazer with its suburbs, 4 cities in all. 40 All these were the cities of the children of Merari according to their families, even the rest of the families of the Levites. Their lot was 12 cities. 41 All the cities of the Levites among the possessions of the children of Israel were 48 cities with their suburbs. 42 Each of these cities included their suburbs around them. It was this way with all these cities. 43 So Jehovah gave to Israel all the land which he swore to give to their fathers. They possessed it and lived in it. 44 Jehovah gave them rest all around, according to all that he swore to their fathers. Not a man of all their enemies stood before them. Jehovah delivered all their enemies into their hand. 45 Nothing failed of any good thing which Jehovah had spoken to the house of Israel. All came to pass. Chapter 22. 1 Then Joshua called the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, 2 and said to them, You have kept all that Moses the servant of Jehovah commanded you, and have listened to my voice in all that I commanded you. 3 You have not left your brothers these many days to this day, but have performed the duty of the commandment of Jehovah your God. For now Jehovah your God has given rest to your brothers, as he spoke to them. Therefore now return and go to your tents, to the land of your possession, which Moses the servant of Jehovah gave you beyond the Jordan. 5 Only take diligent heed to do the commandment and the law which Moses the servant of Jehovah commanded you, to love Jehovah your God, to walk in all his ways, to keep his commandments, to hold fast to him, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul. 6 So Joshua blessed them, and sent them away. And they went to their tents. 7 Now to the 1/2. Joshua 158. Tribe of Manasseh Moses had given inheritance in Bashan, but to the other half Joshua gave among their brothers beyond the Jordan westward. Moreover, when Joshua sent them away to their tents, he blessed them, 8 and spoke to them, saying, Return with much wealth to your tents, with very much livestock, with silver, with gold, with brass, with iron, and with very much clothing. Divide the plunder of your enemies with your brothers. 9 The children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh returned, and departed from the children of Israel out of Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan, to go to the land of Gilead, to the land of their possession, which they owned, according to the commandment of Jehovah by Moses. 10 When they came to the region about the Jordan, that is in the land of Canaan, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh built there an altar by the Jordan, a great altar to look at. 11 The children of Israel heard this, behold, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh have built an altar in the border of the land of Canaan, in the region around the Jordan, on the side that belongs to the children of Israel. 12 When the children of Israel heard of it, the whole congregation of the children of Israel gathered themselves together at Shiloh to go up against them to war. 13 The children of Israel sent to the children of Reuben, and to the children of Gad, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, into the land of Gilead. Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest. 14 With him were 10 princes, 1 prince of a father's house for each of the tribes of Israel, and they were each head of their father's houses among the thousands of Israel. 15 They came to the children of Reuben, and to the children of Gad, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, to the land of Gilead, and they spoke with them, saying, 16 Thus says the whole congregation of Jehovah, what trespass is this that you have committed against the God of Israel, to turn away today from following Jehovah, in that you have built yourselves an altar, to rebel today against Jehovah? 17 Is the iniquity of Peor too little for us, from which we have not cleansed ourselves to this day, although there came a plague on the congregation of Jehovah? 18 That you must turn away today from following Jehovah? It will be, since you rebel today against Jehovah, that tomorrow he will be angry with the whole congregation of Israel. 19 However, if the land of your possession is unclean, then pass over to the land of the possession of Jehovah, in which Jehovah's tabernacle dwells, and take possession among us. But don't rebel against Jehovah, nor rebel against us, in building an altar other than the altar of Jehovah our God. 20 Didn't Achan the son of Zerah commit a trespass in the devoted thing, and wrath fell on all the congregation of Israel? That man didn't perish alone in his iniquity. 21 Then the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh answered and spoke to the heads of the thousands of Israel. 22 The mighty one, God, Jehovah, the mighty one, God, Jehovah, he knows, and Israel shall know, if it was in rebellion, or if in trespass against Jehovah. Don't save us today. 23 That we have built us an altar to turn away from following Jehovah, or if to offer burnt offering or meal offering, or if to offer sacrifices of peace offerings. Let Jehovah himself require it. 24 If we have not out of concern done this, and for a reason, saying, in time to come your children might speak to our children, saying, what have you to do with Jehovah, the God of Israel? 25 For Jehovah has made the Jordan a border between us and you children of Reuben and children of Gad. You have no portion in Jehovah. So your children might make our children cease from fearing Jehovah. 26 Therefore we said, let's now prepare to build ourselves an altar, not for burnt offering, nor for sacrifice. 27 But it will be a witness between us and you, and between our generations after us, that we may perform the service of Jehovah before him with our burnt offerings, with our sacrifices, and with our peace offerings, that your children may not tell our children in time to come, you have no portion in Jehovah. 28 Therefore we said, it shall be, when they tell us or our generations this in time to come, that we shall say, behold the pattern of the altar of Jehovah, which our fathers made, not for burnt offering, nor for sacrifice, but it is a witness between us and you. 29 Far be it from us that we should rebel against Jehovah, and turn away today from following Jehovah, to build an altar for burnt offering, for meal offering, or for sacrifice, besides the altar of Jehovah our God that is before his tabernacle. 30 When Phinehas the priest, and the princes of the congregation, even the heads of the thousands of Israel that were with him, heard the words that the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the children of Manasseh spoke, it pleased them well. 31 Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest said to the children of Reuben, to the children of Gad, and to the children of Manasseh, today we know that Jehovah is among us, because you have not committed this trespass against Jehovah. Now you have delivered the children of Israel out of Jehovah's hand. 32 Phinehas the son of Eleazar, the priest, and the princes, returned from the children of Reuben, and from the children of Gad, out of the land of Gilead, to the land of Canaan, to the children of Israel, and brought them word again. 33 The thing pleased the children of Israel, and the children of Israel blessed God, and spoke no more of going up against them to war, to destroy the land in which the children of Reuben and the children of Gad lived. 34 The children of Reuben and the children of Gad named the altar a witness between us that Jehovah is God. 159 Joshua chapter 23. 1 After many days, when Jehovah had given rest to Israel from their enemies all around, and Joshua was old and well advanced in years, 2 Joshua called for all Israel, for their elders, and for their heads, and for their judges, and for their officers, and said to them, I am old and well advanced in years. 3 You have seen all that Jehovah your God has done to all these nations because of you, for it is Jehovah your God who has fought for you. 4 Behold, I have allotted to you these nations that remain, to be an inheritance for your tribes, from the Jordan, with all the nations that I have cut off, even to the great sea, toward the going down of the sun. 5 Jehovah your God will thrust them out from before you, and drive them from out of your sight. You shall possess their land, as Jehovah your God spoke to you. 6 Therefore be very courageous to keep and to do all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, that you not turn aside from it to the right hand or to the left. 7 That you not come among these nations, these that remain among you, neither make mention of the name of their gods, nor cause to swear by them, neither serve them, nor bow down yourselves to them. 8 But hold fast to Jehovah your God, as you have done to this day. 9 For Jehovah has driven great and strong nations out from before you. But as for you, no man has stood before you to this day. 10 One man of you shall chase 1,000, for it is Jehovah your God who fights for you, as he spoke to you. 11 Take good heed therefore to yourselves, that you love Jehovah your God. 12 But if you do at all go back, and hold fast to the remnant of these nations, even these who remain among you, and make marriages with them, and go into them, and they to you. 13 Know for a certainty that Jehovah your God will no longer drive these nations from out of your sight, but they shall be a snare and a trap to you, a scourge in your sides, and thorns in your eyes, until you perish from off this good land, which Jehovah your God has given you. 14 Behold, today I am going the way of all the earth, You know in all your hearts and in all your souls that not one thing has failed of all the good things which Jehovah your God spoke concerning you. All have happened to you. Not one thing has failed of it. 15 It shall happen that as all the good things have come on you of which Jehovah your God spoke to you, so Jehovah will bring on you all the evil things, until he has destroyed you from off this good land which Jehovah your God has given you. 16 When you disobey the covenant of Jehovah your God, which he commanded you, and go and serve other gods, and bow down yourselves to them, then Jehovah's anger will be kindled against you, and you will perish quickly from off the good land which he has given to you. Chapter 24. 1 Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem, and called for the elders of Israel, for their heads, for their judges, and for their officers. And they presented themselves before God. 2 Joshua said to all the people, Jehovah says, the God of Israel, your fathers lived of old time beyond the river, even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nahor, and they served other gods. 3 I took your father Abraham from beyond the river, and led him throughout all the land of Canaan, and multiplied his offspring, and gave him Isaac. 4 I gave to Isaac Jacob and Esau. And I gave to Esau Mount Seir, to possess it. Jacob and his children went down into Egypt. 5 I sent Moses and Aaron, and I plagued Egypt, according to that which I did among them. And afterward I brought you out. 6 I brought your fathers out of Egypt, and you came to the sea. The Egyptians pursued your fathers with chariots and with horsemen to the Red Sea. 7 When they cried out to Jehovah, he put darkness between you and the Egyptians, and brought the sea on them, and covered them, and your eyes saw what I did in Egypt. You lived in the wilderness many days. 8 I brought you into the land of the Amorites that lived beyond the Jordan. They fought with you, and I gave them into your hand. You possessed their land, and I destroyed them from before you. 9 Then Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab, arose and fought against Israel. He sent and called Balaam the son of Beor to curse you. 10 But I would not listen to Balaam, therefore he blessed you still. So I delivered you out of his hand. 11 You went over the Jordan, and came to Jericho. The men of Jericho fought against you, the Amorite, the Perizzite, the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Girgashite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, and I delivered them into your hand. 12 I sent the hornet before you, which drove them out from before you. Even the 2 kings of the Amorites, not with your sword, nor with your bow. 13 I gave you a land whereon you had not labored, and cities which you didn't build, and you live in them. You eat of vineyards and olive groves which you didn't plant. 14 Now therefore fear Jehovah, and serve him in sincerity and in truth. Put away the gods which your fathers served beyond the river, and in Egypt, and serve Jehovah. 15 If it seems evil to you to serve Jehovah, choose today whom you will serve, whether the gods which your fathers served, that were beyond the river, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve Jehovah. 16 The people answered, Far be it from us that we should forsake Jehovah, to serve other gods. 17 For it is Jehovah our God who brought us and our fathers up out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, and who did those great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the way in which we went, and among all the peoples through the middle of whom we passed. 18 Jehovah drove out from before us all the peoples, even the Amorites. Joshua 160. Who lived in the land. Therefore we also will serve Jehovah, for he is our God. 19 Joshua said to the people, you can serve Jehovah, for he is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your disobedience nor your sins. 20 If you forsake Jehovah, and serve foreign gods, then he will turn and do you evil, and consume you, after he has done you good. 21 The people said to Joshua, no, but we will serve Jehovah. 22 Joshua said to the people, you are witnesses against yourselves that you have chosen Jehovah yourselves, to serve him. They said, we are witnesses. 23 Now therefore put away the foreign gods which are among you, and incline your heart to Jehovah, the God of Israel. 24 The people said to Joshua, we will serve Jehovah our God, and we will listen to his voice. 25 So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day, and made for them a statute and an ordinance in Shechem. 26 Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of God, and he took a great stone, and set it up there under the oak that was by the sanctuary of Jehovah. 27 Joshua said to all the people, behold, this stone shall be a witness against us, for it has heard all Jehovah's words which he spoke to us. It shall be therefore a witness against you, lest you deny your God. 28 So Joshua sent the people away, each to his own inheritance. 29 After these things, Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of Jehovah, died, being 110 years old. 30 They buried him in the border of his inheritance in Timnath-Serah, which is in the hill country of Ephraim, on the north of the mountain of Gosh. 31 Israel served Jehovah all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua, and had known all the work of Jehovah that he had worked for Israel. 32 They buried the bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel brought up out of Egypt, in Shechem, in the parcel of ground which Jacob bought from the sons of Hamor the father of Shechem for 100 pieces of silver. They became the inheritance of the children of Joseph. 33 Eleazar the son of Aaron died. They buried him in the hill of Phinehas his son, which was given him in the hill country of Ephraim. Underscore 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 un. Judges. Chapter 1. 1 After the death of Joshua, the children of Israel asked of Jehovah, saying, who should go up for us first against the Canaanites, to fight against them? 2 Jehovah said, Judah shall go up. Behold, I have delivered the land into his hand. 3 Judah said to Simeon his brother, come up with me into my lot, that we may fight against the Canaanites, and I likewise will go with you into your lot. So Simeon went with him. 4 Judah went up, and Jehovah delivered the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hand. They struck 10,000 men in Bezek. 5 They found Adoni Bezek in Bezek, and they fought against him. They struck the Canaanites and the Perizzites. 6 But Adoni Bezek fled. They pursued him, caught him, and cut off his thumbs and his big toes. 7 Adoni Bezek said, 70 kings, having their thumbs and their big toes cut off, scavenged under my table. As I have done, so God has done to me. They brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. 8. The children of Judah fought against Jerusalem, took it, struck it with the edge of the sword, and set the city on fire. 9. After that, the children of Judah went down to fight against the Canaanites who lived in the hill country, and in the south, and in the lowland. 10. Judah went against the Canaanites who lived in Hebron. The name of Hebron before that was Kiriath Arba. They struck Shushai, Ahiman, and Talmah. 11. From there they went against the inhabitants of Debir. The name of Debir before that was Kiriath Sephar. 12. Caleb said, I will give Achsah my daughter as wife to the man who strikes Kiriath Sephar, and takes it. 13. Othniel the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, took it, so he gave him Achsah his daughter as his wife. 14. When she came, she got him to ask her father for a field. She dismounted from off of her donkey, and Caleb said to her, What would you like? 15. She said to him, Give me a blessing, because you have set me in the land of the south, give me also springs of water. Then Caleb gave her the upper springs and the lower springs. 16. The children of the Kenite, Moses' brother-in-law, went up out of the city of palm trees with the children of Judah into the wilderness of Judah, which is in the south of Arad, and they went and lived with the people. 17. Judah went with Simeon, his brother, and they struck the Canaanites who inhabited Zephath, and utterly destroyed it. The name of the city was called Hormah. 18. Also, Judah took Gaza with its border, and Ashkelon with its border, and Ekron with its border. 19. Jehovah was with Judah, and drove out the inhabitants of the hill country, for he could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley, because they had chariots of iron. 20. They gave Hebron to Caleb, as Moses had said, and he drove the 3 sons of Anak out of there. 21. The children of Benjamin did not drive out the Jebusites who inhabited Jerusalem, but the Jebusites dwell with the children of Benjamin in Jerusalem to this day. 22. The house of Joseph also went up against Bethel, and Jehovah was with them. 23. The house of Joseph sent to spy out Bethel. The name of the city before that was Luz. 24. The watchers saw a man come out of the city, and they said to him, Please show us the entrance into the city, and we will deal kindly with you. 25. He showed them the entrance into the city, and they struck the city with the edge of the sword, but they let the man and all 161 judges his family go. 26. The man went into the land of the Hittites, built a city, and called its name Luz, which is its name to this day. 27. Manasseh did not drive out the inhabitants of Bethshean and its towns, nor Taanach and its towns, nor the inhabitants of Dor and its towns, nor the inhabitants of Ibleam and its towns, nor the inhabitants of Megiddo and its towns, but the Canaanites would dwell in that land. 28. When Israel had grown strong, they put the Canaanites to forced labor, and did not utterly drive them out. 29. Ephraim didn't drive out the Canaanites who lived in Gezer, but the Canaanites lived in Gezer among them. 30. Zebulun didn't drive out the inhabitants of Kitron, nor the inhabitants of Nahalal, but the Canaanites lived among them, and became subject to forced labor. 31. Asher didn't drive out the inhabitants of Akko, nor the inhabitants of Sidon, nor of Elab, nor of Achzib, nor of Helba, nor of Aphik, nor of Rehob. 32 But the Ashrites lived among the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land, for they did not drive them out. 33 Naphtali didn't drive out the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh, nor the inhabitants of Beth Anath, but he lived among the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land. Nevertheless the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh and of Beth Anath became subject to forced labor. 34 The Amorites forced the children of Dan into the hill country, for they would not allow them to come down to the valley. 35 But the Amorites would dwell in Mount Heres, in Aijalon, and in Shulbim. Yet the hand of the house of Joseph prevailed, so that they became subject to forced labor. 36 The border of the Amorites was from the ascent of Akrabim, from the rock, and upward. Chapter 2 1 Jehovah's angel came up from Gilgal to Bochim. He said, I brought you out of Egypt, and have brought you to the land which I swore to give your fathers. I said, I will never break my covenant with you. To you shall make no covenant with the inhabitants of this land. You shall break down their altars. But you have not listened to my voice. Why have you done this? 3 Therefore I also said, I will not drive them out from before you, but they shall be in your sides, and their gods will be a snare to you. For when Jehovah's angel spoke these words to all the children of Israel, the people lifted up their voice, and wept. 5 They called the name of that place Bochim, and they sacrificed there to Jehovah. 6 Now when Joshua had sent the people away, the children of Israel each went to his inheritance, to possess the land. 7 The people served Jehovah all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua, who had seen all the great work of Jehovah that he had worked for Israel. 8 Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of Jehovah, died, being 110 years old. 9 They buried him in the border of his inheritance, in Timnath-Heres, in the hill country of Ephraim, on the north of the mountain of Gosh. 10 After all that generation were gathered to their fathers, another generation arose after them, who didn't know Jehovah, nor the work which he had done for Israel. 11 The children of Israel did that which was evil in Jehovah's sight, and served the Baals. 12 They abandoned Jehovah, the God of their fathers, who brought them out of the land of Egypt, and followed other gods, of the gods of the peoples who were around them, and bowed themselves down to them, and they provoked Jehovah to anger. 13 They abandoned Jehovah, and served Baal and the Ashtaroth. 14 Jehovah's anger burned against Israel, and he delivered them into the hands of raiders who plundered them. He sold them into the hands of their enemies all around, so that they could no longer stand before their enemies. 15 Wherever they went out, Jehovah's hand was against them for evil, as Jehovah had spoken, and as Jehovah had sworn to them, and they were very distressed. 16 Jehovah raised up judges, who saved them out of the hand of those who plundered them. 17 Yet they didn't listen to their judges, for they prostituted themselves to other gods, and bowed themselves down to them. They turned aside quickly out of the way in which their fathers walked, obeying Jehovah's commandments. They didn't do so. 18 When Jehovah raised up judges for them, then Jehovah was with the judge, and saved them out of the hand of their enemies all the days of the judge, for it grieved Jehovah because of their groaning by reason of those who oppressed them. and troubled them. 19 But when the judge was dead, they turned back, and dealt more corruptly than their fathers in following other gods to serve them, and to bow down to them. They didn't cease what they were doing, or give up their stubborn ways. 20 Jehovah's anger burned against Israel, and he said, because this nation transgressed my covenant which I commanded their fathers, and has not listened to my voice. 21 I also will no longer drive out any of the nations that Joshua left when he died from before them. 22 That by them I may test Israel, to see if they will keep Jehovah's way to walk therein, as their fathers kept it, or not. 23 So Jehovah left those nations, without driving them out hastily. He didn't deliver them into Joshua's hand. Chapter 3 1 Now these are the nations which Jehovah left to test Israel by them, even as many as had not known all the wars of Canaan. 2 Only that the generations of the children of Israel might know, to teach them war, at least those who knew nothing of it before. 3 The 5 lords of the Philistines, all the Canaanites, the Sidonians, and the Hivites who lived on Mount Lebanon, from Mount Baal Hermon to the entrance of Hamath. For they were left to test Israel by them, to know whether they would listen to Jehovah's commandments, which he commanded their fathers by Moses. 5 The Judges 162 Children of Israel lived among the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. 6 They took their daughters to be their wives, and gave their own daughters to their sons and served their gods. 7 The children of Israel did that which was evil in Jehovah's sight, and forgot Jehovah their God, and served the Baals and the Asherah poles. 8 Therefore Jehovah's anger burned against Israel, and he sold them into the hand of Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, and the children of Israel served Cushan-Rishathaim 8 years. 9 When the children of Israel cried to Jehovah, Jehovah raised up a Savior to the children of Israel, who saved them, even Othniel the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother. 10 Jehovah's Spirit came on him, and he judged Israel, and he went out to war, and Jehovah delivered Cushan-Rishathaim king of Mesopotamia into his hand. His hand prevailed against Cushan-Rishathaim. 11 The land had rest 40 years, then Othniel the son of Kenaz died. 12 The children of Israel again did that which was evil in Jehovah's sight, and Jehovah strengthened Eglon the king of Moab against Israel, because they had done that which was evil in Jehovah's sight. 13 He gathered the children of Ammon and Amalek to himself, and he went and struck Israel, and they possessed the city of palm trees. 14 The children of Israel served Eglon the king of Moab 18 years. 15 But when the children of Israel cried to Jehovah, Jehovah raised up a Savior for them, Ehud the son of Gera, the Benjamite, a left-handed man. The children of Israel sent tribute by him to Eglon the king of Moab. 16 Ehud made himself a sword which had 2 edges, a cubit in length, and he wore it under his clothing on his right thigh. 17 He offered the tribute to Eglon king of Moab. Now Eglon was a very fat man. 18 When he had finished offering the tribute, he sent away the people who carried the tribute. 19 But he himself turned back from the stone idols that were by Gilgal, and said, I have a secret message for you, O king. The king said, Keep silence. All who stood by him left him. 20 Ehud came to him, and he was sitting by himself alone in the cool upper room. Ehud said, I have a message from God to you. He arose out of his seat. 21 Ehud put out his left hand, and took the sword from his right thigh, and thrust it into his body. 22 And the handle also went in after the blade, and the fat closed on the blade, for he didn't draw the sword out of his body, and it came out behind. 23 Then Ehud went out onto the porch, and shut the doors of the upper room on him, and locked them. 24 After he had gone, his servants came and saw that the doors of the upper room were locked. They said, Surely he is relieving himself in the upper room. 25 They waited until they were ashamed, and behold, he didn't open the doors of the upper room. Therefore they took the key and opened them, and behold, their lord had fallen down dead on the floor.